Good morning. My name is Jaanus PIKANI. I'm a founder and board member of Tartu Biotechnology Park, and also in the last couple of years have been chairman of ScanBalt, which is a meta cluster around in life sciences and healthcare around the Baltic Sea, and these two organizations have actually the main organizer of this Estonian MedTech Week, which we actually are organizing already for fourth year. And as it already starts to be like regular, then you can imagine that we have reason to do this, that there is enough interest. And that's why I'm extremely proud and honored to be here, standing here, that we have dedicated persons who are interested in these topics of today. As my background is medical, and I've been also in the other side of the table of organizing and planning the healthcare, I see that we are facing, not only in Estonia, but the whole sort of Europe at least, not very bright future in the sense of healthcare as we are today. Just one example. When I was still practicing and managing Estonian Cancer Center 30 plus years ago, then we had 5,500 new cancer cases per year in the population for 1.4 million. Today our population is 1.3 million, and we have 9,000 new cancer cases. So one can ask, what has happened? Why we have nearly doubled the cancer cases? This answer is very simple. We have been too successful. Estonia has been, at least in European sense, a country with highest increase of expected life expectancy. So I just a couple of weeks ago just was cleaning up my sort of office and found old, not slide, but I don't know how you the slide what you put to the screen, and there was average or life expectancy in Estonia 64 years for 1993. Of course, there was times where we were in turmoil, and today we have, I think the last number was 79.8, which actually means that 20 years or 30 or 40 years ago, most men didn't live until retirement age. And if you consider, but the main cause was usually cardiovascular deaths and also strokes. So today we have population that will get the first cancer, second cancer, and maybe the third cancer, because the treatment has improved. Our 5-year survival is now close to 60 years instead of 60% instead of 45%. So these are examples just, but it means that the whole epidemiological sort of scenery is changing, and it has been changed already to the multimorbidity, chronic diseases, and very often you can prevent them, or at least postpone the onset, or postpone and cure the acute period of the chronic disease. And this, I think the key issue is how to do it most cost efficiently and targeted in a way that you don't overburden the system and people, but get the most out of this of the knowledge that we have today. And of course, we go back to data and how to employ the data. So that's why we, with André, actually already started to plan this last year, that we need to promote this. And this today is mostly to promote the idea and we are not, at least I am not, I understand Andres as well, so naive that to think that with one event we change the world. It's just one of the row of lot of activities what we have to actually convey. So with further ado, I will give floor for the keynote speech to Andres, who is, well, most people in the audience, I hope, are familiar with his achievements. And yeah, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning. So, okay. Basically, Jaanus asked me just to put together a session about personal medicine in large. So I was looking around who can I get in this to this meeting, and so basically I figured out 4 speakers, and I'm starting talking about the Estonian situation, the Estonian biobank, because to my mind, biobanking is a foundation of all these activities for which really concerns the personal medicine where you use genetics. The second talk from André UITTERLINDEN, he's talking about European issues, what's going on in Europe. Third talk, Elina DRAKVIK, talking about the Finnish situation. And last talk is about ethics and health issues, because this is getting more and more important now. Because, 25 years ago, people were not so probably concerned because they didn't know. But now everybody is really thinking, what about me? And, ethical issues, social things are very important. So what how can I get it going? So, of course, Jaanus already touched why we need a kind of new approach. So far, I'm also a medical doctor, so far everything started when the patient arrived to the hospital. Then you just start doing things. And the prevention, which is also going, but in Estonia probably, I checked the numbers also. Last year, only 1.5% of healthcare budget was dedicated to prevention. Now, look, this is not enough. And we are getting older, like Jaanus was saying. Lots of primary care providers actually going to retire soon. Now we have 2 options. You just educate more doctors. Takes 12 years to get a doctor. Or we have to reduce the number of patients. It's not overnight either, but it won't take 12 years. So can you imagine you are in the boat on the sea, and boat is taking in water. Now you have 2 options. Either get more people to the boat and throwing out the water in order to stay on the surface, or you close the leak and no more water is coming in, and you don't need more people to throw out the water. So this is the situation in healthcare now. And healthcare budget, healthcare cost is increasing every year. Not only because we are living longer, and people naturally you get more disease when you're getting old. Finally, you have to die for something. It's like really unhappy if you're dying like a healthy guy. But traditional model to have so far exercising is not enough, so I have to make a change. Of course, change started a long time ago when we started the biobank. Now already like 26. It was last century, 1999, with Jaanus. And the government or parliament actually passed a law. The law had only 3 things we should do: collect information, analyze the data, and use the data for public health. Now we reached finally to we recruited more than 200,000 people, we genotyped everybody, we had the NMR better than everyone. We have longitudinal data. We have best biobank around here. And publishing 800, I don't know how many papers, nobody can count it anymore. But this is not the point. Point is we get every year more patients dying from cancer, for instance. Same true for cardiovascular. Cardiovascular disease, cancer is also, the mortality even goes down, but incidence goes up. I was the first European Commission started a thing called Cancer Mission, like 2020 or something, I don't remember anymore. I was on the first board, only geneticist. And then I proposed, look, we have to do something applying genetics in this. All these epidemiologists and cancer surgeons and ethics. We have to reduce asbest and we have to reduce, the alcohol. And of course, nobody should smoke, which is true. But smoking is not like lack of willpower. It's also as a genetic component because you are addicted. And just 2 days ago, we just heard Sir Peter Tanner was taking even obesity. It's not like you're just enjoying eating healthy meals. So it's also, brain is controlling everything. And just to control the brain, we don't know how to do it, actually. It's not only willpower. So everybody has this weak point. So basically, I think that we have too many patients, and my talk is going around this. There are ways to reduce the number of patients. And of course, there's many ways of doing it, but I'm talking about how to use genetics because we have lots of disease, risk factors already. Primary care doctors are using lots of risk factors, but they are not using genetics in real way. Of course, for rare disease, yes. I was myself, started 20 years ago diagnostic center at University Hospital and started to use the DNA diagnostics. But point is common complex disease. And in this sense, we are not using genetics in fully. So 35 years, it was, let's say, 26 years when we started the biobank. Of course, there was, say, UK biobank, which is 500,000 people, started around the same time. Genomics, which is a company in Iceland, very successful. Amgen bought it a couple of years ago. But, we were in a different league. Estonian biobank, we got 64,000 euros just from the government to get going. Iceland project got 250 million from Roche, and UK biobank got 65 million pounds from your National Service and Wellcome Trust just to get going. We more or less finished the same time. We got 200,000, they got 500,000, and Iceland guys, because they have only 300,000 people, got something 160,000 people into the biobank. So, but now, of course, there are, and other thing was that we had lots of biobanks around. Every doctor had something in the freezer. They called it biobank, but it's not a biobank. But Finns had really good risk. They had, in northern countries, they had these epidemiological projects. They were following a long time. And even late 90s, big European project called EPIC was organized from Lyon. They recruited 500,000 people, but this was about plasma. Because there was idea that if you are eating like Italians do, olive oil and tomatoes and pasta, you will live longer and you don't get colorectal cancer. It's not true. They figured it out. In Italy also, in north, they eat bacon, but in south, mostly olive oil. So now you see there are big biobanks going on, and in US there are quite a few, but the best one is 1 million people they are collecting. They call it All of Us. And the design is like we do here, more or less the same. I was invited a couple of times to these planning meetings. China, of course, has a biobank, and they have half of samples in Oxford, half in China. But China is developing so fast. Now they can do whatever, basically, independently from us. And what is also important is that Qatar and other Arabic countries are also doing lots of biobanking, because they all figured out that this is important in order to improve population health. And last summer I was in Africa, and even in Africa, in Egypt, they are sequencing 100,000 people. We are sequencing across Europe now 100,000 people, and we have 500 million people. But they have only 100 million and do the same thing. So they can find money if... So there's not lack of money. It's you have to do right priorities. What to use money for? All right, so you see there are lots of biobanks going on, and we are happy to tell that now Estonia is among top 10, So probably for people who are not familiar, we have a biobank now in Estonia, like over 213,000. It's about 20% of adult population, and we have very good data. Molecular data, health data. We have a good law, which actually changed now. We have a new law from April 1st, which allows to use research data which we generated in Genome Center, also in healthcare. And, also bring some economic development if you can find somebody who wants to pay for it. And what is also important, we are open to collaborations, because there's clear law, clear access rules, and that's why we have so many publications, because if you find something, you have to replicate it somewhere. Okay, I have to move on. So this is how it looks like. You see on the left side there is a woman. You see we have more women per age group and a little bit less men. And but this is pretty much reflecting the situation in the population. And this is a new Human Gene Research Act, and lady sitting here, Riley Sillard, she's more or less like responsible for the whole thing. She's, I would say, it's the driving force in ministry. Of course, ministries are coming and going, and in March we expect a new one again, but Riley will stay. So what is molecular data? What is a big thing is long-read sequencing. So when 2003, Americans and British announced that, look, now we have a human genome sequenced. Actually, 12% was not sequenced because it was not really technically possible. Because technology was so-called short reads, but human genome, if you just look closely, it's complete mess, It repeats, reverse. It's very difficult to put together the puzzle. But you have to have a long reads. It's like in book, If you have like 3 letters, it's really difficult to put together the full sentence. But if you have 2 or 3 words, then you can reconstruct the sentence also. It's the same thing in sequencing. So long read is important. Yesterday, Americans were reporting that they have 12,000 long reads from Seattle. Bill Gates is living next door, they gave money. But we got money from EU. And we are sequencing 10,000, which will be ready in next month. Well, this is one of the largest data set for long read sequencing. And it's very good because people are already analyzing it, and you can get lots of new information. And hospital people also coming with difficult cases which they couldn't really find a mutation, but the child is sick, you see. But can't find the mutation, and you can't counsel the parents, and going back and forth to different places. But finally, running a long read sequencing, they got the answer. Of course, a little bit history also. You see, this is a European genetic map. And let's try, can I get, what this is, these are Finns. And the up about this is northern Finland, Kuusamo. You know the history, probably you know better, but it's always, Russians are always a problem. This time, King Vasa, Finland belonged to Sweden like us, and in order to protect the Russian border, King Vasa put Finnish families along the border. You know, it's Finland, a big forest. They put 30 families into one place. They were living in this, cutting down the trees and you know, marrying with each other. In the lab, we used this homozygosity mapping when we used the mice. But they did it in real life. And in this way, it develops these Finnish diseases. And they have like probably 35 or something. And you know, you have a sick patient, but you know what's wrong. So, but it was a long time ago. We had only linkage analysis, which is 400 markers across the genome. But they invited Harvard professors to Finland. And one which became famous afterward was Erik Lander. He was a mathematician, was teaching business in Harvard Business School, but his brother was a cell biologist. And somehow he was looking at the data, look, this is statistical thing. You know. And they developed a method. And then, you know, Finns were working together with Harvard, and they also become famous. So Finnish genomics and genetics started with help with American scientists, which is really Erik Lander, of course, ended as a Minister of Research and Science in Biden administration, but coming from the private institute, he was a type, let's get things done, and by Monday morning, you just have to be here. You know, the governmental ladies were not really happy with his attitude. They are starting to complain, and you know, Eric resigned 5 minutes before Biden would be fired. So this is, but you know, this is Finland. Oh yeah, it's interesting. So this is where we are in, like Baltics and Poland, Russia. Because Russians here are mostly across the lake and close to St. Petersburg area, which is mostly Finno-Ugric. And you know, I know, do I have a Swede? Sorry. Do I have Swedes here? What Swedes are here? So they are not Finns, they are not us, they are not very close to the, you know, but this is Central Europe and Western Europe. And South Italy, like Calabria, they are over here. Africa is pretty close. So you see already. So this is interesting. But if you just look at the global map, then Europe is just like one spot. Japan, Africa, South China, these are all much more different. So in Europe, we are still, I would say, it's the same. Also, nobody sees identical, but we are very close. Now the biobank, because we have electronic thing, we have a disease trajectory from the birth to death. Whatever. Every time you see the medical system, you get a report, you get a diagnosed ICD-10, you get a prescription, it's recorded. You can go back to whether they are really, we can check whether they bought this drug, whether they followed it. This is not clear, but if they keep buying, you know, I hope they are also using it. So what people think, of course, we started as a foundation, because nobody wanted us. We were a separate foundation. I told the government gave money just to start the foundation, but then we had to fly America and find the money, actually raised money from East Coast and West Coast. And with Jaanus, we were flying every month to the US, you know, and little money, not in business class, just in the 5 seats in row in night, you know, red eyes, you arrive here, you go to lecture. So it was tough, but we finally 4.5 million in 2000. This 4.5 million in Estonia was lots of money, I tell you. So we could start. And so you see, at the beginning, when we joined the university in 2007, you know, the support went up. And the foundation was belonged to Minister of Social Affairs, actually. So when we went to the parliament, our rector told, and was asked why people are, you know, supporting now more. Oh, 350 years old university probably is more trustworthy than 100 years old Estonia. But it was so, people are really believing the university, believe scientists and foundations. They always think that foundation is just a group of people, they want to, you know, make money, and they don't think. Always people are against it, but the people are against everything. You know, you look, whatever you offer color TV. No, I don't want to. You offer whatever, they don't want it. So but this is normal. people don't want it. So most people, lots of people don't want to get drugs, they don't want to be treated, they don't want to send children to school, so there's no one. So now back to the science, I have to wrap up fast. Only thing we can measure now, really, there's lots of variation in genome, but what is important is you see, this is the 4 letters in genome, A, G, T, or C, and in some people in this position is T, and some other people have G, and this makes also difference. If you just analyze million sites, you see the difference. And then you use this data to compare 2 groups of people, people who have disease and who don't have disease, and you see some variants are more frequent in disease group, not in control group. And this is a place you have to look what are the causative things. Of course, SNP itself is not doing it. It's just like milestones on the road between Tartu and Tallinn. But where the big hole is in the concrete asphalt, you have to still figure out between these 2 milestones. So finally, you calculate this risk score here, and you see it's low-risk people, most people here, and high risk over there. And you just take these high-risk people and apply diagnostic test to this, because you can't do diagnostic test on everybody, but the array approach is so cheap, it's altogether about 20 euros. But 20 euros is something we can afford, if you think what basically healthcare costs. And now, of course, the critics are coming along and look, it's no good, because if you just analyze the PRS and different, same method in different populations, like in Africa and Asia, so of course it's not the same. But if you take populations next to us, like Estonian, Russian, Finnish, Ukrainian, Belarusian, it's the same. It's true for most of the Europe. UK Biobank PRS data can be used, you just lose a little bit. But if you lose from your salary, 50 cents, you don't notice it, but this is what it all about. But of course, some people are very precise. You say they want to get every comma and 5 digits after comma, but this is not the real life. You have to see what we can do now. Okay, this is my view. The PRS is not specific enough for directly used in intervention. And second diagnostic test should be used on this small group which we can afford. And in this way, we are reducing the people who really have to go to the testing and get diagnosed and get treatment. So, this is a slide from Peter Padrik, my old colleague from hospital. And he started, he's really strong believer of PRS. He left the hospital, basically university, started his company. And together with university scientists, they did a study. You see, almost 20% of breast cancer patients are getting diagnosed before 50. Now the rule is that if you are 50 and woman, you are getting invited to mammography. Mammography is not a real good method, and I understood that some countries, including Finland, they are actually discussing whether we should do mammography, because if you have PRS and get a small group of high PRS women, you can do MRI, which is more precise, gives you more precise data. Mammography is, it's not like PSA in prostate cancer, you just toss a coin, but it's a little bit better. But combining, of course, nobody's agreeing that we can stop mammography. It has to be kind of a transition period. I have to apply both. But eventually, I have to drop it. So this is the problem. And the reality is that if you just see average, all women here, I would say, if you get 6 to 7% of women get breast or ovarian cancer by age 70. You are young, you don't think about it, but your risk is already in your genes. Already have been day number 1. But if you have a very high risk, you get this disease when you are 35. So if 35, it's already important. And if, let's say, not top 1%, then it's top 5%, you have age 40. So now in Estonia, we start, always say postpone which week. They promised to start 3rd week in this September. Now I understood it will postpone a few more weeks. But actually this will happen that ladies who are 40 years old, they get PRS. If PRS is high, they can invited to mammography at age 40. So this is, I would say, first thing in Europe where healthcare is paying for something. So it's important. We are leading way. Now there is another way to do early detection, and this is cell-free DNA. We got funded, and my lab is doing it, and there's lots of other things. Cell-free DNA is now a popular topic, and that means that when you have a cancer in your body somewhere, cancer cells also break down and release the DNA to the bloodstream. And you take the blood here, analyze the cell-free DNA, but cancer cell DNA is methylated differently than normal cell. And now new methods are, or you can analyze not only sequence, but also methylation. And you can see who has the methylation group. And now project is that we invite people with high PRS but no cancer from biobank to hospital every year. And when they get diagnosed, we see, okay, we already had this methylation pattern 2 years before. If it's really will be replicated, controlled, and verified, we can start treatment 2 years before, which is, of course, gives you much better results. If you have already some things you see in MRI, then there's a zillion cells already. It's very difficult to kill with drugs. Okay, I skipped most of it. It might be interesting that the technology is just, we are using Oxford now, but then DNA pushed through the bore, just like a channel. And basically it works like a voltmeter. You just measure the potential. And each nucleotide has its own electronic cloud. And if you have a methylation group, so it gives you some other things. So basically, you really can't believe how much things have changed technologically when we started. So other thing is, last example is Parkinson. I have to finish soon. But Parkinson disease is also a nasty disease. We are all young, still can drink water. And but Parkinson is kind of it starts from substantia nigra, black nucleus in the brain, and your dopaminergic neurons are dying, and they're producing kind of inflammation. There is a liquid, and you can see it using ultrasound, transcranial ultrasound, and you see the signal. And now what we did, we invited 100 people with high PRS, 100 with low PRS, and the best neurologist in the country was analyzing them in hospital. And you see, the substantia nigra is like 2 subunits, because brain is, we have left and right side, and you see the signal. And now you just analyze them, and what we saw actually, that from this 100, 9 individuals got diagnosed immediately, just coming. They had no clue that they have Parkinson. Because, people still, you just take a smaller steps and people don't realize. But you get the diagnosis. Almost 50%, 40-something, 46 or something, at the threshold of so high that they are going to get Parkinson as a 10, 5 or 15 years from this moment. So you have to know. Now the question is, okay, always there are opponents. First of all, true Parkinson scientists don't believe in ultrasound because they are much better, touch scan, and which is of course 50 times more expensive. Ultrasound, €15. Yeah, Americans don't use it because they don't earn anything if they do this thing. But basically it's very good and gives you real good results. Now we have a new project. We are comparing the ultrasound data with touch scan just to convince opponents that look, ultrasound is as good as if you just apply it to the high-risk people. So this is the way what to do. There is no drug, but if you do more exercise, you use your brain and not only watching TV. So it's actually, you can postpone it, and you postpone it as long as there will be no drug. Our colleague from Art Sarma from Helsinki, he has a company developing new drugs, and he is not the only one. There are 50 companies in the world developing different drugs for Parkinson. As soon as the drug comes, we have a list of people who need it. So vision is that we have to, in order to apply population-based prevention, we have to get the data. We have to genotype everybody who is willing, and if they don't feel, if they don't want to, because about 75% of people are supporting what we are doing. So if it's remaining to 20%, 25% don't want to at the beginning, but when they see that things are actually improved for the colleagues who did it, I guess we get more. But you never get 100%, I am sure. 75 is good enough. If you apply this new method on this 70% of people or 60% of people, whatever, we see the effect on population level. Healthcare costs will go down, patient number will go down, and doctors we have, they have enough job and we don't have a problem. So, of course, in order to analyze arrays, we have to sequence also people, because arrays are only 1 million, let's say, plus variants, but there is a method called imputation. You have a sequence data. We are getting 10,000. We so far used file is 2,300 individual sequenced. And if you just have a good reference panel, you can impute most of the common variants, which are useful for polygenic risk score. Of course, things are a little bit more complicated. If there is one genomic sciences, we can start talking what are also fine-tuning, but we can apply it now. And I guess this is a way forward. It's a robust application. You don't have to do groups. You just took like 40 to 60 to everybody and apply it. And it's most straightforward, clear. You send the primary care providers could send the saliva kit. You don't have to take a blood or anything. You get the envelope, you just spit in, send it back. One lab does genotypes. Now we have to create in Estonia an expert center in TEHIK, which can analyze this data and produce the BRS, which goes already back to primary care provider. And unless I'm a doctor, I get the information, oh, you have a high glaucoma risk. I invite, oh, look, we measure the blood pressure. It's high. Look, you get the appointment to the ophthalmologist, or I just can subscribe eye drops and you just don't lose your sight. So this is easy. Now, I'm not going to talk about cardiovascular disease and all things. In cardiovascular disease, they're using risk estimation thing called score, for instance. There are a few more. But if you add genetic data to this one, some of these low-risk people now move into high risk. Some high-risk people moving down to the low risk. So it's more precise and you are getting better results. So it's a powerful method. So I would say the biobanks, large prospective biobanks, population-based, have been very useful. So that's why now the new biobanks are all. But I would say that we have to move on. Biobank is for research. For healthcare, we need a full population as a biobank. We don't have to keep the samples, we have to keep the data. And this is thing, how to change the healthcare. Thank you very much. When I got 25 years of biobanks, our PR people really convinced the Estonian, what is the Estonian Post, I don't know how they call them nowadays, but yeah, so they produced a stamp. I was complaining that they are producing stamps for whatever bird or tree or lighthouse, but 200,000 people are expecting a stamp, you know. Finally, they did it. So thank you. Questions also to me if you have some quick questions. Otherwise, we have to move on because I took some time already from Andrés. But we have time up to noon. So please. Okay. No questions, so I'm introducing the next talk. I'm really happy that André UITTERLINDEN, who is coming from Erasmus Medical Center in Rotterdam. He used to be, until last November, professor of genomics. And now, you know, in some countries, rules are tough. You know, you get certain age, you have to kind of resign. But in Estonia, a long time ago, somebody went to court, and now we can go on because I'm much older than he is. but still can go around. University tells that if you, as long as you are useful to university, you can go on. And so I'm keeping. But André has been really instrumental in genomics. He really was running a big project, and also he was one who organized a big genotyping effort across Europe, and we were also participating in a long time ago. Of course, in Netherlands, they have 6 big medical schools, so enough people, lots of expertise, and you know, 18 million people, something. You know, you can choose talent, and you know, on top of it, he's a really nice person also. So, André, please. Now, he's going to talk a big project which he's running. I'm not touching it, but you will hear from him directly. So, thank you.
Well, is it on? Yeah. Well, thank you very much for this too kind introduction. And thank you very much for the introduction to some of the topics I will discuss here. So I will highlight a little bit what's going on in Europe in the framework of genomics. And I always like to highlight, I should be careful with the pointer here because, oh yeah. It's a really nice pointer, yeah. So you see here Andrés METSPALU, of course, working in Estonia, working with incomplete means in the early days. But nowadays we have fantastic technology. Finding stuff, and I show here always 2 examples. The disc of VETTUS, you might know this artifact. It's still not known what is written there because we lack a reference. And that's completely different with the stone of Rosetta, where we have 3 languages. So we have reference data, and that allows you to translate it and understand it. And that's exactly what's happening also with genome data, with DNA data. And at the end of the day, but we hear much more, of course, from Michaela. We have always 2 sides. Hippocrates doing the best for human mankind. But there's always the risk of opening a box of Pandora, of course. So we should be very aware of that. This is the starting point. Look at your neighbor. We're all different from each other. And the differences are not only in the way we look like, or sometimes our behavior. Pick your favorite here, I would say. But also, of course, the diseases. Not everybody gets Parkinson's, not everybody gets type 2 diabetes. So there are differences between humans. And we've learned, to summarize, let's say, 50 years of hardcore genetic research, that variation in the DNA molecule, our human genome, is responsible for a large part of this. Not only in development, when babies are born, why they are different. The appearance, of course, behavior, aging, and the risk for all diseases. So, and that has led to this concept of what used to be called personalized medicine, but when I speak to doctors saying, yeah, we're doing this for 2,000 years already, that's not new. But precision medicine might be the better term. And as Andrés highlighted already, nowadays we're much more like to speak about precision health. So maintaining health on a personalized basis to postpone the types of diseases that are burden our society. So the reasons why we study DNA rather than all these other biomolecules like proteins or metabolites or what have you has some fundamental reasons. And there are two major aspects of studying DNA variation. One is DNA is the blueprint of life. So if you find something in the DNA that is responsible for a disease or a mechanism, you will understand the biology, the biological mechanism. And that allows you to start to intervene in that mechanism. So studying DNA has been a very fruitful resource to come up with new therapies for certain diseases. And I will not go into detail there. But it's a very important aspect of the DNA research, especially when we look at the rare diseases. They have been very instrumental in understanding much more about the biology. I must also say, for rare diseases, the development of therapies has been very low and very much behind. And that has also many reasons for that. But in many cases, they've also led to many new drugs that have been developed, which are applicable for the common diseases. So studying rare diseases can have implications for common diseases. The other coin of the side of the medal of DNA is that you can use it as a predictive tool, because you're born with the DNA and you die with your DNA. So it's a stable molecule. So if you know relationships between DNA variations and a disease or a risk factor, you can analyze that in a very early phase before there's any sign or symptom of disease. So that allows you to predict, and André highlighted it already with the tools we now have available called the polygenetic risk scores, PRSs. And PRSs are now being studied in relation to prevention, to see where can we actually prevent or postpone diseases. But for example, also in predicting progression. Do we have somebody who's progressing fast into a much more severe state, or is this a slow progressor? And last but not least, also predicting response to medication. We all know that drugs work on average in about half of the people, and there are some very bad examples. A lot of money is being spent there and also wasted there because drugs do not work on everybody. So if we can target that to, let's say, a more personalized treatment, that will also lead to enormous saving of cost in the whole healthcare system. So these are examples of how DNA can be used not only to understand biology and develop drugs, but also can be used in population public health context with the polygenic risk scores. So these are the main areas where you see those examples of DNA analysis and research taking place and leading to sometimes spectacular results in medicine. But of course, as we heard from André already, we see it as the main application taking place in the prevention area. André touched upon that already, and I would like to highlight that again. There are two basic ways of studying DNA. That's with arrays and with sequencing. If you speak to a random politician, usually they've heard the word whole genome sequencing. That's like the new thing to be working on. That might be true. Personally, I see it more as a niche application for research, understanding the genome much better, as André highlighted already. But to apply the use of genetic information in, let's say, public health settings, I see a big role for arrays. And you see here several of the reasons why that is the case. Arrays have a limited, let's say, spectrum of DNA variation you could put on there, but what is limited? It's 1 million so. The good thing is that you can choose those variants wisely, so you can choose variants that are actionable. So if you know if you have such a variant, you can do something with it. And that is opposed to doing a whole genome sequence, because then you're overloaded with all kinds of DNA variations. We have no clue what they mean. And that is a burden for the people using that information, not only in understanding what it means, but also simply in IT aspects, storing that data. So the factor difference between storing array data and whole genome sequencing data is at least 1,000. Yeah? And that's not only in, let's say, petabytes you have to use to store the data, but also in cost, of course, of maintaining the data, and last but not least, analyzing those data. So that's why there's a lot of discussion, again now in the field. Maybe we should start with applying genetic information in healthcare and prevention with arrays rather than whole genome sequencing. And this comes from talking to clinical geneticists. I don't hope there's a clinical geneticist here in the room, but they are disturbing this discussion because they have tunnel vision of whole genome sequencing, and we should get away from that and start thinking about using genetic information in healthcare. But we can discuss later about that. Well, all this together has led to this insight of what is the genetic architecture of any trait or disease. And you see a few here listed on the y-axis. take, for example, cholesterol level. People in the population have this normal distribution. You have people with very low cholesterol levels or with very high cholesterol levels. Usually these are due to very severe mutations in some genes which regulate the cholesterol level. But most of the people in the population will have sort of an average level, but that can be on the lower or on the higher side. And that's where you see those polygenic risk scores now being applied, because they can explain this variation in the normal distribution of these variables, and also putting you in the very high end of the distribution or the very low end of that. At the bottom you see the type of technologies we have been using to uncover them, but that's more of a technical detail. But on the left you see that we have been very successful in developing these polygenic risk scores for a number of diseases. And that's shown here in this slide, because that's work what André also highlighted, taking place in these large consortia of collaborating researchers, which was also a culture change in science, because suddenly we realized we have to collaborate with each other. We need each other data to make enough volume of data to find something. But that has led to my pleasant surprise to an enormous, let's say, warm culture of exchanging data and being very open about what kind of research we have to do. And that was quite different, again, for example, with the rare disease community, which were always afraid that they were being scooped. Yeah, I have my own little family, I can discover my gene, patent it and get very rich out of it. So they were not sharing data easily, and that still is the case, by the way. As opposed to people working with GWAS and common variants, they talk about it in the open and they say, let's collaborate and get all the data together. It's very different. So what has happened, we've been documenting all those findings from GWAS studies in databases like here, the EBI catalog. And just recently we reached over 1 million documented association between a DNA variant and a trait or disease. 1 million. So it's an extremely rich data source we have now available. And from this we are now developing all these polygenic risk scores. And you see here a little historic slide, and I have to update it soon, for a number of diseases and traits where you see that by increasing the sample size of human individuals we study for the PRS, you uncover more and more of the genetic variation. So many of them have now reached a level of maturity, like André was saying, where we can start thinking about applying it in public health situations, but also in clinical research. So that's the good news about the PRS. Well, André explained to you already, I will not spend much time on it, just to highlight, if you're in the top distribution of the PRS, that risk is equal to the mutation you find in rare diseases. Yeah? So it's really high risk. But at the moment, we're not looking at those people. We're missing them in clinical practice. But they have an extreme high risk. Several people have led, let's say, discussions about, okay, what are the most promising, prominent PRSs we have at the moment. You see a few listed here, a few for the major cancers, several for cardiovascular disease we have uncovered now, which really are very predictive in there. So we have, let's say, a menu of PRSs we can start applying in clinical practice. And André was already referring to the breast cancer screening, so I'll not spend much time on it, just to say that the idea now is, and that's being studied in several clinical trials, you see there below, worldwide. Can we use a PRS at a much earlier age for women to stratify them in high, middle and low risk, and in the high risk group you will be immediately put onto mammography or MRI screening or echo scanning, what have you. The middle group will remain under the normal screening program with mammography at age 50 every 2 years, but the low risk we might advise mammography has no added value there. So don't do anything, because your risk is so low. There's no guarantee you will not get breast cancer, of course, but the risk is so low that mammography has no added value. So we can save money on that with it. So trials are ongoing now to do that. I would like to highlight that if we apply such a PRS test for breast cancer, we take that from array data, but from that same array data, which we run for less than 30 euros, we can extract all kinds of PRSs for lung cancer, for colon cancer, for whatever, type 2 diabetes. So we might use that information in a wise setting if it is actionable, of course. Let's take cholesterol. We have fantastic medication for that. So if you detect FH mutations or high cholesterol PRS, why not also provide statins to that person and prevent cardiovascular disease? So I think this is an enormous opportunity for applying PRSs in a broader sense in a population-based setting to improve health and postpone terrible diseases we suffer from. As an example. You see here an example of projects which are taking place in hospitals already, using this new insights into, let's say, common disease genetics. I show the example of Erasmus, you see, because I've myself set it up, of course, but I heard several hospitals in America, but also in Europe, for example, Geneva, are also doing this in a pilot setting. So we're working with several clinical departments. So although we see 300,000 new patients each year at Erasmus, we're not doing this at the moment, just to clarify that. But we're working with some clinical departments to pilot test this. So in their polyclinics, we're using several patient groups and apply array data to see are PRSs worthwhile for the clinician treating those patients or diagnosing those patients. So you see the disease listed there, the cancer department, but the clinical genetics, pharmacogenomics, we're also pilot testing there, etc. It's also being used in a clinically ISO-certified diagnostic setting. And the funny thing is, in the Netherlands, you can work under the ISO certificate of a clinical department within the same legal entity of the Erasmus MC. So our laboratory itself is not ISO certified, but we work together with clinical genetics, which has all these ISO certifications. So we run arrays to do all kinds of DNA analysis diagnosis, for example, for CNV typing, but also epigenetic profiling, together with the Department of Pathology, but also clinical genetics. You have DNA methylation disorders. And on top of that, we're also working together with, for example, clinical genetics using PRSs, and I think you mentioned it already, to stratify low penetrance mutations. So, for example, CHEK2 is a breast cancer mutation, which is quite prevalent in Dutch breast cancer patients. But carrying just a CHEK2 mutation has a low penetrance and is not enough to put you under treatment, so to speak. But if you add the PRS to that, you can stratify those women in high risk, middle, and low risk of those CHEK2 carriers. And those are clinically actionable. So that's being done with clinical genetics. The other example is the eye department, ophthalmology. So they are piloting the use of PRSs for predicting and treating macular degeneration and glaucoma. So high risk, middle risk, low risk, and put them on particular diets, Mediterranean diet, for example, which has been shown to slow the progression of macular degeneration. And at the same time, they're also using the array to screen for all kinds of mutations of rare eye diseases. So this is an example of a program in an academic hospital already using this, let's say, novel technology of polygenic risk scores in a clinically certified diagnostic setting. So it's not only research taking place here. An important question, and André already highlighted it, is you've heard about all these fantastic biobanks with all the genomics data in it. The whole kitchen sink has been thrown on it. How much data is out there? Well, I did a few calculations together with people from the industry selling consumables to those institutes. And this is the current count. About 6 million human individuals have been whole genome sequenced. 6 million, it's a lot, of course. But look at the number for arrays. More than 100 million people have array data. And probably you know this, that's good news, of course. We make use of the data sometimes, but the less good news is that it's in the hand of commercial entities, like companies like 23andMe or MyHeritage. They collaborate with us, but of course not on a totally open scale, so, not so good news. And currently in the geopolitical age we're in, they're US companies. So that's not making things better, of course, at the moment. And the same holds true, by the way, for the whole genome sequence, as you see here, and André highlighted it already. So here you see a few of the big projects where all this data is being generated right now. So that's mostly UK and US, and you see a few European countries, Denmark, Estonia, and Iceland, of course, Canada, China. But the main message here is that Europe is lagging behind and is also becoming highly dependent on data from those other political entities. Take, for example, what is happening in clinical genetics. They totally rely on data from the US. They use ClinVar to understand DNA variations. It's a US database. GenomeAd is a reference database containing American reference genomes. ACMG, American College of Medical Genetics, providing guidelines. And this is being used by clinicians here in Europe. Personally, I think we should change this. And that's why Andrés and myself started talking to people in the European Board of Medical Genetics and the European Society of Human Genetics to pick this up and say, okay, we have to create those data ourselves. We have to make European reference data. We have to make European guidelines for that. So luckily that's being led now by Johannes Scholke in Austria, so we're very happy with that together with other people. So that's a good action in that respect. But in general, you can notice Europe is really lagging behind. Now Europe, if you look in a more, take a step back, Europe is doing quite well in a global competition world. Most of the Nobel Prizes are going to Europeans, yeah? If you count EU as a whole, yeah? Much more than the US. The Michelin star restaurants, of course, there are many more here in Europe. So, and also the better wine producing countries are here. We're always doing much and much better at the Olympics, if you look at Europe rather than individual countries. We're fantastic in organizing games and events, Eurovision Song Contest, the Soccer World Championship, racing, what have you. And also economically, we're doing very, very well. So we can be proud of ourselves as a European nation, so to speak. However, for genomics, the situation is a little bit less optimistic. So we do have to need to do some work. We started doing that, André and myself, together with Taras Oleksik from Ukraine and Nicole Soranza from Italy, to make an inventory of, okay, what data is in Europe there. And that's plotted here. You see the amount of genetic data per capita. And as you see, of course, Estonia, a bright light in the European landscape, together with Iceland, lots of data there. Finland, the Nordic countries, UK, they're doing pretty well. But if you go south and east, situation is less optimal, so to speak. So the overall density of genetic data in Europe is very, very low. So the message there is Europe needs to sequence and genotype as a whole. And I was very, very happy to read that back, written by an Italian banker, Mario Draghi, 2018. He saved the euro. But he also had very clever ideas about how to make Europe more independent and more competitive. And several paragraphs are spent on investing in genomics. So we're very happy to read that back. It's an advice to the European Commission. And our notion is that they are listening to that. So Mario Draghi, important person. Of course, as a scientist, you always have to wonder, how much data is actually needed? Do we have to sequence everybody in the European Union? Maybe not. I'll come back to that picture. And we have a few examples where we can make models about how much data would be needed to get a better understanding of the genetic architecture of all those diseases in a European setting here. And that comes from a paper we also contributed to, as well as Estonia, for height. We understand the genetic architecture of height pretty well. We have a good idea, excellent PRSs for that. And in that same paper, they made some models about, okay, height is now understood. How many more samples would we need to understand inflammatory bowel disease, IBD, or BMI, body mass index? For height, we needed 5 million. At that time, enormous number. But for those other diseases, you need dozens of millions. So really, we have to need these large numbers in order to understand the genetic architecture of those diseases. And that led us to the idea, okay, if we want to set this up in Europe as a whole, we really have to be ambitious and propose that we need to sequence at least 1 million whole genomes across the European populations in different settings. But also we need to genotype 100 million people across Europe. And that's our proposal now to the European Commission in a nutshell, which we are discussing with them. And that leads to the 1 Million Genome Initiative, because even before all this thinking, it was realized we have to invest in genomics, and that's why the 1 Million Genomes was set up to create 1 million genomes across Europe. Started in 2018, before COVID. And you see all those work packages where, of course, in Europe, you have to talk to all those countries, to all those experts, and get consensus and create support for all your ideas. But in general, it's working quite well, and we've reached consensus on several aspects of how to do this, in fact. When I joined this in 2019, 2020, my first question is, okay, 1 million genomes, how far are you? And the answer was 0. A lot of talking, but no walking. So I said, okay, we should change this. So, and I found my competitor also, André, having exactly the same thought. So already before that we were friends, but that friendship has really grown since that time, I can say. Because we say we should do something here and really start creating genomes. So we started our working group called Genome of Europe, without funding, just the idea. That by now, because it is a funded project now, has stopped. And now there's a new working group working on pharmacogenetics, led by Lili Milani and Jesse Sven from the Netherlands. So that's how it works in the 1 million genomes. You see here we have launched 2 big projects. One a little bit early in 23 is called the Genomic Data Infrastructure. That's about all the IT aspects of it. And then a little bit later, the Genome of Europe was funded to generate 100,000 genomes with European funding. That is to say, half of it comes from Europe, because they want you to match it on an individual basis. I think it's a good idea, but it's always good to keep in mind that we're burning taxpayer money 2 times. So because we need taxpayer money from our own countries to invest in this, but also we're asking taxpayer money which goes to the European Union. Countries have to pay to the European Union there. So we're also burning that money. But anyhow, it was funded. Genome of Europe. We just had an annual meeting in Gothenburg, European Society of Human Genetics. So I will show you a few slides to summarize the project. Started in 2024. We want to create 100,000 genomes at clinical grade. So really good genomes, which can also be used in clinical settings. You see it on the right there. It's 100,000 genomes with different technologies. Anders mentioned that already. We do short read and long read technologies from different companies. We want to take general citizens from populations which are representative for that country, but also do it in a proportional way. So we do not ask too many genomes from Estonia, but we do ask a lot of genomes from Germany, being it a larger country there. So with the funding we have at the moment, 45 million euros, we can cover 40 ancestral backgrounds which are present in Europe to create sufficient numbers of reference genomes for those groups. We have many countries participating. You see there are 35 countries. That means we have all EU countries in it, but also other countries. Because what we experienced was FOMO, fear of missing out. Yeah? The moment countries heard about this project, they immediately said, we should be part of this. Maybe Michaela can mention the example of Austria, which was not present in the previous efforts, but now became a part of that. But you see also countries outside of the European Union. As a scientist, are saying, this is fantastic, great, more data, more diversity, great. The politicians say, whoa, 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 this is problematic. They are not EU members, so how do we deal with them? And that's, of course, where our scientific context come into play, because we know all these people. We collaborated already with them for dozens of years, including the UK and the US, for example. So, as a scientist, I do not see that as a real problem. Of course, I'm aware of the political struggles with it, but I think it's a fantastic sign of success of this project. Of course, we have all these work packages like the 1 million genomes. I won't go into detail. A few highlights of the project. We're not going for all kinds of disease information or phenotype information. We just want age, sex, country of origin to make things simple and to get it going. Because the moment we want to attach all kinds of clinical information, this would have led to enormous discussion about how to get access to those phenotype data through electronic health records or clinical systems. A lot of paperwork had to be done, so I foresaw that let's not do that, let's start simple. That was a criticism in the beginning also, what's the use of a reference genome? So, well, let's wait and see. We're technology agnostic, but of course we ask each of the participating countries to choose their samples wisely. So although we're not asking for disease information, we ask, for example, Estonia, pick your samples from the Estonian Biobank. Because we know there's tons of interesting phenotype data there, so that somewhere down the line, we can go back to those individuals and link it to all the phenotype information. That's exactly what has happened now. Of course, we're working with different sequencing centers. That's also a challenge I should mention here. And that is unlike what has happened, for example, in the UK. And there was one center, the Sanger Center, where all the samples were done and they were doing all the sequencing. Easy. But the problem now is to translate it back into practical reality of clinical routine care. And that's exactly where UK is struggling now with. In order to sort of prevent that, we said, well, let's start with this diverse number of sequencing centers, get agreement on the protocols, how to sequence, how to interpret the data, how to store the data, make it accessible. And that will also allow each of those countries to set up a genomic data infrastructure in their countries, if it's not there already yet. And also learn ourselves how to collaborate with each other and share data. So I think that is also a good approach. Although we are generating those data for reference purposes, we do have a few use cases to see, okay, what can you do with such data outside of just using it as a reference? Well, as Andrés highlighted already, make a genetic map of Europe, but now a much more detailed, granulated data, which will be very important to inform all kinds of diagnostic procedures. And also look, for example, at the distribution of those polygenic risk scores. Is it really true that Russians are the same as Estonians, as you said? Not all, no. So we have to make a really close look at that and see, okay, in this case it can be done, but here we might have to optimize the PRS a little bit, yes or no. And then there are a few other use cases. So what have we done? Well, as I said, we've helped countries to set up infrastructures. Some of the countries, especially in Eastern Europe, did not have a genome program. Now they've started it. They've reached out to their government. We've written letters of support to get them funded for that. So that's working great. The observer countries I mentioned already. We've also set up excellent contacts with industry. As you can imagine, of course, the big sequencing technology providers get red ears when they hear about this project. So they said, okay, let's collaborate. So we were able to negotiate discounts, good discounts. And that's, of course, also a very attractive feature of being part of this project, getting cheap sequencing consumables. And of course, we are reaching out to other big projects like the All of Us program and more recently the Caribbean Genome Program, and that has everything to do with our colonial footprint. Europe is everywhere on the globe, so we have to collaborate and see how that works. The GDI project, we've intensified the collaborations there, especially on all the IT aspects, but we can discuss later what exactly that entails. I'll not go into detail here. We reported this on the European Society recently, and let's say these are more concrete results. So we've established harmonized sequencing protocols that every sequencing lab has to follow in order to be able to contribute the data. Ivo Gut and Olaf Ries in Barcelona and Tübingen have set up protocols to do inter-laboratory comparisons. So how are the laboratories doing and where can you improve your sequencing? Several countries have in fact finished already production. Smaller countries, of course, where we ask less genomes for. But many of the countries are very active in generating data right now. Spain, for example, has generated more than 5,000 genomes. We've also reached out to existing whole genome sequence data. So it's not only de novo generated, but also data that is already there. And can we use that to add to the database? It's about 25,000 samples we are now discussing. And of course, we're also generating, and you quickly touch upon this, let's say the best sequencing technology out there now to make what is called pan-genome, so the most detailed human genomes we can generate right now. And also, especially the lab in Tübingen, Olaf is very busy with generating those and contributing to the more global effort. Estonia has been leading the way in attitudes, polling this in 5 European countries, 5,000 people, 1,000 people in each country, to see what is their attitude towards it. And André can speak about it if you have questions about it, but it's very interesting data. France is a little bit lagging behind, we noted, in the public attitude to here. We're working on a use case of pharmacogenomics because we see it as a very early entry into the clinical, let's say, reality. And that's an administrative remark. The consortium agreement was finished, which you can imagine with all these countries on board was quite a challenge, but it worked. Yeah. A few words about the Dutch situation, because this is Europe. And of course, me coming from the Netherlands, I would like to tell you how do we do this in the Netherlands? Well, like in Estonia, we also have many biobanks here. We do not have one biobank, but we have many. That's already a big difference. So we are working with 3 big cohort studies in the Netherlands, the Rotterdam study, Healy's in Amsterdam, and Lifelines in the northern part, Groningen. We're doing 5,000 short-read sequencing and 1,000 long-read sequencing, and the governments of the data is being discussed with Dutch partners in the GDI project. And maybe we can add a few very special genomes here, because our royal family have also had their genomes analyzed. So that's fantastic PR, of course. So our king and queen are explaining to other important people, as you can see here, what the meaning of DNA is. And you see those red bricks on the wall of this saloon, that's their DNA sequence. An artist took that information and made a piece of art out of it. And as you can see, our king is very proud to explain it to all kinds of very important people on the globe here. You will probably recognize them all. Mark Rutte. Here, the eminence of Carney from Canada, and also this guy came along not so long ago, also explaining what DNA can mean for this. And as you might have noticed, the White House is undergoing some reconstruction. So my interpretation is he wants to set up a DNA salon there in the White House. Well, I said already, collaboration doesn't come easy, of course, in Europe. So this is what we have to overcome. All kind of prejudice we have from country to country. I'll highlight the Netherlands, Sodom and Gomorrah, anything goes there. But this is the reality, and of course, the reality is that we have a very diverse set of cultures and very long-standing cultural traditions, of course. So when I show this in the US, I tend to call it Europe according to Donald Trump, and that resonates very well there. But on top of this, we have politics, which is not helping us. So we have this bloody Brexit that happened. So suddenly UK stepped out. They were part of the 1 million genomes, and no longer they're possible to get funding to them. And of course, we have these little areas in Europe which want to become independent, like Catalonia, and there's some other areas here. And then we have countries who want to join the European Union, and we're not all agreeing on it. So politics is not helping here. And we certainly hope that this will not be the outcome of the European Genome Project, to confirm those prejudices and say, okay, this is how Turkish DNA is looking like. I think this is a more realistic outcome of the project. And this is a map made of Europe by Freddy Heineken, the guy from the beer, Dutch guy. And he also had a strong interest in history. So together with two historians in 92 and 91, he made this map of Europe based on culture, language and ancestry. Without genetic information, by the way. But it really shows a map which I think will be coming close to what we will see in the genetic granularity of all the information that we will generate. So it's very interesting to start comparing with it. And also for the politicians, this might be a new organization of the European Union, I think, which will be working better in practice. But that's another story. I'd like to show this, not that I was so fortunate to meet President Obama, but it was very important that the US, like the UK, is leading in all of those efforts. So Obama launched the Precision Medicine program, and that has led to the arrival of the All of Us program, a very informative and influential program. André mentioned already 1 million people being whole genome sequenced also. We've set up a collaboration with Jeff Ginsburg, but of course we're very modest because, what can we offer at the moment apart from our ideas and initiative? And they are much further ahead, so we are really learning from them what are the struggles and problems they are dealing with and how to solve them in a US versus European setting. So yes, we will collaborate with the USA, of course. Finally, so what's next? Because this is going now and going very well. We're producing genomes. We'll find solutions to get it into a database and share all that data. So André and myself were thinking, okay, we're retired. So what can we leave as a legacy behind? Maybe this big project. Let's sequence 1 million genomes, really. But also genotype 100 million samples. And the good news is those samples are there already. They're in freezers, they're in biobanks, but they're very dispersed and fragmented. So we're speaking with several initiatives to bring samples together to allow this. But of course, more importantly, we're talking with the European Commission about this idea. Why should this happen in Europe? And of course, there are some very strong reasons for that. And it was already mentioned several times. Start applying this in healthcare, not only in a clinical setting, but also in public health prevention settings. Using PRSs, using pharmacogenomics. Screen for very easy targets like FH mutation for hypercholesterolemia. There's excellent treatment for it. Why are we not doing it? And now we have good technology and cheap technology to be able to do this on a very large scale. So we're talking with other big European initiatives, most prominently the BMRI ERIC, led by Jens Haberman, to see, okay, what kind of samples are there on their radar, which we can start approaching for this project. And there's some other initiative. I'd like also to mention the Exposome Alliance, which has been starting to take shape. Those people are looking at environmental factors which influence health. But I think we should do a genome first and then look at the interaction with gene environment factors. But I will speak to them on Friday, so let's see how that works out. As I highlighted, there's global collaborations we should work with. Of course, we're talking with Brussels heavily, and the news is good. So far they said, okay, come up with a plan. And we will discuss it in December 4 in Brussels, high-level meeting. And most importantly, they will involve several directorates. It's not only the data directorate, so that's called Connect, but also RTD for research and Santé for health is also being involved now. And that's a very good sign because they're listening and they are realizing this is a big project which has large influence potentially in all kinds of aspects. So that's good, promising. And last but not least, of course, we're engaging with industrial partners. So not only the sequencing technology, but also other companies are now taking up interest, like IT companies and AI companies here. So that's the next step, and I hope to be able to inform you about it at the next occasion somewhere. But I would not like to leave you without saying a big thank you to all these people, which are the members of the Genome of Europe Consortium, coming from all those countries and helping to really make this happen in Europe. And I think it's a fantastic initiative, an example for science, I would say, in the mood of collaboration and also the will to make this happen in Europe and to make Europe stronger and more independent. So thank you much for your attention.
Thank you very much. So questions during the lunch. You know, we are running behind, you know. You know, just you will stay for lunch also because there's enough time. We are moving on now. But also I want to say that we have to, after Estonia become like 35 years, regained its independence. It's time for Europe to become independent genetically. And this is because US databases, US technology, you know, one day you say that, look, you don't get it. Look, Canada. You know, things can happen. So we are moving on to Finland. Elina DRAKVIK. It's senior lead at Sitra, Finnish Innovation Fund. And she's going to talk about prevention, how it's going on in Finland. And Sitra has also money also.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for inviting me here again. So I will talk today more broadly, not only about personalized medicine and data. That was actually the title of my presentation, but I will be a bit more creative with the content of my presentation and talk a bit more broadly about anticipatory and proactive healthcare and kind of the topical developments and the changes that we are seeing now in Finland, but also in Europe. Today, I will not talk so much about the European health data space. So in addition that Sitra and I am leading the TEHDAS 2 joint action where we are preparing the implementation of the European health data space at Sitra, we are independent funding agency, so we fund a lot of pilot projects. And of course, we are also a think tank, so we do a lot of studies and research and foresight activities in different areas, and healthcare and social services are one of those areas. But before I dive into the situation in Finland, I wanted to show this picture to you because it's related to the European health data space. As many of you know, European health data space is only one of the data spaces that will come out. So this slide is already a bit old. It describes the EU data strategy and the different data spaces that are under development now in Europe. And health is the first one. It has the specific regulation because health data is also sensitive data. But we see there are also other initiatives, so industrial and manufacturing, agriculture, data space, finance, mobility, energy, Green Deal. So we will be getting also a lot of data related to the environment and air quality data that is also relevant from the health perspective. And with the wearables and sensors and the rapid technological advances that we are seeing today, I think that we are at the bridge of the turning point, so to say, when we are able to not talk about only precision health and personalized medicine, but also precision prevention. But that is about the European level development. But as I mentioned, in Finland, nowadays we like to talk more about anticipatory social and healthcare, which means that it is more than prevention. When we talk about prevention, we usually mean vaccination, screening, this kind of population healthcare and preventative actions in that regard. But when we are talking about anticipatory or proactive healthcare, we are really taking a data-driven, future-looking approach. And we are actively using that data to make then informed and knowledge-based decisions. And in predictive health, we also have this data and AI-driven approach, but we also ensure that that our services have this timely service allocation, that something happens, that there is also intervention, not only data or knowledge. And why this is needed, and this is exactly what Jaanus was mentioning in his introduction. There are huge pressures on public finance, there are rising costs of healthcare. We are seeing this not only, of course, in Finland, but all across Europe. We have aging population, but we also have aging workforce, and we have aging workforce in the healthcare. So we know that we are not going to treat our way out of the diseases, so to say, but we have to be more active and proactive. So we can use the data and AI and use the predictive models, and this can also help us secure the services, because we have the legal obligation, of course, to take care of sick people. But we also have to think more proactively that we don't focus anymore on the sick care, but we really focus on providing value and better patient outcomes for citizens. And this is also, of course, more efficient when we think about how we are organizing the healthcare services. So we can really save then the working time of the healthcare professionals, and they can actually use their time better in encountering the patients. As last year I was here, I was mentioning the AI pilot projects that we are doing and have been also funding in Sitra. So for example, in those cases, the AI is back there and listening and actually doing all the typing on behalf of the doctors, so that the doctors can only focus on this patient interaction and then only check afterwards that this AI summary was actually correct. And as the results show, they are very encouraging. We have seen that the patients have been actually more satisfied with these AI summaries because they have been written in a more understandable way. And health professionals as well, because they have actually saved time and could focus on one thing at a time, and this has reduced the administrative burden. So most of all, why this predictive healthcare is important, that we want to ensure that patients have better care and we can improve their health outcomes. And in that regard, we have also changed the legal basis in Finland very recently. For decades, we have had in place this old Act on Healthcare Act and Client Data Act, and now this act has been amended to enable this implementation of the anticipatory social and healthcare solutions. This was approved in June this year, and this allows the welfare regions, the official name of the welfare regions is Wellbeing Service Counties, but it's very complicated word, and no one really understands when I say this word, so we talk more about the welfare regions so that everyone understands that these are the regions where the healthcare is organized. So this law now allows the regions to track care implementation, but to also identify potential gaps in healthcare. And it also enables this proactive risk analytics using patient data. It also enables anticipatory monitoring and permits active outreach to these so-called risk clients, with the important point that the citizens also have the right to opt out. And it also mandates the disclosure about the use of AI methods, if such are used. We also did in Finland, in one area, West Uusimaa, Wellbeing Service County, so this welfare region, conducted a public survey. This was about the attitudes of people living in that area. This was used by conducting this so-called civic dialogue. It's a tool, this Voxit tool has been developed by Sitra actually. And the aim is to also democratize the public discussion. So in this survey, 170 participants shared their views on these predictive approaches, and then over 600 or nearly 6,000 individuals then participated and voted about these claims. And they could also show that which claims they're preferred and which sort of were not, for which they were not so much in favor of. And this, the results really show that 84% want the welfare regions to contact them if their health data indicates some kind of significant risk. And 83% believe that early support really improves the client experience. And 75% see the identification of health risks as benefiting society more than it threatens privacy. So they really also favor the early identification, and they are not so concerned about the privacy concerns. So they got yes for the use of predictive approaches, they got yes for the use of AI, and yes also for the use of data. But what was also important to know that people also want to retain their agency and understanding. So they wanted to have the right, I bolded the word right, to opt out. So they were not so much in favor of actually opting out, but they just wanted to have the right to do so. And that is understandable. It's your choice, so you want to have the agency and the rights for your information and how to use that. We know from Finland that Finns don't opt out. We don't, but we just want to have the right. A little bit about the data that is available in Finland. We have in place the FinData, and we have had in place the National Acts on the Secondary Use of Health Data, and also the Health Data Permit Authority already for several years. And these are sort of just examples of the national data controllers and what kind of data you can actually get in Finland through this secondary use framework. And we have actually recently also amended this act on our national side, besides preparing, of course, for the EHDS. But let's say that we are in a very good position when we are talking about proactive healthcare and prevention and what kind of data is available already now. More about the Sitra's work then. So we have funded actually 11 pilots in total in different welfare regions. And the aim of this has been really to support that the healthcare and social services could find but also test new ways for prevention and improving the quality of care. But at the same time, as we see the increasing costs, we also have to pay attention to how to organize things more effectively and efficiently. So the topic areas where these pilots have been funded are anticipating individual service needs, client guidance, but also developing service pathways that are using AI and data-driven methods, early identification of risks, but also potential care gaps, and especially one focus area has been mental health services. We know that mental health issues are a growing problem in Finland, and we also see the results of the COVID pandemic and the outcomes in that regard. So what has been identified in addition to that is that how the healthcare services are funded at the moment, and this funding model does not support this type of anticipatory and proactive social and healthcare. So this is not news to most of us, but this is also one of the pain points, and we are trying to overcome this now by also through these pilots showing that things can be done in a different manner. So here are some of the examples of these pilot projects that Sitra has been funding. They are still running, so some of them started in 2025 and they are running, well, most of them until 2027, but actually one project already finished. So I will just say, I cannot tell you more about these examples because the results are not published, but it is more kind of a teaser to give you an idea what is possible to do and what kind of projects there are already. So in health and care plan for risk patients, we are using Kanta data. And there we are identifying care gaps and risks and targeting preventive care. And this Pirkanmaa, these are then the areas that are highlighted in this turquoise color that I haven't translated. So you don't have to wonder about the difficult names. These are the welfare regions where this pilot has been carried out. There's also the tool for identification of medication risks. So that is the kind of pharmacotherapy and advanced evaluation of impacts in that area. We have preventive health portal that is about the anticipatory identification of health risk using genetic data. So we also have one project more in the personalized medicine category, so to say, and this is done by Helsingin Biobanking. And we have anticipatory management of surgical complications, so also a very different kind of project. And these are also, when we did the call for proposals, we also wanted to have, in addition to having the main criteria about the quality and implementation about the projects, we also wanted to pay attention to having different kind of proactive and preventive projects in the portfolio. And these projects are examples more about the smart client and service guidance. Many of them are related to mental health, so anticipatory care in mental health and substance abuse services. Then Älylinja, developing client guidance and assessment of the need of care using AI, kind of more in the triage aspect. And then anticipatory client and service guidance in terms of the individual care and when to offer that. And then we have a very interesting project called MindRoute that is identifying young people that are exposed to mental health problems and streamlining that service guidance. And this model is based on these adverse childhood experiences, research, and it's also categorizing the different risk factors. So what are the critical risks, what are the significant risks, what are the moderate risks, and what are the background risk factors. And because the data nowadays in mental health services, it is scattered in different parts. It can be in social services, it can be in healthcare, it can be in schools, and the school absences also show something. It can be the school curator or the school psychologist. So the data is scattered in different places, so this tool actually brings together the data for these risk groups, and it analyzes, it uses text analysis and risk scoring, and then it alerts automatically the healthcare professional or social services professional who can then contact directly the young person in question. So it's aimed to help also the health professionals to identify these kind of young people who are most at risk. And then in terms of costs and impact, we have the health savings through anticipatory care project that is comparing the costs related to anticipatory care and then more traditional care. And we also have a project on impact-based procurement, and then hyvinvointilahja, well-being gift, that is about preventive health, operational model and impact assessment based on risk, but also blood analysis. And this is also very interesting because here the citizens are offered also a tool that will help their health intervention, so they can choose which areas they want to work with, if it's related to their sleep or diet, other lifestyle changes, and they can use this tool for the intervention period, and then again the blood analysis is taken and you can see if that has had any results or not. And in terms of this more detailed example about this health and savings through anticipatory care, there's this one project that is doing health benefit assessment, and this tool actually compares these costs of proactive and traditional care. And it has estimated that within 5 years it would be possible to avoid the estimated of 54 heart attacks, strokes or heart failures in this region, central Finland, where around 270,000 people are living. And when we look at more broadly, nationwide, the whole population of Finland, with around 500,000 diabetics living in Finland, the nationwide implementation would actually result in preventing 14,000 heart attacks, strokes, or heart failures. So this is very important that we also make it visible that when we calculate things that we are able to show numbers, because the decision makers, they believe the numbers, and here what is still to be done is to estimate these savings that will be based on this tool and the calculations for these estimations. And then, as I mentioned, we have this one pilot project that has come to an end just really recently, Mielireitti. So this is a picture of, this is AI-created picture of an imaginary person called Taija, who is 15 years old. And she is alone with her anxiety problems. Until then, this Mielireitti tool alerted. And before, Taija was suffering in silence, and she had school absences. Those had also increased. And she didn't know who she should contact, what she should do. She felt burdensome already, and the threshold to seek help elsewhere was very high. And her situation could have also escalated before anyone would have even noticed anything. But now, with this tool, this system will act as Taija's invisible protector. So the AI constantly analyzes data accumulation. As I mentioned, the data in mental health disorders and healthcare, dealing with the mental health disorders and problems, it's very scattered in different places. So this tool will combine this data from the different sources, and it will calculate the different risk factors that are recorded also at different times from these different systems. And then based on this risk data, it recognizes that Taija is actually now in a risk situation. And it provides alert to the health professional who will then contact Taija and check the situation. This tool doesn't mean automated diagnosis. It is there simply to alert the professional that now something is happening, you should be concerned and check with Taija what is her situation and if she needs support or other services to better cope. So, consequence, Taija is proactively offered help and she doesn't need to seek actively help herself. And the target is really to meet the needs of the young people at the early stages. So some learnings along the way. This is not only about the data, but advances are really needed at several fronts. We know that often we also need legislative changes. We have already done that in Finland, but we know that when we are moving forward with the implementation also in other areas and how we are using data, we might need to consider also other legislative changes. There's also ongoing work related to the funding model that I was mentioning. So Sitra has launched a study together with the welfare regions and also supported by the ministry that this model that we currently have, it's not incentivizing the welfare regions. So there is actually now more concrete work to come up with proposals for an alternative model for improving the impact, but also this proactive action. And as I mentioned yesterday, we have this proposal for the Finnish national health data space. So we need also further work in that regard, how we are working more efficiently together with the whole ecosystem and also how we can make most out of the data. So we are living kind of exciting times and we'll see where this will evolve. But most importantly, it's also very important to engage with the stakeholders, so the social and healthcare professionals and citizens and patients, so that they also understand the value of these new approaches and we can improve the patient outcomes together. Thank you. That is all.
So look, we are going to get lots of interesting data and kind of practical approaches from Finland, so we have to keep eye on it. So now we are moving to the last talk on this session, and I'm sorry we are running a little bit into lunch break, but you know, we have to eat less a little bit, you know. So Michaela MAYRHOFER, Innsbruck University Medical Center, I would say. Please. And she's going to talk about ethical, legal, societal issues around all this personal medicine and genomics.
Thank you for having me, and especially as I'm the last speaker before the lunch break. So I'll do my best to make this informative and entertaining as much as possible. So I chose as title of my talk, the ethical perspective of what is enough. And of course, of what is enough, the focus is what is enough data. And I would like to start with a cartoon that depicted biobanks. The cartoon was published in around, I think, 2008. 6 or 8, and depicting Noah's Ark basically said, well, actually, we don't want you anymore, we just want your samples. And if you bring it to modern days, and to the analogy that André invoked in his keynote, was that, well, actually on that boat, you do not want the samples even anymore, you just want the data. And to get all the data from the samples, you have to do that already before, otherwise the boat gets far too heavy and it will sink. Now, my talk is also about Europe, a little bit about Austria, and a reference to the Genome of Europe project. So, going now in the right direction, I go and focus on the strength of Europe, which according to many lies in the strong healthcare systems, the scientific excellence that we have, the public investment, the cross-border cooperation that is based on solidarity and public value at the center. And solidarity and public values are also at the core at what constitutes the European Union values. Now, Europe has the resources, expertise, and infrastructures. They could always be better. We have to agree on that. But in principle, they are there. So to connect them, because there is the willingness to connect, is already key to generate this powerful health research ecosystem and also healthcare ecosystem. Think of the future EHDS that we're aiming for. Now, the challenge to reach that goal, of course, is how do we integrate all those different resources, infrastructures, how to make it interoperable while preserving equity, diversity, trust, data sovereignty in today's context of economic and geopolitical uncertainty. And I will come back to data sovereignty a couple of times in my talk. What I want to point out now is, well, we can even argue, do we already have it now? Probably not. Now, when we dive deeper into the EU and the funding that we as countries, as researchers receive, the focus when it comes to health policy challenges lies on communicable and non-communicable diseases. And to briefly go into the key diseases and threats, cancer, non-communicable diseases, infectious diseases and crisis, antimicrobial resistance are picked out as the key diseases that need to be addressed. How this is done is, of course, further specified in particular calls that many of us have applied to. And again, here the headings are down to digital health, personalized medicine, health systems, equity and sustainability, patient participation, innovative health technologies. The budget on the horizon Europe and the example of the prediction for 2026 should here only be an example to show the volume that goes all over Europe into this. And of course, in the years to come with the Framework Program 10, it will also get bigger. The question is where it is going to and how is it used and what will be the output. Now, in the light of my talk, I want to focus specifically on 3 items and the contrast between Horizon Europe and the Framework Program 10 proposal, where European collaboration now focuses more on stronger European sovereignty, where research infrastructures are now seen, or have managed the startup phase, are now seen as strategic assets that need to be maintained and strengthened again. For ethics, inclusion, and societal impact, well, there is an element of a stronger competitiveness agenda, and we will see in the future what that means in practice. What you might have guessed is that I want to talk now a little bit more about data sovereignty and infrastructure, because sovereignty depends partly on infrastructure. If the infrastructure is not there, you cannot act sovereignly. If you don't have a house to live in, well, you're rather standing out in the rain. So if Europe does not control or have sufficient capacity on cloud infrastructure, high-performance computing, AI infrastructure, data spaces, biobanks, digital platforms, standards, cybersecurity, and I'm sure each one of you can add items to the list, then control over data might not translate into practice. What you also see in this listing is that an important resource there is missing among many others. But one I want to point out is in order to live up to the potential that data sovereignty and infrastructures should live up to, it needs people. It needs experts, it needs the adherence to standards that is executed again by professionals in the various contexts. The data sovereignty is lived, it is something alive. So I argue that also an infrastructure is something alive eventually, because it constantly needs to change, it constantly needs to adapt to changes in government, the geopolitical situation, that people get sick, become children, to use a happy instance where somebody might not be available in the workforce but is a critical person to get it alive. So infrastructures are themselves an organism that develops and changes. The difference is, in contrast to people, I would argue, that you have a little bit more strategic and nudging advantages because you can actually build it. Now, you might ask, I talked so many slides already, where does ethics come in? And I want to start here again from the European Union perspective. What you all know is when you respond to a call, you have to do an ethics self-assessment, and in that sense, the European Union defines the ethics requirements as the adherence to fundamental rights, shared societal values, high standards of integrity, rather than treating ethics as a mere legal constraint. So theoretically, it should go beyond the ethics compliance of tick boxing, but being ingrained in the daily practices, in the infrastructures, being alive. So the other reality that we have very often is that although ethics is largely framed as compliance and mandatory to receive funding, and ethics is formally embedded in research funding, it's not often necessarily receiving enough funding to actually look out what are the societal challenges. Also due to the necessities very often that the need to complete tasks. And one of the most challenging, annoying, however you want to put it, items of especially social science is you have the job to ask questions, but you do not necessarily have the answers. And again, with infrastructure building, we have to become comfortable in asking some questions, at least some fundamental ones, and then to decide for ourselves, how do we want to adhere that? That's then the strategy development that is deduced from that. Now, what I want to dive deeper into are key dimensions of complexity. We have in Europe, sometimes even within one country, think of, for instance, of Germany. Germany has many Länder and about 45 different ethics committees that all have their different ways and preferences. So we have different laws and systems. We have different attitudes towards cross-border sharing, even though we agree that we want to share or we want to provide access. That needs to be talked about, and then, only then, when their awareness is there, when the agreement is there to change that, you can find a solution. So you have cultural and value differences. Something that is even astonishing to me is always what it means. I see you in 5 minutes. It means something completely different across Europe. If you say that or hear that from a German colleague, it means we see one another in 5 minutes. If you tell that to an Austrian colleague, it means we see each other very soon, maybe in 15 minutes, so the academic quarter, but 16 minutes is unexcusable. And you can go on and on and on, and look up your own prejudices and have also wonderful examples where those do not correspond. Now we have different patient, citizen, population views, and the point I want to make here is to put those views also in plural. We should not treat the patient, the citizen, and national population as something that is homogeneous, but we have various different attitudes in citizens that are informed by their education, where they live, the personal experiences, the current and momentous experience, whether a loved one is sick or there is unemployment, and so on and so on and so on. So if you take the image that you see here, that points out very easily that the severity of the disease kind of decides about the level of concerns, and then add the plural to it, you have another layer of complexity that we need to take into account and sometimes commute into the building of the infrastructure and sometimes not. Of course, there's unequal resources and power. And power, I mean, of course, the political or strategic or computing power that is needed to drive things forward. Standards, international standards versus local practices, and especially rapid AI and technological change. All of that accumulates in multiple stakeholders and different forms of knowledge that have a value of their own. And if this value is of interest in a specific context, we need to figure out. In short, whatever hits in the very moment closest to home is the most important thing. So now it's time to talk about Austria. Austria is my home country. It has about 8.5 million inhabitants. It has 9 regions, and until recently, it was not on the genomics map altogether. We have the lack of a national reference center that hinders the interpretation of genetic genomic variations and limits the ability to identify health-relevant mutations. Preventive healthcare potential is completely untapped, and efficient infrastructure for large-scale genomic sequencing is missing. In the 9 regions, there are 4 centers who do it. They talk to each other, but they do not yet use standards really to be interoperable and do it within the context of clinical care, but not much of research altogether. Until Genome of Europe came about, where FOMO hit, the fear of missing out. So to tell the story a little bit dramatized, there was a meeting with representatives from the Genome of Europe project and saying Austria is one of the last countries, why don't you join? A smart researcher then went to the Minister of Research and said, Austria is the last country and should join. Fear of missing out hit. We could join the project and receive the EU funding and the additional national funding, which adds up to about 600,000 euros, so not much. It covers the genotype, the actual genotyping costs. It does not cover the infrastructure that also needs to be built up around it, and for that, the Ministry of Research tapped the University of Innsbruck and negotiated in their 3-year contract. Well, you have to earmark a certain amount of money for building up this infrastructure, and the data warehouse in Innsbruck should be available to the other universities. The other universities have similar, different negotiations with the Ministry of Health. So one can say 5 million roughly are available for the next 3 years to set this infrastructure up. Those of you I see smiling, I interpret that you have similar experiences and already think of, what about sustainability? Well, that's a question then for the lunch break. Now, what I as social scientist find also remarkable is, it is a chance, the Austrian Genome Project, to close a long-standing data gap. Because Austria, you can expect that eugenics is a huge reason why there's a lot of criticism and fear among the Austrian population. Even my generation has still relatives or knows somebody personally who was affected from National Socialism, and the complicity of some medical doctor and medical research in that area. So anything that is linked to genetics immediately in the brain connects to eugenics. This is supposedly one of the arguments why Austrians in general are hesitant to support research. However, no data is there because nobody dares to have a conversation. And I would argue that this is probably a wrong hypothesis, that this history is long outlived, because now in different contexts people have experiences about data leaks, whether it is with Facebook, whether it is with their credit card statements, whether it is that they are interested and pay a lot of money in order to get from healthcare providers or providers the genome. And I have to figure out how much Austrians actually signed up for various, mostly US-American tools. So what we're doing here to close the data gap is a social science study. I cannot go into the details for the sake of time here, but with all this in the making, we hope to close the gap and close up also in this regard to Europe. Now, what is the key ethical question, both for Austria and for Europe in this regard? I would argue that European research policy increasingly frames AI, data, research infrastructures as strategic assets for competitiveness and technological sovereignty. However, it is not only, and it focuses very much on the aspect of tick boxing and ethical compliance, but it fails yet to ask, and that includes us as researchers, us as a society, of what kind of European health system do we want to build and for whom. Thinking of EHDS as an example, one of the criticisms there is that we produce a lot of data which is or will produce it, will make it accessible, but who has the computing power in actually benefiting and taking the knowledge from that? So there needs to be some measurement that the results are really, as it is publicly funding, feeding back into the publicly funded healthcare system and research endeavors. That brings me back to data sovereignty. Data sovereignty is the capacity of individuals, institutions, countries, or regions to retain meaningful control over data that is collected, stored, accessed, shared, and used. So for European health research, the question is not only can we share or can we access the data, but it also needs to be who controls the data once it's shared, who controls the access to the data, and who has the actual power of using the data, and which outcomes are then beneficial. To exemplify this with another key principle is privacy. So when we think of the concept of privacy and how it is enshrined in our legislation today, the concept was developed in the 19th century. However, the technological promises that we built the expectations for are not even yet built. And that is also our responsibility to really see that, yes, in order to get the grant, we always have to build up a hype. That's kind of part of the game. But at the same time, not to overdo it in order not to raise unfulfillable expectations. And the analogy with a marriage comes to my mind. Well, living happily ever after is a little bit of an overpromise. Now, the keywords that I also put here is that we have a competition between public healthcare system based on solidarity versus direct-to-the-consumer services. You can put that also on the research aspect. And as depicted in this image, you can speculate whether this is an art installation, this is a surveillance tool, who is it for, and who has the power to use it. We live today in a data-hungry and data-driven health economy. And I want to invoke Snell and others from Denmark that identified the solidarity paradox in saying, well, in today's system of data-driven health economy, we constructed on the data connection mechanisms of the welfare state. And people are ready to live up to the solidarity principle because they know they get something in return. If that's something, getting something in return is not perceived as worth it, then the social contract fails. And then there comes a tipping point when the ask becomes bigger than the get. In that, we have also always potentiality that is a key driver in making all of it happen, especially in research. And when we pinpoint it down to biobanks and AI, it redefines especially the size, the speed, and the access, turning biomaterials into high-value data assets. And if you think of the news today that Bill Gates now warns about AI, it goes too fast. Well, take that as a food for thought. And with that, I come to my last slide. You must be hungry. So trust your gut to choose what you want for lunch. Never trust a skinny chef. And trust needs to be verified. And I think this cannot be applied to our lunch now today, but also to biobanking infrastructure and even data sovereignty. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. So we go to lunch, and the questions to the speakers during the lunch, and you just can have a conversation. So I don't have anything else but thank all the speakers, and back to Jaanus to the last word of the session.
Yes, thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the speeches and really, I think, use the opportunity. I know that Elina has to leave soon, so if you have any questions, please immediately contact her during the lunch. So next is a lunch at 1 o'clock. Please be back here. So we will have here a lot of interesting specific issues, legal issues, specific economic topics in the preventive and personalized medicine, as well as very practical examples already which are being implemented in Estonia. Thank you very much, and see you at 1 o'clock sharp. I hope that you have been enjoying your lunch, and now we have time to go for more practical topics. Then that's the general overview and introduction, and sort of the previous session was quite a bit about the European matters, overarching general topics, but now I'm happy to hand over to Lise-Lotte. Lise-Lotte is our good friend and partner. He has been collaborating partner for years. And Lise-Lotte has been put together a very interesting panel of speakers. And yeah, floor is yours.
Thank you. So, as Jaanus said, we try to be now as practical as possible, and that's why I will not be here alone, because nobody loves to listen, lawyers. So, please welcome with me to the stage Elina Sügis, Elen VETTUS, and last but not least, Elizabeth Jennings. And first, we will start with short introductions, so you would know why these people in particular are here. Elena.
Thank you. So I'm coming with a technical perspective to this panel. I'm a lead data scientist in Nortal and a lecturer in health informatics at the University of Tartu. And my specialization is AI and data science in the healthcare domain. So I will share as much as possible from the practical perspective working with hospitals.
Thank you. We have Elen VETTUS.
Hi, everybody. I'm a real oncologist, so I try to bring the side of what actually doctors do every day and how we can cope with AI and personalized medicine every day.
And Elizabeth.
And I bring the financial and commercial realities to everything, which sucks the fun right out of it. It's like, but how are we going to pay for all this great technology, and then what? So I'm on the commercial side, the investment side, and the policy side of things.
Thank you. And now we will start with the presentation by Elen, because I guess you're very interested to know how the AI is actually used in everyday clinical practice in such a difficult area as it is oncology. Here you go.
Thank you, Lise-Lotte. So yes, Lise-Lotte asked me to do a small talk about how doctors actually use AI, personalized medicine, but as I'm only oncologist, I can't talk about all the different specialities. I will talk about how AI is helping my everyday practice. I'm also doing my second master's in TalTech in digital health, so I'm very fond of new technologies, but let's see how the real life actually is. So for me, oncology has always been personalized, meaning that I will treat the patient. I will treat the person who has different jobs, different hobbies, and they probably will get different side effects. But we started in medicine as a paternalistic model, meaning that the doctor said what has to be done and how a disease has to be treated, and nobody asked the patient what he or she wanted, or how he or she is going to cope with all the side effects or problems, what the treatment is going to bring. So now we aim for actually person-centered care, that the patient is a part of our team. I hope that currently it is like that in everyday work, that we decide together with the patient. We tell that if we have possibilities in cancer treatment, that we have like 2 drugs, 3 drugs that are the same but with different side effects. We ask the patient, we tell the side effects, we tell how the schedule is, how it's going to relate with the work, if he or she wants to go to work, or the kindergarten, or the school. So we have to take and think about all of these things. And the goal is not to give the right drug to the right tumor, but actually give the right drug to at the right time to the right patient, to the right person. So as I already said, that we have to think about all the aspects of a person who is our patient. So we can have two patients with same tumor, same mutation, exactly the same mutation. But the aim for the treatment is totally different, because one patient is 45-year-old, where we aim for cure with less long-term side effects and very good quality of life. And the other patient might be an 85-year-old patient whose aim for the treatment is actually to get rid of pain. So then we have to make our decision, and this is personalized medicine. And also what we are currently actually using in our everyday practice in in breast cancer, because I mainly treat breast cancer patients and melanoma patients, we can, with personalized medicine, we have a specific genomic tests. Well, we have quite a few of them in the market, but one is reimbursed in Estonia, and we can identify women who don't need chemotherapy after their operation. Approximately almost half of patients, half of women don't need chemotherapy, which gives side effects. So this is a very good example how personalized medicine is in my everyday practice, and this is reimbursed by our health insurance fund. But what do we actually want? We want AI to make our job easier. During my day, I do a lot of reading. I search for trials. I search for new guidelines. Well, new guidelines don't come out every day, but new small trials for very small tumors, which are rare. But this can be done by AI, actually. Currently, we take a biopsy from the tumor. Then our everyday practice is next generation sequencing, meaning that we search from the tumor exactly what mutations there are, and maybe we have a drug for this mutation. And we can also do NGS from the blood, so we know if this cancer is inherited. But all this middle part, AI can do a lot. It can actually search for new trials or new information, new articles, which will help us. So we know that guidelines don't come out very often, but science moves really quickly. And oncology is one of the quickest medical field that is going. So, and patients are actually very smart. So they read from somewhere that there was a phase 1 trial with a very promising treatment, and then the next day they will call and ask, when can I get this drug? And also in oncology, mRNA viruses are a huge thing right now, especially melanoma. So hopefully in a near future, we get the possibilities to use this, but there's always a part of reimbursement. And next to reimbursement is actually who is responsible when the AI or the algorithm is making a mistake, or he suggested something that doesn't have enough evidence, that is not strong. So there's always has to be someone in between these decisions. Okay, and then I go to my everyday practice. This is how I work. When a patient comes in and he stays for the night, I have to write down all the drugs the patient is taking. This is my handwriting. I wrote it yesterday. My handwriting isn't that good, but the nurses have to understand. And then the nurses start to make the dates, the time, if we finish something, if we start something new. If there's more than 12 drugs, then this won't help because we have to write it in the middle. So this is awful. And this is currently in all, for my knowledge, is all hospitals using this one. And then when my patient for chemo coming in, the nurses measure the weight and height. Then they write it down in our health system. Then I personally have to write it down in our chemotherapy ordering system called KÄO. I write it down, how many kilograms, the height also. And this is the place where mistakes can happen, because we have to do it twice and manually. These two systems don't work together. And there's two places I have to log in every day. And then there's a patient, it's a breast cancer patient. These are all the drugs that she has gotten. And then I have to make a small list very quickly what she has gotten, but these are all mixed. This is very complicated. But because we know our patients for such a long time, it's easier. But when there's a new doctor coming in and reading this, it can be very confusing. So the problem in our everyday work is actually this, that we have good data in different places, and these don't work together. But we as doctors or nurses or whoever are working in medical field, we need to have them in together. So we log in one time and we get all the information in one place. So we did use KRUUV-KÄO Health, which is a symptom monitoring technology, where patients write down what kind of chemotherapy patients write down what kind of problems they had, and then AI is starting to answer what can you do if you have a headache, what drugs you can take, or if you have severe headache, call the ambulance, and so on. Again, a new platform where we had to log in, where our nurses had to log in the morning, then they had to copy this text to our hospital system, and it made it even more complicated because we have our polyclinics, our clinics are 20 minutes, and we have to manage all of this and talk to the patient and write everything down. So this is really, really hard actually, if the systems are not working together and they're not integrated. This is frustration. And also currently we are starting to use Costa Lab, which is that we are in clinics, we are talking to the patient and AI is writing down everything that we wrote. This is good, but I have to read it through and I have to correct the mistakes. And a few months ago, I was doing my observership in one of the best oncology centers in the world in New York in Memorial Sloan Kettering. And there they have also quite a few AI things they can use in their clinics. But they said that the hospital is saying that, oh yeah, AI is writing your notes. Then you have enough time to have one more patient. But this is not how we want to practice oncology or medicine. Our patients want to have more time with their doctors, so the doctors doesn't have, or nurses, that they don't have to spend their clinic time reading the notes or typing the notes or searching something from Digilugu and doing all the research. Patient and the doctor actually want more time together, but AI can help there. But the question is staying, who is responsible it? So 2 days ago, I was talking with my fellow oncologist, and I was telling him that I'm coming here, and he just gave a very good example that we have biobank here in Estonia, and actually we don't know, I think as a doctor, we don't know how AIs are built, how they are teached, and how everything is working in this kind of field. But if we tell AI that this is data of all Estonian people, everything that we can get in different systems, and our aim is to have less cancer in 2050. And what AI can do is that he finds the high-risk patients with the mutations, and it clears them from screening tests so that the people will die young and they don't get children and they don't get cancer. So this is black humor, but this is also the problem that we as doctors are thinking, that we want to have things that makes our life and our work easier and gives us more time with our patients. But we have to know how everything is working, how AI is working, if it's not doing any harm. So this is all.
Thanks. And with this note, we will finish this talk. Yes. No, that was also black humor. Thank you, Elen. Elina.
Yeah.
You work a lot with hospitals, and you see the data science behind the AI. What we heard from Elen is that besides all the other challenges, there are many technical challenges. Data is not working together. We still, it was a surprise for me that we are still recording something on paper, and then we do it double. Mm-hmm. Well, I think the entire week we have advertised how Estonia is e-country, and now we are like. On Thursday, we are disclosing that actually we have paper as well. So, Elina, how do you comment those technical challenges?
Yeah, first of all, Elen is a real AI enthusiast. Very good perspective. But I will try to put my thoughts into what Elen was talking about. And indeed, there are challenges in adopting AI from the technical part as well. One of the things that I would like to mention, it's like a mutual challenge both for AI developers and for healthcare organizations. in Estonia and beyond, what we were facing quite a lot is that there are guidelines, international guidelines, that suggest data and models to stay within national infrastructure, and it's strongly suggested. However, there are no really national guidelines or guidelines for the hospitals.
Or restrictions even.
Or restrictions. How do you supposed to solve it? So there are a few possibilities. If you look at the engineering perspective, there is a cloud providers where we can put data and models. There is on-premises solutions when it's like more closed environment and everything sits on some local server. And data is not going anywhere, so just hospital servers. And the hybrid solution, where you have a bit of both, and it's also regulated. What can be sent to the cloud and what can be located on the premises on the servers. So both of these solutions have their benefits and downsides. For example, but okay. I mean, we can go into details. Maybe you're not so much interested in the technical details, but the current challenge is that it's a really gray area. So hospitals maybe would like to recruit more AI solutions, but when the providers are coming or where a company comes with their medical device, and they said, "Oh, we need to access our models from the cloud," like, what do you do? So that some more clarity would be really appreciated on all the sides for hospitals
and especially if we see all the time those cybersecurity attacks. I just read previously that in Poland there is this company My Doctor and 19 million health data of 19 million Polish citizens were stolen. Half of Polish population. So indeed, cybersecurity and all those considerations also might affect the willingness to have more AI. But as Elen also brought out, even we have the AI.
Yeah.
But then we still have the paper. And how do we amend the processes?
Yeah, so I will comment on that too, because we were developing, so what we saw in the testing and models, not like solutions that we were developing, it is very language specific. This is the thing that really, like small amount of providers or like hospitals, when they start adopting, they face this. Especially in Estonia, we're a small language group. And somebody is coming, knocking on the hospital door saying, "We have this great medical device. Oh, but it's in English." The problem is that when you directly match languages, it's not necessary. So medical terminology does not necessarily match. And what we saw from our pilots as well, you need to have some additional corrective language layer. So why I'm referring to Elen right now is that this pilot was for the radiologist when they do the reading. And this is like a closed environment, like the easiest thing to implement from the technical perspective. There's one speaker, and you do language transcription. And we tried different models and very powerful proprietary models as well on the mock-up data. And then what we saw, it does not necessarily transcribe all the medical terminologies correctly, so you need an additional layer to do it, using some vocabularies, using some additional engineering steps, basically. So language would be another, or language-specific medical domain terminology in oncology, in cardiology, in neurology, in any. So this would also will be needed to be adjusted. And the third thought, what I got from Elen's talk as well, that this personalization. I was thinking from the data science perspective, from this nerdy perspective, it's also a thing because we think about patient populations. So when some medical device or the model is developed for one type of for one population, let's say I don't know, something is developed in Germany and we wanted to adopt it in Estonia, it won't necessarily match the same patient's makeup. So the populations might have a bit different features, and before the adoption of such devices, we need to heavily validate them. it goes vice versa as well. If we develop something in Estonia and we go to Germany or other markets. And one more additional layer to that, within hospital and within country, patient populations also evolve. If you take age, which means that there will be some different features in the same patients, but over time. And if we keep these devices producing diagnosis for like trained on the previous population and their features, then they're not necessarily very helpful, or they might be producing false positive diagnosis, or vice versa, under-diagnosed people. So this is like a third practical challenge.
Yeah, it was fourth already. So I understand that we were supposed to find practical solutions, but now we are like adding layers to the problems we have. But adding another layer. Elizabeth, you promised that you know everything about the commercialization. I think this is one of the major layers and problems. It's like in Europe, we know that the population numbers are declining. It means that taxpayers, we don't have as many taxpayers in 20 years as we have now. So, any solutions?
Sure. So before we get to solutions, let's get to the problem pavlova here. Let's just keep adding some layers and some fruits and let's make this a really nice problem dessert. Because I think what she's talking about is usually called in health economics the iron triangle, because we have to get consultants and accountants involved in everything good just to make it worse in the problem pavlova. The iron triangle is this challenge economically in every health economics model in Estonia and Germany and the US and all of the different kinds of systems around the world that basically says there's going to be a trade-off with the patient population, the care, the quality, and the cost. These things are interrelated, and there's always going to be a domino effect where it comes out somewhere in any of these models. Now, obviously, coming from the US, we have quite a lot of consequences where there's unequal access to care, and yet there's still really good institutions to train in. So every model has these challenges. When you put AI in there, you have consequences in 3 of these commercialization pillars. You're building beautiful technology that could increase the amount of reimbursement in some ways. It could decrease the costs in some ways by reallocating staffing. You may be able to see more patients, increase throughput. You may be able to do preventative care that has costs decreased down the road if you can model the economics on that properly. You can do the quality of care over time in a specific situation, doing staffing differently. If you can enable staff to operate at the top of their license, you may be able to allocate resources differently or enable other people to do a more quality job in the same time. So surgeries, for instance, could become more cost effective. And then you have quality outcomes, that more value-based care model where you're saying, let's do capitation, let's do shared savings, that are kind of getting farther away from what our insurance may look like in Estonia, to think, let's talk 10 years down the road when you're looking at oncology, for instance. How do you prove those things out? The challenge in my problem pavlova here is that you have to prove the specific amount of value in a workflow that's decoupled. So on a practical level, how do you show we have cost savings, we have preventative outcomes where a patient did not deteriorate into something that becomes more consequential for the system to bear, if that takes 4 or 5 years to show and to demonstrate the personalized medicine, the specific treatment pathway, the cocktails of therapeutics in leukemia did not damage the heart too much. And showing that cost savings takes so much time, you need a statistical significance. And if you change the standard of care, there's so many good technologies that are coming out that say we can diagnose earlier. We showed it in this trial, we published on it, it's peer-reviewed, but the standard of care, those guidelines haven't changed. And so there's all these different bodies in this iron triangle, and then just the realization of how it looks in the real world. So that's none of the solutions, but now we've gotten like many different fruits on this problem pavlova of how do you even start to dissect these different angles in these different models to show that the clinical care actually translated into something that is meaningful in workflow and that makes sense for a population. So I offered more problems, and maybe Ellen has more solutions.
I would like to add also more problems.
What you said, I think this very well shows this problem that I think we have in the healthcare, that even though the technology develops, and technology, I think you don't argue that actually technology is good. It enables us to detect some diseases earlier, and we have so many like technology tools that help with management, etc., etc. But at the same time, when you have the technology, you also need to have the managers of the technology who can measure this value that comes with it. And I think in Estonian healthcare also one of the, this has been discussed for many, many years, and initiatives have been started. We talk about value-based healthcare, and we talk that if we invest this money into a patient, then like this person is here for a longer period of time. This person pays taxes for a longer period of time, even though it's very cynical, but this is the reality. So it's a paradox. We actually need more strategic approach, more managers, more like project leaders in order to apply technology better. Isn't it so, Elen? Like, do you need those managers in the hospital?
We do, but let's be honest, there's money. So if me as an oncologist, they tell me that, do you want a new drug that you can treat patients, or you want some technology? I will definitely choose the drug. And then our hospital is saying, all the hospitals, not our my hospital, but all the hospitals are saying that we don't have a line for health insurance funds doesn't pay us for this kind of technologies. So we have to find this money in our hospital. Currently, everybody is saying that we don't have enough money. And the managers that we need, usually these are the doctors. We are doing the calculations. We have to show in the Excel that this technology is helping us in 5 years to save some money. Doctors are doing it. And this is not okay, because we are not... I went to medical school to learn how to treat patients, not to do with this kind of things. And there are people who are much more better in this kind of. But this is how actually the hospitals are working. So if we want something new, even in our medical system, in our hospital, which is quite good comparing with some other hospitals, we want to have like a small thing added, which a small, like we can make a mark and then we can collect good data. It costs a lot of money. It needs like a meeting, and then it said that this costs like 20,000 and it's too much for this kind of mark. So this is how actually hospitals are working, and not my hospital, but all the hospitals. So money is the main problem. And then the other problem is how to motivate the workers in the hospital, meaning in the medical field. So every new technologies, they want the insight from the medical doctors or nurses or other these persons, and but we don't have time. And usually these are the same doctors in the hospitals that are sitting in the meetings, like different meetings, because all the other doctors, they just want to do their jobs. And this is totally normal, because we have enough patients, and this is it's exhausting. But if you want to change something, for me, because I used to be the head of my department, it was quite hard to motivate to come to the meeting and to stay extra. Well, I didn't say that you have to stay extra. They took the time off after that. But still, they want to do their job. They don't want to do a job that some manager can do, actually. But because we don't have enough money, the health insurance fund doesn't pay for it, then it's our problem.
So we actually maybe need the AI tools that could help us with the management part. Elena,
yes,
where are the tools?
There are there are tools actually to help with management, and even with the voice recognition that I mentioned, for I think now being piloted as well for other domains rather than radiology. For example, in Estonia, the hardest, I think the most pressuring part is work of our GPs. And they have to, because they have a lot of patients and they are overworked and overwhelmed with all doctors.
Yeah, and actually the GPs are the ones who have the legal possibility to do a preventive care. Those doctors who actually have this possibility to use the tools for the preventive care, they are, I understand, underwater all the time.
And but the other aspect, what I would like to mention that yes, there is technology, but adoption of the technology or proving that it's safe, that it works as it's intended, is also a very important aspect, and it takes time. And although there are some tools right now on the market, I mean, I don't know, maybe you've heard Dario Amadei, the CEO of Anthropic, made a claim that we will cure all diseases in 5 years. Which I don't know. I am a bit skeptical about it because, yes, the technology is ahead, but then everything in medicine is not only technology because you won't. It doesn't mean that we don't conduct clinical trials, for example, which on its own will take 5 years, and yeah. So the these tools that are working, that are aimed at everyday tasks like notes, voice transcription, this automatization of work. They're not diagnostic tools, but this is again quite often sort of a gray area because they're touching upon patient data. And here Elen mentioned this responsibility. Who is responsible for the final action? Either you're writing a note about the patient in electronic health record, or you're making a diagnosis and things like that. So typically it's doctor. Technology might be adjusted for that through the architecture, but it's still quite a heavy responsibility of the doctor at the moment. So there are tools, if to summarize, there are tools. Some of them are in piloting specifically for Estonia. More tools are available, of course, for the large language groups and the larger countries because there are larger markets. And I think EPIC, for example, this health hospital system, they have already integrated quite some tools into their hospital information systems. So it's like you get a package basically. And but EPIC, there are issues in adopting, for example, such large systems in the smaller countries again. And country by country, of course, and then eventually we will reach again this point where we need a bit of finance in order to
finance.
No, yeah.
Elizabeth, you have global experience. Are those challenges like similar globally?
Well, there was a reason why Elena gave me that look when she said EPIC. Now, are you guys familiar with EPIC? Do you know what we're talking about with EPIC? So to make sure everyone knows, EPIC is a really interesting story about AI and because this is not, sorry from being from the US side, but it's not new. Like everyone has these challenges and we try to figure out different approaches. And the Americans have this habit of figuring out, well, okay, we have a problem, how can we get the most out of it? Never waste a good crisis. And we keep making more crises to see what we can get out of them. So it's a terrible, terrible business model, and I do apologize for that. But when you come to healthcare and all of this, we have these different EMRs, these electronic medical record systems, and we always talk about interoperability. Like, how do we connect these things? We have sticky notes that are super encrypted because you have to break into the facility like a ninja, and that's the password. You know, there's that level in the US, very much so. We use fax machines and carrier pigeons. So it's definitely a similar situation. But then we get these massive organizations like EPIC. EPIC was started by a woman named Judy. She's mononymous, like Cher, and she never took outside funding. So what EPIC got was basically, I think, about 70% of the market of being the electronic medical record systems in the US. There's a couple others, like Cerner, but this is the big one, and it's in Europe too, it's in different areas. It is so huge and has so much market leverage that all these different AIs, I think there's maybe 450 or so different actual cleared AI programs that are naturally integrated and run by Epic. It is such a monolith in the United States market, which of course so many other countries send their great technologies to us, that it's becoming a problem because they can move so quickly that if you don't get acquired or integrate with Epic, they're probably going to come out with a competitive solution that's already naturally part of their platform, and therefore that market share is no longer available for external technologies. So it's how quickly it's moving and how quickly it is done is really, really interesting. And because they can move without being compromised by investors, they have some really interesting venture programs to start adopting these things, and yet you still do have the same things with paper. What I think is interesting, what was your question again, Lisa? Because I'm just going off.
No, continue. Okay. Very interesting.
Okay, so I didn't know if you had a question in all of this. The reason why I wanted to pick up on her comment with Epic is because there's opportunities that I see with what I've heard that's happening here. What I see are edges of things that are really good and genuinely valuable that are being potentially underutilized in Estonia and broadly in the Baltics, broadly in the Nordics as well. Because when you look at something as how do we displace the value of something several years down the road, you always are trying to chase that value. And it's very difficult to prove it to the CFOs in the hospital administration because they have competing priorities. They have to choose, how do we get the drugs? How do we get staff? How do we get parking spots? How do we do these very practical things? And something that displaces that value down the road is always going to be second line on the budget item, no matter how much they believe in it. Same thing for policymakers and government leaders. If that value comes later, it is more challenging. If it's a cost savings versus revenue generation, it is more difficult to actually define. So I think there's opportunities with things that are happening here in personalized medicine with the biobank to do combinatorial data, to do more longitudinal studies based on interventions. And this is where I think this could be really interesting because when you have a stable, fairly homogeneous population that have opted into this, you can track them over time. You can track, for instance, statin deployment in a stable population. How does this work with epigenetics, for instance? I think those could be very valuable studies that multinational corporations that are CROs, CMOs, that are biotech companies looking for personalized medicine could say, this actually does change the pressure of the aortic valve in these senses, or maybe statin deployment isn't that useful in this genetic profile because you already have that. And I do wonder if these sort of knowledge products, these sort of clinical trial applications based on the existing data could help take the profiles from what we currently have in Estonia and start to move that to we actually can finance a pilot, a trial, and utilize the data and bring in external staff to support you. Versus just say, jump over this chasm and suddenly have more time in the day. I hope you have 26 hours to have all these meetings. I don't know, I'd be really curious. Do you think there's applications with what you currently have to iterate towards that sort of direction of knowledge products based on it?
So this, what you pointed is the research part. And University of Tartu and GenBank are doing this. Currently, for example, Health Informatics Group is studying about 30% of randomly chosen Estonian populations and health records. And GenBank is also...
Bless you.
There are a lot of studies. So André, I don't know if he's here. No, he went.
I think he left.
He would be probably the right person to comment on that too, because there are a lot of research happening. I mean, this one part is research and another is transition to the actual medical device.
And also the health insurance fund is actually carrying out different pilots that actually have those purposes that you highlighted. But Elen, coming back to you, you mentioned when I asked about the value-based decisions and deciding whether it makes sense to implement this new tool, that you are doing those decisions on a daily basis, basically, in the hospital, in that sense that you have to prove that, okay, now we need this, now we need this, etc. Do you see that well, Estonia is a very, very tiny country, as Elizabeth loves to say. Do you see that we do at the moment here in Estonia too much still in the silos, in the hospitals, in the individual hospitals, rather than taking it to the national level?
I do believe, yes, I do believe. I do believe that we have a lot of good data, excellent data for a long time. In 2019, I was working in Switzerland, and then they were just going from paper to computer. Mm-hmm. But this was 7 years ago. We were already in the computer. We do have a lot of good data, and we collect, each hospital collects, then there is Arengu Institute is collecting, Biobank is collecting, but we need to put this together. So what we are currently doing with SCAN, which is involves 10 organizations which are not treating but involved in cancer care, all the hospitals, health insurance fund, the universities. We are, and the Minister of Social Affairs, we are trying to do a dashboard of oncology, meaning that the data of a patient who gets cancer diagnosis is in one place. So if you log in there, you can see what time was the cancer diagnosis put, what the diagnosis is, when the chemo started, what is the weight, what is the height, when was the last heart monitoring done. Everything is in one place. So we have been meetings with it for, I think, more than a year now. The problem is that it seems that most of the data, which is actually in the computer, we have to enter manually. Mm-hmm. So then we said, no, this is not how we can do it. We can't do extra job. So now DEHIC is trying to figure it out. How can they take all this information? It's complicated, and hospital has their different opinions and thoughts about it, and also the other parts. But this is like a good example to have this kind of dashboard where I can get all the information. I don't have to go to Digilugu and go through all the summaries of the doctors that have been done within 5 years or 5 months. There could be like tens of them. So this is a good start, I think, but it's far from being ready. Mm-hmm. And we got funding for it, so this is also very good. And the hospitals are, let's hope that we get more enthusiasts in the hospitals also to work with it. And this is a good start. So when this dashboard is going to be a success, I hope it's going to be a success. We can go to treatment like heart diseases and other diseases. So this is like a good place. But this should have been done like 10 years ago. Well, the problem is when a patient gets a cancer diagnosis, we do a tumor board. This is everywhere, all around the world. And the tumor boards happen like every day in the hospitals. And then we decide what treatment that the patient is going to get. Is it a chemo, operation, or something else? But this is coded, and Health Insurance Fund is paying for this tumor board. But this doesn't go to our Digilugu. So we have to enter it manually to our summary of the treatment, and then it goes to Digilugu. This has been a question to DEHIC for more than 10 years. So, yeah, the problem is there, and we have, again, a lot of good data, but we need somebody or a group of people who can put it together, and we use it to make better decisions and also to prevent diseases. So we are going to preventing. GPs are doing a lot for prevention, of course, and also our breast cancer screening is getting more personalized currently to see all the genomic data. But there's a lot of things we can do, and we have outside the hospitals also, we have enough people who want to be hands-on, and actually I think outside of the hospitals, outside of health insurance fund. We have the money also if there are right people to ask and you tell that this is gonna prevent some kind of disease or it's gonna make the disease, we can see the disease earlier so we can treat the patient, whatever disease it is.
So it all comes down to data.
Exactly.
But moving on to the perspective of the patients. And as we have the topic of how to use AI in the clinical medicine, how do you see whether patients are they willing, or it was very interesting before we had a presentation here today by Elina. I think Elina left already, but it was very interesting that she brought out how actually Finnish people were very pro having those results about their risks, and they want to have this information. But do you think that patients are also eager for the doctors and healthcare systems to use more AI in general?
Okay. Sorry.
No, I will comment on that later.
Okay, I will just say that patients are using AI a lot.
You mean Dr. Claude?
Yeah. Yes, usually it's a chat, and we always recognize when the question is by chat or by the patient. But you have to know how to answer the questions. But I think that people are actually ready. But when we did piloted the KRUUV platform, we piloted breast cancer and lung cancer patient. What was the problem? That lung cancer patients usually are over 60. They are Russian speaking, and they don't have. They have the old school phones. So they don't have access. Many of them didn't have access to computers. So we don't need to talk about AI anymore because they don't have even access to computers. So this was one problem. But then we talk about breast cancer patients who are, almost everybody are using AI or internet, and this is their everyday practice. So I think actually patients are ready, but you have to talk to them about it. And I think they're very ready, and they're very happy when they can use this kind of platforms, which gives them information about the side effects outside of the working hours. Because usually the questions happens when they go to home or when the children are asleep and they try to fall asleep, and then it's 11 o'clock in the evening and they want to answer, oh, is it normal that I actually have this kind of pain or headache or whatever? So I think they're ready for it.
Elena?
Yeah, we conducted a small study on that, and it appeared that patients trust their doctors, and doctors trust technology, developers basically of the technology. So this is an interesting chain of decisions, and we can of course have doubts in each of everyone, but that's how it works. So patient trust doctors.
Okay.
If doctor,
but I mean, by trusting the AI, on Monday we had interesting discussion with Peter Ross, who brought out that we may discuss here whether doctors need to use AI tools or whether they use AI tools, but the fact is that they use AI tools. And I'm not talking about the very complicated and high-level medical devices that kind of include AI parts, but I'm talking about Claude. I'm talking about ChatGPT, Copilot, you name it. So they are already in the use in that sense, as Elen said, by the patients. And the doctors are using the AI tools as well. So the thing is that this inevitably brings us many legal issues, but also data security issues. And how, Elena, what do you think? How can we tackle it? How we can make sure that all those stakeholders in the system, they understand what AI is, how it works, how we can use it?
Yeah. So it's not only security or like data transition issues, that they are not private anymore. If people send a lot of personal data, then it might be used for training. But there is also misdiagnostics as well. And let's say in 8 out of 10 times it will give, let's say, assign some drug dosage appropriately, and then in 2 cases it will be some sort of a very serious risks or lethal. So that's the thing, like you can't really blindly trust generic models unless they are tweaked to be specialized and put into some guardrails. I don't know. I know you don't really like to speak about this because it's like discussed quite a lot. But from the technical perspective, there is a need for that, and to make the system foolproof as possible. But if we still go back to these generic models, then I think increase of literacy in these tools and educating our healthcare professionals, and healthcare professionals actually quite knowledgeable about these AI tools, and that
that's very interesting that you say that, because my personal impression is that healthcare professionals are more conservative than maybe some other professionals. Elizabeth, what do you think? Like, is healthcare a sector where people are more skeptical, or vice versa?
I think that in general, it is good that in healthcare we don't move fast and break things when those things are people. And I think there's a certain mindset of you have an obligation to have reason behind decisions. And sometimes I think, and I'm speaking completely unqualified here because I am not the oncologist on the panel, but working with physicians, working with clinical leaders, you're not going to adopt something that is going to compromise the decision-making process. There are always points where you make a decision, you make a trade-off, and you take responsibility for that. You may go against an AI-guided guideline. In other words, if you have a clinical decision support tool, it can have a margin of error. If you're using an in vitro diagnostic, an assay from 1965, there's a margin of error. And you will look at the entire patient. You will look at the patient profile. You will understand things that are not necessarily concrete and provable and make your best decision. And sometimes you go off-label. Sometimes you prescribe something else because you have additional knowledge. And these things have to be substantiated, but that's a very real responsibility. So you're not going to say, let's overhaul an entire service line in a department for fun, because there's consequences to that. That's very significant. You don't have time, you don't have resources, and you're certainly not going to play with patients' lives. But I think one of the interesting things in all of this, and particularly for some of the technologies and opportunities that I see here in Estonia, are the spaces between patient visits. Because you have, when we're talking about Claude and OpenAI and Anthropic and all of these different types of things they're kind of getting their fingers into, there's a lot of surface area for patients to go say, should I really be taking this medication? Like, can I just have a little ice cream snack? Of course you can. And I think some of those compliance issues, the wearables, we're all using a little bit of AI, even if it's ambient AI and we're not entirely sure of it, that can change behavior for the good and help compliance. That could dissuade patients saying, maybe I don't really need to take this much medication. It could help them remember to do so. It could help them exercise more effectively, diet more effectively, get a better nutritional profile. It can make sure they don't overdose on prescription drugs if they're maybe having like migraines and using them too frequently. There's many different applications, I think, just to help the actual patient journey become more effective that are not necessarily, classified, regulated product always. And sometimes those kind of are in a margin of error. Like you may have heard of Whoop from the US, where they had a massive lawsuit, pushback from the FDA on, is this really measuring blood pressure correctly? And that's important because if a patient thinks their blood pressure is being managed with prescription therapeutics, and it isn't, this is important because this is a very real guideline that is managed for care that became significant. But a lot of us have oxygen monitoring, we have sleep monitoring. There's always this gray area of a sort of regulated device that's not really used in clinical practice. So I think there's opportunities there also.
Absolutely. And some research has been done in this area as well. Thankfully, we have these digital prescriptions and diagnosis that we can combine and also see like step by step when, for example, the diagnosis has been made and whether a patient is buying out their medications, because this would be one of the indicators, like whether they're taking prescribed drugs or not. This is fairly easy to see from data.
Are you taking your prescription drugs, and did you say you stopped smoking, but you didn't? Because we have pretty good evidence. Your watch told you're not going for walks in the evening.
I love the positive attitude at least. But do we have any questions from the audience? Oh, Riley.
From the Ministry of Social Affairs of Estonia, from legal side, we know that everyone is getting a second and first opinion before going to the doctor. Healthy people and patients, both. And doctors are also people. They also use Claude, generative AI, other tools to get the opinion and to give the opinion. But from 1st of August, these opinions have to be stated when they're given. But doctors don't know, I guess, that they have to tell to the patient, I've used AI to give you the counseling opinion. What is your perspective on that? And what is the economic side effect when we think of the responsibility and possible side effects in the future healthcare globally? So it's the question for everyone.
Thank you. Very easy questions. Thank you, Riley. Anyone who wants to first comment?
I can start. I didn't know that we have this kind of law. But that's not surprising because doctors don't know most of the laws. Lise-Lotte is teaching me. So I personally use OpenAI just to rewrite some of my emails saying that please take out of my emotions when I want to write like really calm emails. But I think it's a good thing that when doctor or nurse is using AI that he or she is telling the patient, because I think it has to be like that. But I also think that the patient have to tell hers or his team that he was using some AI and the questions and this kind of suggestions are coming from the AI, because this is an open talk and open communication. This is only how it works, because it has to be two-sided, not only one-sided. So we have had cases where the patient is recording, not telling, this is not allowed, but patients actually, some patients, not all patients, we have amazing patients, but some patients think that they have, they're higher than the law and they can do everything they want. So that's why I also think that educating doctors and nurses in law is very important, and this is lacking. This is really bad actually in Estonia.
Yeah, so just maybe to elaborate, Riley was referring to the transparency obligations coming from the AI Act. And this is very good that you brought up the regulatory part, because not as maybe so much as a lawyer, but as a human being and as a patient, like we all are, I have thought about this many times, that perhaps it's all of us time to maybe also rethink how healthcare is provided. Like what is the definition of the healthcare provision, because at the moment it is in most of the countries in Europe, it's healthcare is provided by human being to another human being, and this healthcare provider is also liable for the results, for the outputs of the medical device that they are using. Unless there are some faults in the medical device, then you can go to the manufacturer. But in general speaking, you as a human being are responsible for providing a very good healthcare. So what do you think? Will AI application, and I think that AI will transform many aspects of our lives and how we work, should we also consider that we indeed need to change how the liability is structured in the provision of healthcare? And I'm asking you, I not from the legal perspective, I know you're not lawyers, but you as human beings, and Elena, you know how AI works. You understand this compared to many other people. So what do you think?
So I will frame it, my answer a bit, an answer to Riley's question as well. So actually, I would say that this watermarking or reference to AI is good, because it really does things more transparent, change things to be more transparent. And currently, in terms of liability, so doctor is responsible for the actions. What can be changed? And currently, how it's done, it's the doctor is logging into some generic AI program and does something, and then or AI agent, let's say, does something, and we don't distinguish basically. So who did what? Which means that it's a bit difficult to track it, and maybe to improve systems as well. When we know the collection of errors that the model has been doing, then producing, then we can adjust the system to improve it. And also to kind of separate the liabilities as well, change the architecture and separate the liabilities. So one possible solution would be maybe to have a separate identity for such tools, that we would see like how they access, that we separate the human versus AI agent.
I can answer this in maybe two capacities, hopefully succinctly. So, on the who is liable aspect of things, I think practically if it's classified as a clinical decision support tool, it is just, helping to support that clinical decision. So that's why we have regulatory. If it is approved for certain indications and certain use cases and in certain contexts, then it's approved to do that. If you are doing something that is not that, then obviously you're taking on some ownership, and there should be policies in practice from the department lead and all of that. So the gray areas, then if a practitioner is using a technology off-label, kind of experimenting with it, seeing what's happening, and that I think just generally gets more challenging. Particularly you want to have, if you come to the United States, what's called an investigational review board in place, an ethics committee. There's defined areas of how you can experiment and parameters around that within trials, amending pilots. So, there's always protocol also if you want to expand something and you want it to translate to another market. Particularly in the United States, we do have a strong legal profession. And so usually there are lawyers involved that have, ways of making things possible, but within guardrails and within reason, both for the patients and for the facilities themselves. One thing that might be kind of interesting to you guys here in the audience is one of these questions. You said, well, what happens economically the more we integrate AI into the practice of medicine? Because you have several opportunities. We can expand the amount of patients that get access to care, the frequency of that care, the depth of that care. We can also expand how specific that care is to them. The more knowledge, if we get this kind of like hockey stick level growth of like, oh, I know their genomic profile now, I know 3 interventions they had as a child and the potential statistical consequences of this, the more specific that gets, how much more effective can our care be? one way in the United States that this is done is something called relative value units. And this ties actually back into malpractice insurance as well, because the lawyers are always involved. And effectively, if you want to look this up, you just do RVU or work RVUs, and you can get a little calculator. And it's an interesting framework because we take the amount of value that is created in a specific episode of care and say it's worth this much. So you can say if your technology, for instance, improves the staffing efficiency or the outcomes of a specific surgery, because you have a new robot that goes in and sucks out the gallbladder, nice and easy, small incision, less patient consequences, less hospital stay, less drugs are needed, less sedation. Everyone's operating at the top of their license in the operating theater. This calculation tells you specific to the location, the overhead cost of deploying that episode of care, and then the malpractice insurance. When this goes into the coding system and says, oh, but you're using AI. This is an AI-guided robot rather than a surgeon who has 30 years and is doing this manually with a big incision, just yanking out the gallbladder. I think that's how you do it, right? You just yank out the gallbladder like that, and you sew them back up, and you send them to the hospital. And they spend a week there or 3 days there. This difference shows a significant delta in the consequence of it. So something that you mentioned earlier is that, well, you were in New York and said, okay, great, you have AI now, go see more patients because you're more efficient. And so this is one of the trade-offs, but you can put a financial number on that over the coefficients of cost, overhead, and malpractice insurance for what is actually better for the patient. What does the economic input look like for that facility, for that department, for that specific episode of care? And then how do you balance that with throughput and efficiency and all of that? But it's an interesting way to actually calculate that on the economic impact specifically with those AI tools. Because the AI is usually valued less because the surgeon is more skilled, even if the AI is more accurate.
That's very interesting. Okay, first, Elen, what do you think? Should we change, like how we at the moment see healthcare in Estonia? Like that we define it at the moment solely as the activities of this particular healthcare provider?
How much time do we have?
Okay, I will give you 5 minutes.
No, I'm not taking 5 minutes, but my short answer is yes. I think we should change a lot of things, and where to start is a question. And do we have enough? Are we strong enough to do this kind of changes? Is actually also the question. But I think together with the patients, which needs a lot of amount of good communication, which is quite problematic, I think, everywhere. But we have to change the medicine because we want to have the same service, the good service in 20 years also. But going with this kind of medicine we offer today, we won't be able to do it. We lack doctors, we lack nurses, we lack time, we are tired. We have so much clinical data coming in, so much new articles coming in, so much new drugs, technologies. We have to know like everything in our field, but even treating 2 different kind of cancers, I can read for days and I'm still not finished. So we have to change something to make the system better. But where to start, I don't know. And this is the place where all the hospitals and the government has to work together, which is also something that is quite not common. Because as you said, Elizabeth, we're all like competing. I'm not competing, but the hospitals are competing. And this is what makes it problematic. So this is my short answer.
So it's also organizational and human question, because ultimately it's people's business in that sense.
Exactly.
That we start educating patients, we need to start educating doctors, we need to maybe remove some legal barriers, because I personally think that I would be very happy to have digital GP. I think this would make more sense to me than having physical GP at the moment. It would like feed me with some, I don't know, recommendations or warnings like, Lise-Lotte, you need to sleep more, or doing this preventive care that, as you said, GPs are underwater.
You're very brave.
I am brave? You think that it's too dangerous way to go?
I think there are risks, yes. It's not dangerous, it's not the stopper for sure. When we take the risks to account, it's what we need to do actually. It doesn't mean that we should shovel the technology somewhere very far and say that no, like we are not using it because we're afraid. No, the technology will be integrated more and more. It's just it needs to be done very cautiously.
Okay, very good. So you're saying that European approach that has been criticized heavily, that we are so like regulatory heavy and we have MGR, IVDR, AI Act, we have cyber resilience regulation, we have NIS2 directive. So where does this innovation then come? And this is lawyers speaking. I'm also kind of like tired of having new legal acts every day.
Yeah, and the legal acts are usually like they're following the risks and the technology that risks in the technology that we see in practice, and then it started being regulated. I'm not saying that it's the only way to go forward, because of course all these regulations, they slow down the evolution of the technology. But however, if we see at the current surface of this technology, they are very far ahead already, and models are very powerful. And some companies, some like top labs, they are expressing their concerns about future of these technologies, and maybe we should slow down a bit. However, yes, the competition will be there, so there are two camps of people who are very pro-technology, and let's skip all the regulations, and then European Union that let's add the regulations. I think we should meet somewhere in between, honestly. Yeah.
But for the diplomatic.
Yes, but for the hospitals, like the current need is not the current thing is not, oh, let's get the top models, and tomorrow we get another top model and another and another. There are good enough models that solve really practical tasks. It doesn't mean that we need to update them every day, these models. We just need to adopt something that works very well and solves a specific thing, and stick to this for a bit. But we can't do this because in Estonia, for instance, we have this issue of are we allowed actually to use this cloud, or we need to do hybrid, or we need to do on-premises solutions, and this is the largest stopper, I would say. And this is like a cumulative stopper, not only for the people who are in technology or in the hospitals or in legal. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So ministry. Looking towards. Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is that if we talk about the data traveling, it travels anyway. As we know from different surveys, people are using different models anyway. Mm-hmm. Different healthcare providers, they are each controllers of their data. They choose tools they want. So it's hard to put this stop on different usage cases, and ultimately we need to just maybe adopt with cautious attitude. So in 5 years, Elizabeth, where we are in 5 years with using AI in everyday clinical medicine?
So I think there's a lot of genuine opportunities. And even though I am a taxpayer of the American government, among others, I'm collecting them like stamps.
At the moment?
No, I'll always pay taxes to them. It's you sign a paper when you're born. They take your little baby hand and say, I shall always pay taxes. There's a lot of opportunities here in Estonia specifically. And I mean that genuinely. And it does come from some regulatory. The regulatory side right now offers trust. The amount of caution offers trust. And this is in perilously short supply around the world. It really is. The opportunity in that is that I think we have to step a little bit out of our comfort zone with how can we actually take a small risk and see what would happen next. Because when you're operating outside of the philosophical ideas of should this, could this, what are the trade-offs, and into the, oh no, this is already gone, this is already out there, type of reality, you can see that there are a lot, to Lise-Lotte's point, a lot of patient data gets out there anyway. Can we structure this so that it is watermarked, so that it is trackable, so it's identifiable to the original source? With cybersecurity concerns, how do you not get blackmailed twice as a facility, for instance? Very, very important. But then we have to operate on the acknowledgement that the US and China are going to continue to make more AI. And Claude is going to be out there, and Anthropic is going to be doing things. So I think there's this balance between there's a lot of value in the trust and in the trust of the data and the practitioners and the trial and the structure of the data that's actually incredibly valuable, with the opportunity of maybe everyone doesn't want to move fast and break patients. And I wouldn't say that that's a downside at all. When we're thinking about things in 5 years, I think some of that can become very interesting with what is already established now that's taking off very quickly. So for instance, I'm going to put him on the spot. This man in the black with the mustache over here, his name is Alex. He has an accent a lot like mine. And he has one of the top AI companies in genomics and personalized medicine in the US. It's used by universities. He's way too humble to tell you this himself. Used all over the US, pedigree from Harvard, and has done some really, truly incredible things. And you can take your genetic data, your information, and upload it to his AI. I mean, if he's nice enough to give you a link. And it gives you information. You can also index against research that this is what universities are using. But the interesting thing, you're thinking, oh my God, I don't want to give this random American my data, is that all of this is extremely compliant, and it shows citations. It shows its thinking. So you can say clinically, here's where we're actually working. It's actually made within that scientific rigor. It's made within that ethics compliance. It's not black box AI and all of that. Yes? Yeah, exactly. You guys should meet if you haven't already. But there's a lot of these sort of things that are happening. We have programs like Function Health, which is really interesting. You said you want a concierge medicine in your pocket. You can order your own laboratory test. You can have your own, gene profile sequenced in different specific capacities. You can, do different blood work every 6 months. It's $500 a year, and you get your own personalized, telemedicine calls based on your information. That is done, well-established, multi-million-dollar company, a couple of competitors in the US already. So I think there's those opportunities where, okay, this is getting really well-established, where patients are getting comfortable with this. And again, remember what I said in the beginning, is it's not that iron triangle is still real. It's not that this fixes it. It sort of just reshapes it, where we have these programs in the US, and also I said we're using fax machines, paper, and carrier pigeons. So all of these things continue to be true there as well. There's opportunity then to say, again, we have to compete. How do we want to make a world where trust still matters with patient data, where the practitioners are still in control of making those intangible judgment calls of saying, I disagree with AI because this doesn't seem right to me, and I have these years of experience with this patient. At the end of the day, they're still going to come back to me. I think one of the challenges, especially in areas like oncology, is that at the end, no matter how much quality of life you give them, no matter how much health span and preventative care, all your patients die. And so you look at this, how do you make this better? How do you make this more efficient? But everything always ends in palliative care. And at the end of the day, you've worked with this patient for many, many decades, many years. You know their family, you've heard the stories. You're still the human on the other side of that. And we can provide mental health, we can provide better, employer benefits to keep taxpayers paying taxes longer. But you can never take Function Health out, bistro.ai, out of the actual list of medical care. And so I think those things will get more adopted, they'll get more financing, we'll shape that iron triangle, but hopefully we keep the practitioners at the center alongside the patients.
We keep the foundation of having the human approach.
Yes,
having the human interconnection.
These are just tools. They're absolutely just tools.
This is this thing that technology adds the layers, but we still need to have this human interaction in the end. So Elen, in 5 years, how will you work with AI or without?
Hopefully with AI, but I'm optimist, but currently I think it's going to be very problematic in 5 years in medicine, having enough money to treat patients. But this I think it's another topic, but hopefully the system will go that we have to do less searching, less typing. We can have more time with the patient, and the patient, if he or she goes home, she has these validated tools, as Elizabeth already told, that you can ask questions and it can remind you that, now it's your 3rd day after chemo or after immunotherapy. You should go to walk right now, or you should eat more fiber, or these kind of things. But these have to be validated. What I also would like, so this was my colleague in another field asked OpenAI to make a work schedule for doctors that we have to do every month, having, 14 doctors and having to cover 24-hour shifts, doing clinics, doing inpatient care, and all the doctors have different thoughts about when they want to work. And then she wrote it down that Dr. A wants to work these days, and AI said that it's impossible to do this work schedule. But this has been done every month, all the years. And we don't have AI tools even for that currently. So all the hospitals are doing, all the doctors are doing, and the nurses are doing themselves. So hopefully we have AI tools which are financed somehow, that the doctors don't have to worry about where the money comes from, or to find the money for this kind of tools. And also collaborating with the patients, because patients are the one that we treat, and we should listen what they want. And in oncology currently in Estonia, we have very active patient group. I think they're doing quite a very good job. And I think we should work together with them. So hopefully my job will be easier. I can have more time with my family and my colleagues, but the patients will get better treatment, and also maybe open the possibilities to see maybe there's a good clinical trial in Finland where I can fit, because it's a very rare cancer, and usually with rare cancers, clinical trials don't come to Estonia because we don't have enough patients. So hopefully this will open also possibilities for patients and also for discussing patients with colleagues over the seas, which I do by email right now, but this can also be managed easier.
So we hope that in 5 years you don't have to do those schedules by hand and calculating all the different wishes.
And all the systems are working together.
Okay,
a dream. I know 5 years is a very short time.
Okay, Elina.
Yes, I hope first of all that researchers won't wait for ethical committees' approval for a couple of years when the project is funded for 4. This is a practical aspect. But where AI could probably bring the most value in 5 years, if we are realistic, Then this everyday tasks as speech transcription, automated notes, e-consultations like this email drafting and things like that. So these are very, very time-consuming and routine tasks that should not be there really. I mean, not there to be done manually. This is really realistic. This we can do. And another place where AI can definitely be beneficial in 5 years, where we can see effect, is preventive care. Because with the recruitment of large language models, we can see all this, look through all these 10 years of electronic patient record and see specific aspects of their, I don't know, diagnosing chronic diseases and things like that, that you can't really manually look through all this, records and might miss something important at some point of decision. So with the recruitment of this large language models, based tools, we can do that. We can process a lot of info. So preventive care, and of course this combination of genetic makeup of persons and like to first of all, to find applications in pharmacogenetics where we can adapt the medication specifically for people and also see the predispositions to some...
and you have everything in the app and then it feeds you with recommendations?
It's not very far from reality because we actually, as a population on Earth, we actually moved to the smartphones, right? We don't see it in the computers. We actually have everything in our smartphone. So naturally, yes, I would expect that it will all move to this mobile devices.
Very positive outlook. I know that it's been recorded, so we can like look in 5 years whether we're there or not. Yeah. Do we have any questions from the audience? I see 2 hands. Let's have first there the question.
Thank you. I want to ask, we have talked a lot about new systems, new technologies, and validation. Once they're validated, the adoption becomes the biggest challenge. And as it has been mentioned, that doctors have to do many things manually still, like figure out, even if they like that drug, even if it will make their life easier, how to get it done and how to bring it to the hospital for real use environments. Relative value unit might help, and would the doctors trust the analysis that startups or companies will bring to them? Look, if you will use this, you will save that many hours. It will help nurses and doctors. What would make this adoption easier so that companies already know that we need to take these factors into account when we are developing solutions? Thank you.
Elen? First, I know that hospitals are always looking how much it costs and if a health insurance fund is paying for it. So this is actually, it seems like the only thing that if somebody, health insurance fund, for example, is paying for it, then it's easier for us to tell that this system works and we can adopt it, then it's easier for us. But if it's not paid by health insurance fund, then it's going to be very problematic. Even if it will make our life easier, our work easier, and save money maybe in 5 years. But unfortunately, this is my personal experience and thought about it.
Want to comment?
Just one quick comment. For you specifically, I was one of your judges at Latitude, so I remember your technology. They have a really interesting platform for moving patients. And I think what's interesting is that if you can replace an existing technology that's more expensive, there's the opportunity, right? So you have some cost savings, and then there's just the liability of a patient may be injured or dropped. And specifically with their technology, I think there's some risk mitigation that's an opportunity. So I think actually just showing those quality outcomes, the usability, that reducing the provider burden angle can be very important. But you're actually displacing existing products, and I would lead into the economics there just to make sure that it isn't going to cost more for them.
But in Estonia, mostly you still need to go through the
Estonian
health insurance.
You do.
Yeah. And last question, I saw a hand there before. Yeah?
Hello. So It was mentioned during the talk that doctors may also use AI as sort of a personal consultant, and I don't think it's really a question if the patients do that. They obviously do. There's many incentives for that. So, as I see it, there may be some space for sort of placebo, because both parties seem to be primed to see the problem from the AI's perspective. And do you think it's a valid concern if both parties will perhaps just tend to fit the reality to that idea? Or are there already solutions in place against it?
Elena, perhaps.
I see the analogy of medical students on the third course starting self-diagnosing themselves and find everything that they've learned. So I'm coming from a medical family, so I'm about yeah. So I mean, yes, actually, it's a valid concern, because you may change the direction of how you think and how you behave based on the suggestions that ChatGPT or whatever other AI system gave you.
Yeah. And actually, sorry, we will go a couple of minutes over time. We have 2 questions there, I think.
Thank you. André, University of Tartu. I'm an economist. So my question is, I think to my American colleagues mainly, when we get better and better predicting health and healthcare need, well, my economist intuition says that private voluntary health insurance markets will fail, because very high-risk people will want to get insured, and the insurance companies want to avoid these people. So what will happen to the US healthcare system in the long term? Will you adopt the Estonian system?
Elizabeth, I think this is for you.
Thank you. Two very, very quick things here. If you would like to hear more about this subject, please come to our event tomorrow, tallinnsummit.com. So that's my only pitch there. I'd love to have a much better conversation with you, and we will need wine. The second thing is, a lot of times I'm asked this, like, why are you in Estonia? What are you doing? Why are you still here? And do you want European technologies? Do you want Estonian technologies? Are you going to listen to us when we come to the US? And my answer is always, oh yes, please come to the US, send help. So it's complicated. I'd love to have a better conversation. It's more nuanced than it seems on its surface. I've written a couple of books about it. There are pictures. They're very good for insomnia. But I'd love to see you tomorrow, tallinnsummit.com, and have a better conversation about it.
And we have one more question, I understand. This is the last one.
Thank you. Taavi. I have a question to Ellen and you. So I've been mulling over your initial picture of handwritten notes, and I've been thinking that it must have been somehow financially beneficial for the hospital to keep it so. Basically, what it depicts is your time seems to be cheaper than redoing the system. For whatever reason, I don't know, external, whatever. So that's a kind of realistic, pessimistic view of what you showed. But I have a question. You said that the Health Insurance Fund could finance new services, new ways of doing things. What kind of financing mechanism or payment mechanism would work there? For example, would fee-for-service still provide benefits for you, or would you like to see some kind of different payment mechanisms that would enable you to do better work, more flexibility, something like this? Any ideas?
Wow, good question for me. So I think Health Insurance Fund should also answer for it. But first of all, with this writing, I want to say that I think University Hospital is using this e-technology in intensive care, but it's very expensive. And that's what was from a meeting came back, that it's so expensive, we can't do it. And what's the problem also? When something happens with the internet, it doesn't work. And in intensive care, where you have patients who need medical treatment very quickly and are very in critical situation, you have no information because iPads are not working, computers are not working, and this is not uncommon in Estonia. So unfortunately, this has happened in our hospital 2 times in 2 years. Nothing is working in other hospitals also. So this is also a problem. But with the health insurance fund, well, it's a good question, and I think I can't answer for sure because I don't have this. I haven't studied economics like that, and probably it's the place also where we have to sit together with the patients. That the patient organizations that they say that they need this kind of tools to go through their road of cancer treatment will go smoothly, and somehow then we have to measure how many patients in our hospitals are using it, make it like it has to be 70% of patients using this model, seeing that the patient is getting their treatment on time because of less side effects. It's very complicated probably, and we don't have this kind of data to collect currently. But the dashboard of this oncology patient will help to get this kind of data. So I don't have a clear answer, sorry.
I hope this was satisfying answer. No clear answer. Thank you for listening. I apologize for going slightly over time, but I hope it was interesting discussion, and probably we can agree that changes will need to come, and very often they come when you have nothing else to do anymore because you're in the middle of the crisis. So we will wait for a good situation where we just need to have very good solutions. Thank you.
Now it's time for economics. As always, we can say that money is not important, but finally it boils down to the money anyway. So I'm happy to introduce Riina Raudne. She will take care of the next 1.5 hours. And I hope that this will give us, if not answers, then at least a lot of questions that can be elaborated later. Thank you very much. And Riina, floor is yours.
Thank you. It looks like the rows are getting thinner and thinner. I'm almost called to say, don't you guys want to come up here and we can have a little bit cozier conversation, and if anybody feels called to come up here, please do. So my name is Riina Raudne. I currently work as a Executive Director of Team Per Med Center for Personalized Medicine, a scientific consortium set up between Tartu University and Tartu University Hospital. We have been tasked to wonder about and making more practical the ways in which personalized medicine inventions and fantasies could make it closer to clinical applications. So the health economics part is a great important part of making the hype real. And so in this hour and a half, I have the great pleasure and honor to be accompanied by some amazing Estonian health system experts. André, health economist from currently Tartu University, and Taavi Lai, Integria Research Lab. All right, and basically the guiding question for this session is, what is worth paying for? What outcomes matter? And how do we make it sustainable? How do we make this personalized medicine inventions sustainable and actually doable in ordinary healthcare system? What does the system have to become in order for all of this to be supported? And we're discussing some of these questions. We have relatively brief presentations. Andrés will start, and then Taavi, and then I will talk about a hypothesis of an infrastructure piece that might help us along. Right, Andrés.
So, good afternoon. Am I the only economist in this room, or any other fellow economists? No? Oh, okay. That's great. So, I'm trained as an economist. I teach at the Faculty of Economics and Business Administration at the Tartu University. I teach all quantitative stuff, but also health economics. And as economists, we basically know two things, or we teach two things. First, money has always alternative use. So when we ask, should we put money to personalized medicine, then we ask, okay, is it really more, does it create more value there, yeah? So first, we call it opportunity cost. And the second, we believe in incentives, meaning that we can design payment systems so that patients, hospitals, doctors react. So, okay. So what I plan to do is give kind of a background. I start with very basic, just to show you what our financing numbers are in the international perspectives. And then we go more in detail into this personalized medicine. And then I just propose some ideas how we could finance it. So let's start. Okay. Yes, I think the title says everything. We have a lot of data, but we don't have much money. Yeah. Okay. So can Estonia afford innovation? Short answer is yes, but only by making choices. So we have to take money from somewhere else. Yeah. So first, for our international audience or those who don't follow these large numbers, how much do we spend on money? Here we have health expenditure. Oops. Why don't you have a barrier here? I could complain now. Okay, that's Estonia over there. I think I should have also this pointer, yeah? No, okay, yeah. So, given our GDP level, we actually do fine. We are on average, yeah? And so one thing or advice I can say that just wait 20 years until we get as rich as our Nordic countries, and then you have money for personalized medicine. That's what you have. I think when Professor METSPALU showed you the countries who have these genomic banks, yeah, they're all rich countries. Estonia, it's like me trying to drive Ferrari as a university lecturer, yeah? Okay, they managed to do it. So, actually, the question is, of course, why do we spend so little? Two options. Either we have lower healthcare prices, which we do have, yeah? Our prices, the wages of doctors are still below the wages of doctors in Nordic countries, or we are a very efficient system, which some studies suggest that the Estonian healthcare system is just efficient. But on the other hand, what we do know is we know that we have actually problems with access. The unmet need is one of the highest in Europe, and actually the share of uninsured people is also among the highest in Europe. So where do we get the money now? Okay, this is about 8% of GDP. About 3/4 come from the government. Yeah, we have colleagues from the Estonian Health Insurance Fund, the Ministry of Social Affairs. They are responsible, yeah, distributing this money. So of course, again, just become richer. Take Germany, Norway, Sweden. The share of public money is just larger, which means that, okay, rest of the money basically is out-of-pocket payments in Estonia. So what does it mean? Does it mean that our government doesn't value healthcare. And, well, we are kind of on average. This percentage shows you what is a fraction of money from the total government budget that goes to healthcare. In Estonia, it is 13%. And we are in the middle of the countries in the European region. Again, typically, richer countries just spend more on health. So, you may say that we could spend more on health, but when I look at my colleagues at Tervisekassa, we know that their budgetary space is basically limited. Yeah, there is no budgetary space there. Okay, now you could ask, does money matter? Final picture for this background. If you just, okay, I think Tavi will later continue with this graph is, if you just put here the money that we spend on the horizontal axis, and here the vertical axis is how long we live, kind of a standardized. Estonia is somewhere here, yeah? So given the amount of money that we spend, we could do much better. But of course, life expectancy is so broad measure that other things like how we eat, how much we smoke and drink also matter. The graph on the right shows you avoidable mortality, more or less the same thing, that given the amount of money that we have, we could do actually better. So we could actually allocate money more wisely. We could put it there where we can get more resources, or health back, yeah. Now, what does prevention, personalized medicine, and AI promise us? So, I think those who have been here for 2 or 3 days know that, okay? First, AI and all this data analytics, what they promise is technical efficiency. Meaning that, for example, doctors don't have to type, but they just talk, and this voice-to-text is done automatically. The same result, we have an epic crisis, but it's done much more kind of quickly, cheaply. And this is what's going to happen, yeah? No question about it. Second, personalized medicine, yeah? Meaning that we know what kind of care to give to particular people. Basically, it's a better allocation of resources. So we talk about allocative efficiency. We know where to put that money. And finally, everything that is related to prevention, basically what it does, it shifts expenditure across time. So we do the costs or investments now so that we don't have to do them later. But eventually, we're going to all die. And before we die, we're going to all have healthcare costs. So it's a temporary solution. But meanwhile, we get a lot of life years. Okay? So what does academic literature show us? Oh, this font has turned out to be so small. So basically, what we have here is that personalized medicine, so what we know from the, if we take all the meta-analysis and the literature reviews, it is very often cost-effective. So we know that finding right people with high risk, they're cost-effective, but they're rarely cost-saving. So it means that overall costs increase, but the additional life year that we gain it pretty cheaply. Yeah, that's the main. But we have a lot of heterogeneity. So it really depends what kind of personalized medicine we talk. Usually genetic screening is cost-effective, genetic therapy is not cost-effective, and so on. Again, artificial intelligence in operational setting, like family doctors using it, it has been shown already it's cost-effective and very often cost-saving. So clearly it should be done. Now, AI plus precision medicine, again, well, it's quite a new literature reviews, recent ones, show that it is often cost-effective, but there is kind of too much optimism. We just don't have studies yet, so there is kind of a risk. Okay, but overall, we could say that there is an optimism of cost effectiveness and in some cases also just for cost saving. Now, how we now finance this? So, how do we pay for it? Who bears the risk, the uncertainty, and who captures the savings? Yeah. So this is what economists would ask. So, for example, if we have now AI, I think we had the news yesterday, or that radiology now has this AI tool that finds these cancers, yeah? And now suppose that a radiologist can now save 20% of her time. Who gets the benefit? Is it hospital or is it health insurance fund? That's the question. If health insurance fund gets a benefit, basically, okay, we pay you less. Then what is the motivation for hospital to employ that technology? But on the other hand, if we now have this new technology, why should health insurance fund pay just extra? Yeah. What is a kind of optimal way is that, okay, we start kind of a sharing this initial benefit, and then gradually, perhaps, everything is finally the savings for health insurance fund. Something like, okay, Estonians may know what happens to laboratory services, yeah? I think Estonian Health Insurance Fund hasn't updated the structure of the cost component for laboratory services for a long time, or the companies who made laboratory tests had large profits, and then eventually Health Insurance Fund said, okay, that's enough, and cut all the prices by 15%. So basically took all the benefits. Yeah? But meanwhile, the technology could evolve. Yeah? So that's exactly what's going to happen with AI. We just have to find the optimal way how to kind of share the benefits. Second, okay, personalized medicine. We know that we have very high costs initially. We have very much uncertainty within different population groups. Okay, of course, theory says that we should have these full HTA, health technology assessment, along the full pathway. And that's, again, I think Health Insurance Fund is now have these pilot projects of patient pathways, yeah? So we basically move to that direction. Prevention, well, most complicated topic. I think Professor METSPALU mentioned that roughly 1% or so of the Health Insurance Fund goes to prevention. But the problem is that the costs of prevention will be now, but benefits will be accrued over 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Yeah? And the benefits mainly will appear then outside the health budget. Yeah? People will live longer, work longer. And the only solution is how to finance it is that we should have basically transfer from the central government who gets the benefits, all the tax money. So we should have HDA from the societal perspective, which we don't do right now in Estonia. But for example, what is done in the Netherlands. Okay? And finally, of course, everything that is related to data infrastructure, that should be kind of a centrally financed as long as it can be used to all parties. Okay, and I think I'm almost there. So now I think I had a question on this US system versus Estonian system. I really like Estonian system. Because when you have a single payer, the single payer can, in theory at least, coordinate very well data collection, quality measurement. What do we pay for? How much do we pay for? Yeah, which kind of how we pay? Yeah, what kind of incentives it creates? Yeah. So and finally, our Tervisekassa can capture all these savings if it wants to. Yeah. So of course, what's the problem from the in the Estonian system? We know that, which we have recently also written, that we have a large share of uninsured people who don't have kind of optimal care pathway because we have some 6% of people in Estonia who don't have insurance by Estonian Health Insurance Fund, meaning that they don't start from the family doctor, their healthcare pathway, but start from, for example, from emergency departments. So to finish, so how Estonia could pay for innovation? Economists, as me, I would suggest that, okay, centrally, we should invest into data infrastructure, and that's what's done. HTA should involve whole care pathway, starting from genetic testing up to the basically, all the following path and all the following steps. Okay, we should reimburse the proven value if we know that for sure. But if we have uncertainty, then we should somehow do what's called living HDA or real life HDA. We collect data and we reassess over time. Is it still worth paying for, or should we pay less or more? So we should kind of adopt this conditional reimbursement, which can be linked in real world evidence. And that's now linked to what Elina is going to talk later. Okay, that was my introduction. I'm happy to discuss later during the panel. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Andres. And I would like to welcome Taavi to give your pitch on what outcomes actually tell us whether healthcare produced value.
Good day, everyone. A pleasure to be here and face you. My background, very short. Medical doctor by education, went to healthcare management research, health system design things, policy development in the ministry here. Last 15 years I've been helping different countries do healthcare reforms. So, but just recently I created the foundation that was my the research and analytics lab to help healthcare service providers to understand what the costs and benefits and values for their services, their work, patient pathways, and do better services and evolve their service delivery so that benefits the patients most. And continuing on from what Anders showed, we just found out sharing our presentations that we have the same slide basically. So I won't go into deep with this one, but basically, indeed, in Estonia, we have Estonia there, and we have room for improvement for the money and resources we have. And I'm mostly talking about resources because there's also human resources, and often what I have seen in different countries, the money is not the problem actually. When you ask people, for example, in a poorer country, if you had all the money in the world, what would you do? And people are stuck. Now, we should have more money, but do you have the doctors? No, we don't. So what's the use of the money if you don't have anyone to deliver the services, if they're not trained well, etc.? So I'm mostly talking about resources, including financial resources. And there's two ways to improve efficiency, cost effectiveness. From financial health insurance perspective, when people talk about financing mechanism, they usually mean, or seem to mean, that let's cut costs, and that's a key way to improve our cost effectiveness, efficiency. However, in the health sector, the right way, in my personal opinion, would be to focus on how much health or other outcomes could we produce with the funds available. So basically, we have, in large general ways, two key pathways how we can improve efficiency in the system. Jesus, how it jumps around. Okay, first, up. Exactly the same resources, but redesign the system, change out non-efficient services and improve efficiency that way. Or let's add money to the system and hope that we at least keep the same level of efficiency, which automatically translates into better health outcomes. But but we have a system already functioning. It's a path dependency. We've lived with the system for many years. How to find the next step in health system? And the classical health systems specifically have been built from interventions and services that are based on evidence from random controlled trials, HTA, etc. And these interventions work well and the HTA and RCTs work well for what can be defined and standardized. But with increased health system maturity, the more money you put in, the more interventions you put in, increasingly highly efficient and relatively simple interventions have been already implemented. So you're stuck with less efficient, more complex ones. And every next decision becomes with less established evidence because there's no one standard. All countries do differently things, implement the systems differently, they create the designs of systems differently. And the more complex systems become, the more there's a variation with less concrete evidence of what the next step could be. So basically, in the end, you cannot run a randomized control trial on a full country. You have to find some other way to establish whether and what you should add to the existing mix or change of services and organization. So basically, HTAs struggle with whole system reforms like integrated care, value-based care, local context, path dependencies, etc., etc., etc. And it becomes especially complex when the core health system interventions are mostly already implemented, and you need to start tackling social and economic factors outside the health sector. So out of that increasing gradual maturity increase, the shared vision of integrated people-centered care has been grown out over the years. So basically, the efficient and simpler interventions have been implemented. As a result, the success is people live longer, and population growth slows, population ages, and if you want to get additional benefits out of the system, every minor nuance of how the people go through the system or how they feel becomes increasingly important to give you the additional value. So, logical next step from classical healthcare service organization would be to bring in novel and innovative interventions like personal medicine, genetic testing, all these kind of things. But the overall logic is detect earlier, act earlier, and empower people to live and function better with their condition as long as possible. But as André said, and others have been said before, in the end, it's a postponement of cost, but the hope is that during the healthier years, the people provide the society enough benefit to kind of make it worth the investment, startup investment. So, in that sense, with what André METSPALU started this morning, personalized medicine fits perfectly in the context of integrated care, because integrated care provides the framework, the logic, the goals and aims of personalized medicine and integrated care are aligned, and perfect fit in my personal opinion. When I first started thinking and engaging with something we call personal medicine, it meant mostly genetics. Now it seems to be much broader concept. Everything personal is data mining, for example, etc. But basically, as I said, genomic information is a powerful tool for secondary and tertiary prevention to help people avoid disease and increased severity of diseases and conditions. They are personalized medicine and integrated care for me, from system design perspective, are basically the same paradigm, just different entry points to the discussion. But what we have, in my personal opinion, is evidence fragmentation issue. And what I mean by that is, for example, we have tools like personal medicine, physical activity prescriptions, integrated care models, smoking cessation counseling, all these kind of things. But the outcomes are usually measured in with different indicators, in different ways, basically. So how do you prioritize personalized medicine against smoking cessation, for example, or care continuity interventions like case manager versus personalized medicine? And often the challenge is exactly that, okay, we measure the cost and measure the outcomes, but the outcomes differ, so we don't know which ones to choose over the other, or what's the kind of proportion one could contribute to the overall system. So what could be the shared outcome that would work and provide cross-usability and alignment across different interventions and system design options. And for that, I always go, when I think about it, I always go back to where I started my research path. This health system design frameworks, functional frameworks. And what is the health system for in the first place? So the classical final ultimate goals of health systems is to improve health and equity in health, which is further supported by people-centeredness and financial protection. And these final goals are all reached through service delivery. Service delivery, which again is how we deliver services depend on the resources, financing, and how we set up the system, basically governance. And now, one of the tricky parts, so we agree, I think everyone, that health as an outcome for all these different interventions, that's the ultimate measure or goal that we need to compare across the interventions. But the trick is which exact measure. And this graph is basically my personal experience from Estonia, looking at how Estonian society, the health system, and population health has changed, and how the measurement of population health has changed since the 90s to now. So basically, as the system and society has matured, we've focused increasingly on different indicators and measures. First, we mostly focused on things like disease and death, mortality rates. How many people die from cardiovascular disease versus traffic accidents? We had a major problem in Estonia with traffic accidents, and the mortality rate for each of these groups was a perfect measure. But then, in parallel, that mortality rate is a crude thing. So next, we look at clinical measures like blood pressure. Does the intervention improve blood pressure? Very common in clinical medicine and clinical research. But how do you translate the outcomes and value of the intervention service between diabetes care and, for example, again, hypertension? You need a common thing. And the common thing, the only thing I've found for myself is health-related quality of life, and nowadays also well-being. Health-related quality of life is basically, does the patient or the person feel that his or her health has improved as a result of the intervention or treatment? And that's basically it. That's the ultimate measure of whether we've changed something. Does the person feel it? And in which way the person feels it. Because health-related quality of life is a multidimensional thing. For example, there's different possibilities that could be included in health-related quality. Is it mental health, anxiety, depression, daily activities, physical activities, social functioning? There's different ways to conceptualize health-related quality of life. But anyway, that's the only thing I think is cross-cutting across all interventions, because regardless whether it's a blood pressure reduction or improvement of blood glucose level, patients still feel the improvement if the treatment has been good. So basically, as I said, I think one measure that fits is health-related quality of life, and one of my favorite tools in that area is a thing called Eurocall 5D, which is 5 questions: physical activity, mental health, anxiety, depression, daily activities. Each question has 5 response options, from no problems to severe problems. And the beauty of that is that all the responses can be calculated into an index from 0 to 1. And so for every intervention, every condition, which makes all the different interventions and services comparable. So basically, and it also changes how we engage with the patients. In Estonia, we have a lot of data already. Well, there are some gaps. For example, Estonian Biobank has Eurocall 5D included in its data collection already from 2002. And just recently, we did the first exploratory analysis of the health-related quality of life data in the Estonian Biobank. There's National Population Surveys measuring health-related quality of life since 2002 already. And only now we are starting to publish these. So basically, there's a very good opportunity to better understand who are the people in our biobank, for example. So this is from the initial exploratory analysis. And it shows that the biobank, people who join the biobank, they have better health, basically. Maybe they are health conscious. They want to improve their health even more. Maybe they are afraid for some risk, familiar risk, so they join early. But basically, if we want to extrapolate the findings from biobank to the whole population, now that's the metric we can use to adjust our findings in biobank to the rest of the population, if we want to. And what's also in Estonia, a very opportune moment. We've, in Estonia, collectively, as a society, have come to a point where we decided that we can't go further the same way we've been going until now. So there's effort to start integrated care reforms and create that framework to give the healthcare service providers more flexibility and more opportunities and more tools to actually do the work they do better for the sake of population and patient health improvement. One thing about Estonian integrated care reform plan is that that would include also social care. And in addition to health-related quality of tools, there's also novel tools being developed that also measure well-being. And these tools are cross-health and social. So basically, again, we can translate people and service impact from social and health into a scale of 1 to 0, on the same scale. So as we progress forward, there is a possibility to measure interventions comparatively and design a better system across health and system, data-based approaches. So bringing it all together, health is the one common denominator for all these interventions. And there are potential measurement tools so we can actually compare different interventions and choose how we combine these and how these combinations work in real life. Personalized medicine and integrated care, the same paradigm, and we should focus on commonalities and mutual benefits. One of the reasons I personally think why personalized medicine as a preventive tool has not been implemented properly in Estonia yet is that our service delivery and system setup has been too classical, so there has not been a proper place for interventions and activities like personalized medicine. Now, with the creation of integrated care reform, there possibly will be a much better place where that personalized medicine, genetic risk score, polygenic score, risk scores, everything, where these could fit into the existing system, along with other similar tools. And in the end, database development, my personal vision that I share with Rina and other colleagues is that in the end, we should vision and try to move toward learning health system. Data-based, evidence-based, self-learning in an experimentation way. Let's see what works, what are the outliers, try to understand why these outliers were as they were, what was the things hindering, what led to good results, and try to understand from the variation and outliers what is the next key for unlocking next development jump, basically. And with that, I almostly finished. I wanted to point out that next presentation by Rina specifically addresses that how that kind of learning health system could be pushed forward using infrastructure data analytics. And finally, a call for collaboration, a little bit off topic maybe, but as I said, Estonian Biobank collects Eurocall 5D health-related qualitative data. And my quick internet literature search showed that Estonian Biobank is the only one that measures health-related quality of life when new genome donors, gene donors join the biobank. Yes, others seem to be doing follow-up and callback health-related quality of life measurement, but there's no gold standard best practice how to actually integrate health-related quality of life measurement into biobanks. And why it's important is exactly so that biobanks and their services could talk the same language as the rest of the health system and more smoothly integrate into the existing health systems and reforms. So my call for collaboration is, if anyone interested, let's come together and think together how to create this kind of best practice guidance for how health-related quality of life could be used in biobanks for the benefit of our health, basically. Thank you for your attention.
I have an immediate question to you.
Okay.
Health-related quality of life in biobanks, but is there a way to collect that same measurement in routine care data or in patients? As we are looking at real-world evidence more and more, is this something that
yes, it's definitely possible.
Mm-hmm.
That's partly a gap, but there's improvements going on and plans going on that in Estonia. For example, there's talk about outcome-based payment in Estonia by 2029 as part of the blended payment mechanism for hospitals, for example. So for this kind of outcome-based payment mechanisms, there needs to be a routine collection of health-related quality of life or something similar. So basically, with integrated care reforms, there are developments. I'm hoping to support that as much as possible. And my final kind of wishful thinking for the future, let's say down the line 15 years, is in addition to outcome-based payment, maybe you can do population-based payment. Because in Estonian Population Health Survey, we have health-related quality of life measurement by counties, which is integrated care networks, basically, to be created. So basically, why not come up with a solution that service providers are paid extra if they, in collaboration, improve the population health in their region enough to warrant a bonus payment, for example. Something like this. Sorry, long answer.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. So thank you, Taavi. And I'm taking over from here. How do I... Oh, okay. back. I do have to admit that something totally horrible happened to me, that I'm going to talk about the learning health system data loop, something that I've been developing and working on for about a year. And some of my colleagues here can attest that they rarely have a conversation with me where I don't talk about it. But I put together my slides, and the last pass with AI somehow made them so politically correct. After I sent them, I looked at them and I was like, oh my God, I can't feel any emotional connection. So I'm going to actually tell you the story of this, how this came about, and I'm largely going to ignore some of the slides. But basically, my understanding from stepping into this team per med role, I came from public health perspective, and I have a PhD in public health, and I'm a great believer in population-based prevention. Really, like my PhD was on alcohol policy, and where there's great evidence that these cheap, dirt cheap interventions on population level work better. Humans, you know, personalization is great, but also we're like really social animals. So to try to say that we should get more and more and more and more personalized, and that, you know, if everyone gets their very specific tailored thing, then, you know, we're likelier to take this up, is something that in many public health interventions I haven't seen evidence for. And so I've studied prevention and a kind of population level prevention in ways where we define good prevention as the kind of prevention that reaches people before they ever even have to come in contact with the health care providers. So what are some of the evidence-based really good prevention strategies on a population level? Like parenting education, for example, or, you know, like literacy, teaching people how to read, design of urban spaces where we can move. And these are alcohol policy, higher alcohol taxes, smoking, anti-smoking policies, and many of them are very, very, like, there are environmental designs that kind of change the environment for everyone, and then both those who are personally at very high risk benefit, but also those who are personally at very low risk, you know, probably nothing changes. So one of my formative experiences, for example, with alcohol policy and looking at a lot of alcohol policy data, was that in 2009, when the Estonia banned nighttime alcohol sales, there's a really great graph of like how car accident mortality, suicides, domestic violence, they all kind of dropped by about 1/3, and they stayed there at this level for like it was like a permanent change because we had a structural change. So I am very open to evidence-based interventions, but also highly critical and trained to look for data and things like that. So when I came to work at the Genomics Institute, I brought this lens with me. And I also, by the way, have a great skepticism in the idea that once we know that a preventive intervention works, then the system is willing to take it up. Even there are many cheap, effective preventive activities that are just not taken up because nobody can make any money from making prevention work. So this is maybe where I want to start from, and so coming into this job, where I now am, we're building a scientific consortium that kind of looks at all of the amazing health data assets that are in Tartu University, like, you know, the Genomic Biobank that the Institute of Genomics has been curating and building, and the Computer Science Institute has worked on data sets based on electronic health records that kind of apply the common data model, OMOP, on the Estonian data. How can we make use of these amazing data assets that are in universities and sort of take the inventions, personalized inventions, inventions and interventions, and take them closer to clinical applications and build evidence for their effectiveness on the way. So that was sort of the task I came into. And I think one of the first really striking things I learned was that, it's just simply very, very amazing how good the genomic biobank's data is. Like they set out to collect the data on genomes, but they also had a good sense to give everyone a long questionnaire, which, for example, you know, by colleagues with a lot of foresight, contained their quality of life measurement for genome biobank donors. And then later on, they linked this genome data with electronic health records. And over time, other layers of data have been applied to the genomic data layer, and this has resulted in a very kind of fluid data set that allows us to kind of compare and contrast many risks. Now the problem is that, and you know, in that research environment, we can see many associations. We can build predictive algorithms, and we can validate them even, and we can start believing that, you know, they could work if only we can take them to the population. You know, we have in 200,000 people, if it works this well, what about like the entire population? We should just do it. And then what you notice immediately is that this is great, but for the majority of Estonian population, this data simply in the patient settings isn't available, even though there's many bits of patient data as well, but it's not linkable in the same way as it is in the genomic database. And so my question started to be, especially after accompanying my great friend and colleague Lili Milani to a conference in Singapore that was titled From Cohorts to Clinics, where people were saying, okay, you know, we built these genomic biobanks, and we learned that actually the public health effects could be great, but we cannot very easily take these insights and these risk prediction models into the patient care systems and data sets because they are not yet set up in this way. And I became kind of obsessed. I was like, wow, so who should then set up the patient data sets in a way that would be comparable and that would allow us to actually start using all of the data that we gather for patients in their actual routine care. So, coming from this angle, the economic insight is that in Estonia, we have a very digitized health system, as probably every presentation has been saying in the last 2 days. But we collect the data, we capture it, we spend a lot of time and money in protecting it, but the data is basically not available for learning and drawing conclusions from it. So for example, if you're head of a, let's say, a heart clinic, and it's August, and you're quite interested in what happened to the patients that left your clinic in June, then you get some information about some of them who maybe came back to your hospital. But if you want to know, for example, how many were rehospitalized in 30 days, or how many reached their family doctor, or how many enrolled in cardiac rehab, how many died, you don't have an easy way to do this. You simply don't get feedback on your own work. Let's say you're trying to build this organization, you're trying to improve, but every sort of trying to get even basic feedback on the quality is like a big research question where you have to kind of start building these, bringing the data together. So, because Team PerMed brings together some really brilliant people and research groups, we started to really think about it suddenly became possible to actually think about what would it take to try to take these common data models to the patient data environments in order to eventually be able to have the data foundations where we could estimate risks on a population scale and run AI in a kind of predictable way. And then this concept called data loop, or learning health system data loop, was born. It was born in a way where actually I was looking around for funding options, as one does, and came across this Digital Europe funding option, and it said, demonstrate how you use one type of data and use it for 3 government needs. And with my AI, I was like, okay, could we use cardiology data to demonstrate how this could work? And one of the answers could be, okay, let's say you use, data from cardiology patient pathway of some sort, like, for example, atrial fibrillation patient pathway data, and you then automate reports for the Estonian Medicine Agency on pharmacovigilance. You maybe give the national payer feedback on treatment quality, and you use the same data to support, let's say, National Institute of Health Development, who needs to send annual reports on, let's say, mortality for atrial fibrillation to some OECD reporting system or some European reporting system. And what OMOP-like common data structures make possible is that once you have transformed the data into this model and built your cohorts or phenotypes, and you build your algorithms that calculate, let's say, certain type of indicator, then you can reuse them in different databases where the data model is the same. And this was it's a theoretical concept at that time, and I picked up the phone, like you do in Estonia, and called Artur Novak, quite a brilliant data engineer in TEHIK, in our National Health Information System. And I talked to him and I said, well, do you think this could be interesting? There's this money available. We could, form a little consortium and go apply for this money. And he was like, yeah, that's not my job to think about money, and we are so busy, but technically this is totally actually doable. I would say, by the way, we are thinking on OMOP, but we don't really have a good use case. Nobody has had time to think of a good use case. Oh, and we also have this data lake structure, but nobody has time to deal with it. And but actually, like, I think we are about 2 data engineers away from being able to run this kind of thing. And then I said, oh, but you know, how about some cardiology data? And we have some colleagues in cardiology who have very clear like set of treatment quality indicators that they would like to get feedback on. Arthur said, oh, we could do this. And then we spoke to the OMOP group in Estonia, the Jaak Vilos group from the Computer Science Institute, who spent 10 years in transforming or kind of applying the OMOP model on the Estonian data, and comes out that this is like an asset that is very, very mature in Estonia's context. So suddenly, getting like 4 or 5 people together, we were able to see that actually these massive, big assets exist that just simply had not been put together before. And this idea became so attractive that we basically just wanted to go for it. Basically what the andmering, it means the data loop in Estonian, what we're trying to build is we're trying to build essentially a 100% coverage OMOP copy of the National Electronic Health Record, the claims data in the Health Insurance Fund, and prescription data. And this is the first kind of set of data sets. And what's very attractive about it is that this proposition doesn't need to take data out of their secure environments, but it will put the national electronic health data into that format so that algorithms can travel to this data. So it's a very secure way to start trying out how we could kind of use the data that's been so fragmented that we actually cannot use it for quality feedback. We can suddenly start looking how we can use the routine healthcare data for feedback and comparing, for example, the various healthcare providers on their treatment quality indicators. So this is, and what was also very cool, I'm gonna go through these, that actually once we build this data infrastructure, many questions can be asked. And some of the analysis that both Taavi and Andres were talking about become very easily computable, or much. And once we compute some of these analyses, the same analysis can be rerun over and over. And so we talked more to Tervisekassa about this. And they were like, oh, that actually maybe would be very useful because we do need feedback on these quality indicators as well. And so this was kind of a crazy idea, but it was them who said, okay, there's this Estonian Eesti AI funding that came available. We can present this idea as National Health Insurance's own idea with us as Team PerMed as a partner. And lo and behold, like I would say, from having this vision to it being funded was like 9 months or something. And now we have a project. And it's supposed to be basically implementable by the end of this year. This is where we are. What we've learned also in the process is that basically the expensive pieces exist, but what's been undervalued maybe is the integration, and we have to kind of invest in it. And so if we can get everyone together to work on this, then interoperability should become a lot more possible. And so this is now going to be a and so this is a very unglamorous part that will actually possibly enable easier ways and scalable ways to do health technology assessment on these personalized medicine tools, AI tools, and other interventions. Okay, and so the first thing is to get the loop working, and then the next thing for us is to learn what the regulatory grade evidence looks at along the pathway, and there we are. So the idea is that we should be able to get to the point where we learn from every patient encounter, and that learning can become an insight that can inform the care for the next patients, and also can inform the efficacy and cost effectiveness of prevention interventions. Thank you very much. So, Taavi and Andres, why don't you come up here? And we should have some panel time. I should sit there. So we have 25 minutes left, and I would just actually open with asking for general questions and reactions and comments. Or please go ahead.
Thank you for. I am Peter Vodrik, oncologist, and I am not economist, but I have a question to Professor Andres work that you spoke about money for personalized medicine and AI in healthcare, and you said that let's say majority of money comes from the government. In Estonia as well, probably in other countries. Isn't it so actually? My understanding has been that government collects money with taxes. So money is not coming from the government if we look bigger picture. Isn't it so?
Yes, okay, of course. It's a question about risk pooling that we usually mean when we talk about healthcare financing. Is it the, let's say, the final patient who pays out of pocket, or is it somehow then solidarity in the system so that we first collect the money via taxes or compulsory health insurance and then we pay for the services? So when we usually say in healthcare financing that money comes from the government, it means that, okay, we have a risk pooling that we first take it as taxes and then pay for it. But of course, eventually, every tax euro comes from people, yeah. That's true, of course.
And then it depends how is economy of the country or continent, Europe, for example, and according to my understanding, export is very important for economy, for countries. And then we come to the question, can personalized medicine create also, or AI solutions, can they create export services and products, which is actually one part. Otherwise, we speak only about the expenditure of those things. So my suggestion that probably in bigger picture, we should bring this part into picture also, how to create products for export. Isn't it so? And for example, in the morning we heard, I started to think that this project about sequencing and genotyping and big European project with taxpayer money, but actually a large part of this goes where? To America, because of sequencing companies are mostly American companies or biobank companies. So could you comment that maybe we should bring much how to say, such broader picture if we discuss about economy of personalized medicine and AI solutions. And I also bring such example that imagine we speak about pharmaceuticals. We know classical countries like Switzerland and Denmark or UK for pharmaceutical, and there are no discussions only about expenditure for drugs, but also income for society. And shouldn't we look also to personalized medicine and AI in that sense more?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. When I start my health economics course and link economy and healthcare, then there is a line how healthcare can boost export, especially, we just export healthcare services. And I don't know if our people from software companies are still here, take Nortal or other software companies who actually export their services, like be it AI models. And that's true, of course, yeah. Of course, I mean, usually when we talk about export of healthcare services, we also talk about providing services, for example, to Finns who come to here to do some dental treatment. But because they are very labor intensive, as a health economists, we don't promote them very much because we have a limited amount of people ourselves, healthcare workers. But now when we more and more move to kind of knowledge-based healthcare services like AI, technology, I think the export can be, of course, a great value for Estonian economy and healthcare sector. True.
And yes, agreed. So, but the next question is maybe to Riina Raudna, that we have this TeamPermed project, and in that context, do you see from this project also such export services or products? And maybe the bigger question is that, yes, maybe it's not beneficial so much to speak about such traditional cross-border healthcare services, but much more about how to make services products which are, let's say, easier globally export from Europe and as well between European countries.
Just to answer this quickly, this is definitely TeamPermed's one aim to develop these products, and we are also tasked to, try to find ways to collaborate with industry. But I think the question is, it's kind of a question of strategy, and I think one of the great surprises for me has been, again, from the outside, before entering the university, I thought, oh, there are all these great data assets and there are so many creative people, and surely there are many ideas that are ready to go to the market. And I have been quite surprised by the kind of dearth of the kind of market-ready ideas, because as you know extremely well, that the path to taking a personalized medicine innovation all the way through the kind of translational pathway and regulatory pathway is long and arduous. So I think what we are trying to do with the TeamPermed at the moment is kind of work on the data foundations to make it a lot easier to be asking these questions, a lot easier and cheaper to get this, use our existing data to get the evidence ready, and hopefully in this way we will be able to empower more people and companies who would want to take their inventions all the way to the clinic.
To Taavi also, that I fully agree that healthcare systems must be more such learning systems, implementing things, collecting data, and then adjusting accordingly. But do you see in Estonia, for example, as example already such approaches or services by maybe health insurance or where services are implemented, data collected, and then adjusted accordingly?
I'm probably not that good person to answer to that, because for a number of years I didn't properly follow what happened in the Estonian system. And so my experience comes from last couple of years, mostly. What I see is that there's definitely opportunities, and the health insurance fund does motivate, specifically one of the organizations which does motivate and enable testing new approaches. The innovation fund, the pilots on patient pathways, all these kind of things. What I think is that what was a weak point in Estonia in this kind of experimenting and learning from evidence is the actual analytical research capacity. Yeah. In various areas, but also in service design, for example. And the healthcare service, what I also see is that the healthcare service providers, the financing and organization model at the moment is not very supportive of putting your own money into this kind of trying to do innovations and try out new things, because they need to earn money, right? And also the available funds for, and coming back to the research capacity in the country, especially in the clinical sector, in hospital and service design and these kind of things. I don't think we have enough people so that all the hospitals, big hospitals, for example, either public or private, could form proper teams to do that. So there's a need to consolidate that kind of capacity somewhere. And that's one of the reasons I'm trying to create a foundation, support all the healthcare providers, collaborate with health economics, other teams, and help where I can. But basically, initially my proposal to the ministry in 2023 was to create that kind of capacity inside of our National Institute for Health Development, National Public Health Institute. But with the budget cuts in public sector, that didn't happen. So now we are basically looking at each other and how do we make it happen? And in that context, the Team Med funding and the team there is extremely beneficial to get things going, at least on one side of it.
I want to add to the research capacity, because I see it maybe from a kind of unique vantage point at the moment in my job, but I came up with this metaphor at one point that I was surprised by. I mentioned that we have this amazing health data assets on the one hand, but if you look at the institutes that work on them, like the health data assets are in really different institutes, and these data assets have kind of their institutional and disciplinary legacy. And while many people across these institutes think that, oh, great, like it's really exciting and, it would be really practical and I'd want to do something applied, many of them also are very quick to say, well, I'm not an expert on this entire pathway. I'm an expert in data science. I'm an expert in economics, but not in the politics that is there. And so I think investing in this capacity of research, I really support your idea that this is, or rather like mentioning that this is a major gap. And I think where that has led me to, well, I wanted to talk about the metaphor. At one point I came up with this metaphor that, in order to take something to the market, like a health-related innovation, it almost feels like logics from 3 different video games come together. Like there's the video game of academic science, and there are scientists who, very often are used to do basic science, and they get one type of incentives. They live in like one incentive structures. And then there's clinical medicine that is a completely different system and different rules, and they have the night shifts, and they actually are accountable and have to take responsibility, so that they think completely differently, move at different speeds. And then there are people, and then there's the logic of economics, and if we build this, are we going to make enough money with this, and this is worth building? And these 3 logics have to come together, and it genuinely feels that we have very few people in Estonia, or like definitely not enough of people who kind of straddle these 3 different games together, and it's quite a complex set of understandings. Luckily, we have people like that, and they've been producing incredible things. Or even like I'm thinking André's METSPALU, for example, even with the, having built the genome biobank has probably had to keep these discourses alive. But a lot of the times, like it just not. It takes quite a lot of time to kind of get people to play across the kind of fields.
Yeah, this last statement actually reminds me one event. It's now already close to 30 years ago, in December '97, when exactly same Eureka feeling appeared when there was opening of all the research building in Riiamanttee 2023, where there was invited Estonian President Lennart Meri for the opening. And there was presentations on Estonian genomics, which most people didn't know.
Yeah.
And actually, after this meeting, we convened actually several people who were involved in genomics and the early molecular biology. And after that, the Estonian Biobank sort of idea emerged, where actually we understand that there is capacity. Why not just join some forces and do something? So that's why I'm just very glad that perhaps we have a new opportunity to do something. But if you think the different sort of what you described, different 3 parts, it's obvious that all these service providers, academia, and if you look to the who should take care of actually coordinating, this is a question. You cannot actually blame hospitals, because their primary, they have paid, and their primary goal is to treat patients.
I agree, and I did have a point that I wanted to get to with this, but I feel like sometimes we talk about secondary use of healthcare data, and this is really good. It's going to serve our innovation, and we should, commercialize the data. And I feel sometimes when I hear these conversations, they seem very removed from the clinical realities, and they almost sometimes blame the doctors that, the doctors aren't providing good enough data quality, and we should we should incentivize the better data entry. But actually, I think what we are trying to do with the data loop is to say, we already produce data in the clinical settings, and so let's build it. Let's improve the data and make data interoperable to serve Estonian medicine first. So if we do that, that's where the kind of sustainability argument comes in, because we need the data for better services and better evaluation, and the more we use our own routine care data, the better it can get. And once your data gets better from use, then using that same data for research or using that same data for innovation with industry should become easier. And it's just really, really important, I think, to keep that in mind when we build it, so that we would have the vision coordinated that this is where we want to go together.
Actually, this was a question that I wanted to ask. Was actually, obviously, it's pity that you couldn't attend yesterday's meeting, because there was exactly this same question. The whole day was mostly discussed about the European health data space.
Yep.
And the question that how we can motivate the data producers or health professionals, how they could actually be motivated to actually understand the value of the quality of the data and what kind of opportunities the health data space will force to create, let's say. So we have granular data, also separated data sets, and how we can actually make it easier to access. And what you are doing exactly this, that you can actually, maybe your sort of project can call it like a pilot for the health data space and demonstrate the use of this and the measure what kind of data, because it's a path what we have to take, or we have been forced to take by the European agreement now. So.
Very quick comment on the discussion. My personal feeling is that something great is slowly emerging in Estonia, in the data space, in the coming together different components, like the 3 components that Riina mentioned. And it reminded me actually how I started as a researcher is exactly in that 3 Molecular Biology Institute, where during the night I ran PCRs and whatever. During the day, I was in the healthcare management, public health institute, doing quality of life studies in the clinical setting. So bringing together different clinical kind of health system and this kind of molecular biological research together. So that was a very good platform. And somehow I have a feeling that something similar, something new and great could be built upon what we have and what's emerging, because when I look around the room here, different parties come together. And that's always a good sign for me, or at least I hope.
Well, economists always believe in incentives. Yeah. You have good data when you use that for something. Why do we have a good data? Because we have a single payer who uses data to reimburse.
Yeah.
And that's why we have 25 years of data, or 20 years of data. So you just have to link to incentives. I don't know, for example, you do benchmarking of healthcare providers, show that, okay, you are the worst provider of our quality data, yeah? And then, and there are different ways.
And it comes out, you're not maybe the worst, but you just didn't enter all the data that you should have. Yeah. And suddenly it becomes really crucial.
What UK example or experience, I think, regarding the worst, right? Yeah. Worst performance. Years ago, I think they did twinning project where the best performing and the worst performing ones were put together to solve the problems faced by the worst performing. And the unexpected result out of that was that the best performing ones learned a lot as well about their own underperformance areas. So they both won. Yeah. So it's not about shaming or blaming, but finding the way for collaboration and creating something better. But benchmarking in that sense is necessary to get it going.
And again, about the incentives, just an example. You may have a very good hospital data. For example, hospital could predict the probability of a re-hospitalization of a patient to get a hip prosthesis. What is the point of using that model? Because if the patient comes in again, I will be reimbursed again. So there is no point of creating these within hospital tools, because you're not financed based on that. But what you are financed, where you get gain is exactly on these technical efficiency tools, yeah? Your doctors can do your work more efficiently, so you don't have to pay them salary, hopefully, yeah? So that's what could work, yeah.
you get what you're paying for. And this is actually reimbursement schemes and reimbursement, and of course this outcome-based reimbursement models, which is obviously buzzword currently, or value-based healthcare, but of course it's not very easy to, if you have more than one party in the pathway, how to share, and this is, but it's inevitable that you can do this better when you have granular and good quality data available.
Yeah, reimbursement is usually 1/3 of a health economics course. Yeah. Yeah, there was a question.
Yes, Reili.
I have a question. It's not an easy one, I warn you. The silver economy of Europe could really be based on our aging population and also the health tech and data richness. The data wealth could become a health wealth in Europe in a wider sense. But how to make it happen? That our silver economy would be catered with the data richness which we have. In Estonia, we have very good linked data sets already. Of course, we are critical here, but looking from outside, we have a good platform for innovation. But when you link together Europe's data sets from longitudinal health records, it is 450 million data sets as health records altogether. And European health data space has given a wide and interoperable framework and good standards for making it happen. But how to make it happen, as Dr. Patrick asked, that Estonia would become a Silicon Valley for health tech. How to make it happen in an economical sense, and how to make it sure that the taxpayers' tax would stay here, and also the innovators' tax income would stay in Estonia. The last question is the most relevant one, I think. Thank you.
Does anybody have a quick and clear answer to Reili's question? Yeah.
Honestly, if I think then this data use is such a mythological thing. So we should look what kind of problems we can solve with data, define clearly clinical problems, maybe open organizational problems, and then find solutions. Now, from one side, all our Estonian environment is very good for innovation from one side, but from other side, there are clear problems also that what I see that this data usage is currently very prohibited actually. For example, data use of Estonian biobank data is currently so expensive that it's nonsense for companies actually to use this Estonian biobank data. One genotype costs 10 euros currently. Mm-hmm. So if we need, for example, analysis of 30,000 genotypes, then it's quite large sum of money. So it's not the best way to use this already publicly funded data. So I think that there should be some roundtable discussion how all these things could work more efficiently. Mm-hmm. And for example, that if we look in Estonia, we have 10 years of personalized medicine program, but now we are starting first public new service principally. Could we perform better? Could we perform in Europe better if we are looking at those big sequencing and genotyping projects and data uses? So I do not have also such very easy answer, but I think that very clearly defining problems and trying to find solutions for those problems is the best way to move forward. And another thing, I think in if we start new projects, especially publicly funded projects, then there should be one indicator that is this transferring into real life also, or is there already planned pathway how this could move into real healthcare, because there is no benefit from sequencing or genotyping without actual healthcare services.
Yes, actually I have one answer for Peter's question.
This is your last answer, and we're out of time. And then we're finishing with Riley's.
And also the competition on the internal market makes it possible to get the data from the biobank also out with the data owners, the donors' permission. We have a legislative framework for that since the beginning of April. So in Estonia, innovation is a lot easier and more possible. And we also consolidated the ethical committee's pathway. We only have to go through one ethical committee. So the pathway towards innovation is much, much quicker. Thank you.
And with that optimistic note, we will end our session. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And look forward to collaborating with you all.
Thank you very much. So we have now 12 minutes for coffee. So I hope, or we can start maybe 5 minutes later, and we have still a quarter of hour, and we start then 10 minutes to 5, and the next session will be led by Krista, and what we give an introduction. But thank you very much, and I'm sure that there is a lot of questions that could be actually discussed in our next events, perhaps next year. Thank you very much. So it's getting late already, so quite a long day. So I hope that it has been interesting. So at least those who are really into this topic and fans are still here. And but we hope that there is quite a many people which are following us online. And what we are planning to do is, of course, to use the technologies, AI, just to then try to organize this material in an easy to grasp way, and this will be available also online for wider audience in later. And Tartu Biotechnology Park and ScanBalt will take care of promoting this, because I find it useful, actually, the material to be circulated and promoted to the wider audience. So, but for further ado, I will introduce Krista. Krista KRUUV-KÄO has been one of the most influential and important person in Estonian sort of preventive and personalized medicine path. She has been the first managing director of the Estonian Biobank project and organization. And actually, if we come to more specifically to personalized prevention, then it was actually 11 years ago, I guess, when there was a project that was procured by the Ministry of Social Affairs on the strategy and the roadmap for the personalized medicine. And there was a quite large number of people who were involved, but finally it ended up before the final report that we couldn't actually make some kind of reasonable outcome of this. And then the most low-hanging fruit seemed to be breast cancer. Breast cancer PCR or personalized prevention and screening. And what happened now, it took 10 years or 11 years to actually from the start of the first steps from implementation to hopefully implementing this the National Healthcare Service in a routine way. So please, floor is yours, Krista, and then you have actually good team to actually present the real activities what we have.
Thank you, Jaanus, for this kind introduction, and thank you for inviting me and us, my colleagues, to introduce our use cases and then practical progress in implementing personalized medicine in Estonian healthcare. And I narrowed my topic a little bit and named it as from risk scores to funded preventive services. And I always look back, if we look back to this journey, then I tried to organize all these events to 4 groups. And yeah, we can say that we have been prepared for 25 years. It's not 10. And it's pity that last 10 days we were also preparing and trying to implement. But now all things are ready for implementation of a new service. And we have gone through like 4 stages. One of them was creation of foundation. And it took actually quite a long time because from establishment of Estonian Biobank, there was the first meeting to start planning services. It took 15 years. But the second phase for evidence and evidence creation and infrastructure development. So Estonian approach is centrally developed infrastructure for implementing these services. And the fourth or third, system readiness. We have tested our systems in clinical environment, but you know, I can say that always there are something that could appear. So we should be really awakened if we do next steps. And now we are here in 2026, and we are going to launch our new service, I hope so, in 2 months. And currently we are finishing or in the final phase of procurement process to purchase medical device and calculate risk in this service. We have today in our session, we would like to introduce 3 use cases. And we are not going to talk today about pharmacogenetics, which is also in our pipeline and also is the next after breast cancer personalized screening service. These are breast cancer national service launch that Tiina Österman from Tartu University Clinic hospital will talk about. The second one, prostate cancer. Professor Margus Punap from Tartu University Hospital is going to introduce his experience and ideas how to implement it as the next. And also cardiovascular disease, which is, of course, our big focus in health insurance fund. And of course, risks should be detected and risk information must become usable service. And I would like to highlight maybe also 3 points. One is which is needed, one is clinical relevance, implementable pathway, and demonstrated value. And we have completed quite a lot or many cost efficiency analysis already, but probably we have to continue this work. And of course, development won't be stopped if we launch the service. This is only the first step. We know already that we can do some things better, but we can do it if we start. And now I would like to invite here, Tiina Österman. She's head of unit at Tartu University Hospital. And to introduce Tiina even more, I can say that I took over her task and at Health Insurance Fund a year ago. So Tiina knows very well all those goods and pains of this development process. And please, floor is yours.
Thank you, Krista. And good afternoon to everybody. So today I'll be introducing you the service that has been mentioned in several of the presentations throughout this day, and the service is Personalised Breast Cancer Screening Program. It is, I would say, something that holds a lot of innovation in it, and there are several aspects that I go through in my presentation. As Krista mentioned, I know quite a bit about it because I worked in the Health Insurance Fund. I was one of the many people, I would say, who has been actually involved with this, developing this service. But before I get to the point, or the interesting part of the service and the innovation itself, I'll give you a brief overview why this kind of service is important in the first place. And I think you have seen this data already today in a different form, but the point is the same, that the breast cancer develops throughout, is age-dependent, you would say. It is a disease that the incidence increase with age. And the national programs all over, I would say, in many countries, it's a gold standard that they start from the age of 50. It's a mammography-based screening that is a standard practice. But as you can see from this graph, that at least in Estonia, and this data may be different in country to country, but in Estonia, the incidence already starts to increase from the age of 40. So there is a 10-year age gap that actually is not screened systematically. There is, of course, opportunistic screening. But yes, there's no kind of screening program for these women that already have the high incidence of breast cancer among them. So there is, of course, possibility to get the age level lower in the case of the national screening program, but this is not actually recommended. The benefit of harm and the benefit, the scale is not weighed in younger women, and there are also some other reasons for that why this is not actually advised, at least for the age group starting from the 40 years of age. So there are recommendations to take additional risk factors into account, because when the woman has high risk already at the age of 40, then of course they should be referred to mammography or even screened in some sort of screening program. So I'll go back. Here you see risk factors for breast cancer. The list is probably not incomplete. It's only a general view of the risk factors. But you can see genetics on this table. For breast cancer, genetics is one of the risk factors. And it may have quite a significant effect on the lifetime risk of developing breast cancer. And genetic predisposition divides into two groups. There's monogenic risk and there's polygenic risk. You have heard about polygenic risk quite a lot today. But just to differ them, when people think about genetic predisposition, usually it's monogenic. It's very rare, actually, but it's very severe. These are the cases where people basically, this kind of, if this risk is discovered, there are clear clinical pathways. Most invasive of them would be preventive surgery, for example. But the monogenic risk itself means that there is few or one very rare variant in certain genes that function the products of these genes, the function will be altered, and this leads to cancer. So it's basically this kind of very rare event that has happened in the genome. Mostly it's inherited, so it's inheritable condition or risk. But polygenic risk is different. It's less known. It means that in the genome, there is a lot of common variants that individually don't increase the risk much. But when you can sum them up into a continuous score, and when the score is quite high, the statistical correlation with the higher risk of breast cancer is quite significant. And for breast cancer, this correlation is there. So for high risk polygenic risk score, it may be actionable. And this is actually under discussion quite a lot. We saw from Krista's slide that the development of this service that I'm talking about has taken quite a long time, but the discussion is not only, or the evolvement is not only in Estonia. The discussions have been taking that long internationally. Polygenic risk score measure is gold standard method in population genetics. It's a golden standard, I would say, in biobanks. And the discussion is that should this kind of method that shows these kinds of correlations with higher risk of diseases should be implemented in the clinic as well. And this discussion is still ongoing internationally. But we in Estonia try to be bold and take the leap that we implement polygenic risk score in high scale, reimbursed by Health Insurance Fund, and use it as a stratification method. I want to emphasize that this is not a diagnostic method, it's a statistical method. I hope this came out from my description what the polygenic risk is. And I would just to take parallel it with, for example, smoking in case of lung cancer. You cannot diagnose lung cancer based on how many packs a year person smokes. So it's a similar statistical correlation where a person with high risk belongs to a group that statistically this group has higher incidence of breast cancer. So we plan to implement it, and we plan to implement it as such, that we invite 40 years or year-aged old women. As you remembered from my first slide, this is where the incidence starts to increase. And we offer them a screening program which basically is based on a genetic test. So the women get a chance to take a genetic test that measures the polygenic risk score. And women with high scores will be referred to mammography already from the age of 40 to 41. And even more, they will be actually included in the national breast cancer screening program target group already earlier age. So every 2 years, they will get automatically the invites for the mammography screening. And as mentioned, this already starts this year in autumn. But the innovation behind it, although like you already probably know that from the previous mentions I made that the PRS itself is innovation as well, and I'll get back to it later as well, but the technical side of this service, how it's built up, is very complicated and I would say innovative. And one part of it is data flow. So with this service, we plan to bring biobank actually closer to the clinic. Because when a woman who gets invited to the service happens to be a gene donor, the data is sourced from the biobank. And if not, then of course the woman will be referred to a medical laboratory and the sample is analyzed there, but the data still meets up in our electronic health records. So the data from biobank and from the medical lab is sent to our health information system, our EHR. And furthermore, the analysis of this data happens there as well. So there is a safe space, safe infrastructure, or I would say software that allows this, that analysis that usually happens in laboratories will happen also in EHR. But I want to emphasize that the red one, that this is actually the responsibility for the correctness of this sort of analysis lies on the shoulders of medical laboratories, so it's still controlled and has this medical quality and standards, and patients don't need to worry about that. Maybe it's wrong or too low quality calculations. What else is novel about this service is the lean design of this healthcare service. And what I mean by that, I don't know why it goes fast. I apologize. So you can raise hand or give me a notice when this happens. But the lean design means that usually for a patient in traditional healthcare service, I would say the main contact point or the main source of information is doctor and doctor's office. In this case, this is not necessary. It's basically a health portal that is used for the main source of information for the participant. It's all for the information prior to this test. So people who get the invitation are referred to a health portal. They can read about it, what's going to happen, why it's important, why them, what happens, where the data is sourced, etc. But also after, they get the result from the health portal, also the interpretation from the health portal. So it's relatively lean for the patient. For example, if the participant is a gene donor, then there is no need to visit a medical center at all. So we are quite confident that this age group would be suitable for this kind of service design. But of course, there is still, if the woman feels that there is a need for consultation, that she wants to know more, this is also provided, and the information is also given through this health portal, and they can refer to breast cabinets to get more information from the medical professionals as well. And I would like to conclude or end my talk with this three-layer of innovation slide. There's more in this service that I talked about at the moment. The first one is what I already mentioned, that polygenic risk scores itself is relatively novel, innovative method in clinical care. Internationally, it definitely turns heads, raises brows, and in some cases you could say it's even quite controversial. But we are confident that this method actually is a good stratifying method to test out. Estonia is a perfect place to do it because of our biobank. The biobank itself, I would say, is the reason why our population is relatively knowledgeable or open-minded about genetics. Our doctors, our medical community is relatively open-minded. There is no visible or really sharp opposition for this service. And also, of course, the organizational level is supportive. There is a political will to actually do it. Then, of course, the usage of biobank data or bringing the data sets together. The biobank we have in our clinic and the biobank, the Estonian biobank, the huge research biobank, is of course novel because the biobank data is collected for research use and we repurpose it for healthcare use. So this brings to the third point that the data gets another meaning. It becomes health data, and because it's collected in the central EHR, there is a novel category for our EHR that will be collected in this information system, which probably opens up at some point when the data is extensive, quite several opportunities, especially in the EHDS framework. But yes, it's definitely something that you won't see in any other place in the world, I would say. But I want to emphasize again the red ones. These are the important ones. This is all MVP, meaning minimal viable product. Even the method, but also the technical parts. it needs to be scaled to get the full potential out of it, but you need to roll out the MVP. You won't get anywhere when you start, just keep on building something perfect. So this is what I want to keep in mind, that truly this is the initial model that is rolled out. Of course, there are pitfalls that we need to deal with, but we are confident that this is the leap where PRS comes to clinic in large scale and in reimbursable way, and hopefully everything goes as planned. And of course, innovation, this is innovative, may fail, and I think this is the risk we are knowledgeable about and we are willing to take. So I hope this overview gave you a better insight what's in store, and I thank you. Oops.
Elina, are there any questions? Yes.
Just a quick clarifying question. Is it only for insured women or all women in Estonia?
Screening programs are offered to all, to my knowledge, and I think this is the same thing applies for this one as well. It's like it's built up as like normal screening programs in Estonia.
And the following healthcare services are also covered, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Because they roll into this national screening program, so everything that's for them, it's for these women as well.
Okay, thank you.
I have one question, and maybe it's not good to ask, but I still would like, based on your experience, but have you seen or do you see any like dark corners we haven't thought about or we haven't solved yet before launching, which is soon?
I would say in this mammoth service design, there of course probably are. And I probably won't even think about them at the moment. They may be complete surprise. But I would say one risk point is the infrastructure, the IT infrastructure. Because as you mentioned, it's, the process has been going on for several years. And we haven't tested the software out in that scale, I would say. But there may be failures when the data mass starts to pile up. So, and is it really scalable, etc.? These kinds of questions. And I think these are the main dark corners, the information system side dark corners, because we have played out the clinical side, not of course this specific model in detail, but in a large scale I think 2 pilots or 3 pilots even. So we know a bit about clinical side, but we don't know much about how that infrastructure will work in real life, so to speak.
Okay.
So this would be probably one of the dark corners.
Good to know. Let's talk about it, your concerns with our IT partners take before we start to be ready. Probably they know the risks. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Now quite the same pathway could be in preventing prostate cancer. And I invited today here Professor Margus Punab from Tartu University and Tartu University Hospital. But I would like to add that Margus is a very well-known doctor in Estonia. He's active on community level, collecting art and publishing books. One of them quite a little time ago, and I'm sure that your patients really would believe and collaborate with you if you are going to, or you are suggesting these new preventive measures. Please, floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you for inviting me. And unfortunately, I was not here in the morning. I was with patients in Tallinn, actually. So, and actually there was 4 patients who are involved in this area also today morning. I am the person who cannot tolerate waiting time 10 years. If we have technology, we have knowledges, we have evidence. Let's start. And actually this is based more or less on patients' own pocket, but the program is actually quite well accepted by patients. So let's start what is cancer prevention. Actually, I should show important collaborators. It's Tartu University Hospital Andrology Clinic, Clinic of Genetics and Personalized Medicine, and private company Jaanus. And what is cancer prevention? This is actually Peter Patrick's slide. And first, primary prevention, prevent cancer from developing. Secondary prevention, detecting cancer for early stage. And what is personalized cancer prevention? We try to combine in the second level all this information to put into real life. And sorry, this is in Estonian, but you see that prostate cancer is the most common cancer among Estonian men. It's not the deadliest, but still over 300 men die every year due to prostate cancer in Estonia. So 3 years ago, the statistics is available. It's 1,500 and more patients actually. It's with prostate cancer. So prostate cancer screening is based nowadays in PSA test. And emerging methodology is magnet resonance imaging, the second stage now. And if we suspect clinically significant cancers, then we go to biopsy. What is definitely answer, yes or no? Actually, this program is not my first, because first public campaign I organized was 2007, when I published the first book about prostate diseases. We made a very famous movie about the topic. We put into TV shows in several, and what we did, we raised PSA usage over 1 year 2.5 times. So this was actually when we started really screen. Because this was time where I realized that our urologists don't accept the public screening program. Then I decided to move to office-based screening. So that every man understands 3 words, PSA, and let's do it. So, what is problem? Problem is that PSA is not so sensitive. And specificity is even worse. But still it gives some sign how to proceed. And here I show European study from Göteborg. We see that clinically significant, if we have this PSA over 3, what is this golden standard for decisions to go to a further investigation or not, it's over 3 nanomolar per milliliter. But if we compare it with lower results, actually there is no safe level of PSA. I have several patients whose PSA is 3-4 times less than this cutoff level. And it's important, we miss quite a lot. Okay, we miss quite a lot of if we don't investigate subjects with this green area. We miss a lot of very important clinically significant cancers actually. So this is our current problem. We don't send them to the investigations. We don't send to the magnetic resonance investigation. We don't do nothing actually. So we lose early detection possibilities. And here is, unfortunately, unpublished yet our own study. We are dealing mostly in younger patients and neurologists. And there is a study group of age group of 40 to 49. And we see exactly the same if there is raised PSA levels, and so exactly as Göteborg results, it was 16% had prostate cancer, but we now know what is there else. PSA is raised also in other diseases, most probably in case of prostatitis, enlarged prostates. There are a lot of things which rise PSA, so it's really very difficult to find real right persons. So based on this data, we started this personalized prostate cancer prevention program in andrology unit. What do we add? We add, before magnet resonance, we add genetic tests. First, objectives. Actually, I already, what is primary and secondary prevention, but what's our program very important part is provision of clear and secure follow-up protocol. If we have more data, not only this PSA, we can propose what should you do? Should we investigate you after 1 year, 4 years, 8 years, and to give this clear understanding how to proceed. This is for patient, it's crucial thing actually. It's the same importance than diagnose. And what is important, in case of every cancer, we have still risk management protocol. We can reduce other risk factors. If we know there is genetic risk factors, we can reduce the rest. 50% is genetic, 50% is the rest. We can investigate for inflammatory reaction. We can follow hormonal side. We can body composition. Everything is modifiable. We can do a lot for these patients who have higher risk actually. And about prostate cancer, over 50% is still genetic risk factors, as I told already. And what's important, it's actually this is almost the same risk factors, almost the same genes like in breast cancer, because it's also hormone dependent on the same family of hormones. And genes are the same, factors are the same quite a lot. So PRS is the polygenic risk score it's the most important, but we cannot forget about these monogenic pathogenic variants also. So actually the first thing is family history, because already based on family history we can separate patients. And this is done in our clinic over 30 years already. This is our part of our questionnaire. Every patient fills questionnaire about hereditary factors also. And timelines. We started actually monogenic pathogenic variants. Not PRS was added only 1 year ago, but 2022 we started with this germline mutation analysis. We based this American guideline actually. It was the most liberal guideline we found worldwide. And we made document for Tartu University Hospital how to proceed with these patients actually according to the same and results. It's very interesting if we follow these American guidelines. You see over 10% of subjects had clear-cut genetic risk factors, and most important, the same as breast cancer, BRCA, CHEK2, ATM, TP53. It's the most common. It's and what's interesting is HOX13. This is androgen regulation hormone gene actually. This is something separate that difference from breast cancer. So it's everyday practice. You see, over the 4 years we have investigated almost 300 subjects, and the findings are actually very important. I hope that one of our doctors who hopefully do his PhD on this topic, but everything is not published yet. But why we added PRS? Actually, it was due to UK PASCO to one trial that was published in early April last year, and we started our project in 1st of July. So 3 months waiting period actually. So, and what we are using, this is good example of public-private collaboration. We use actually Antegenes developed tests. It's important, it's CA market in vitro diagnostic device, so we can use it in medicine easily. And what is important, we've established our own guidelines how to follow up these patients based on their genetic risk, based their PSA level, based their age. Where is low and average risk, we recommend to follow European Urology Association guidelines, but if we found already moderate risk, we manage them more actively. And the higher risk patient, if they are over 50 years, they go directly with, independent on PSA level, we send them to magnet resonance imaging. And what are results? These are percentiles. As you see, in our subjects, instead of 10%, our patient group has 20% higher risk. This is patient selection. Why? Patients should pay by themselves. So we don't offer to everybody this opportunity. We choose more wisely where we already clinically see more risks. And also the second group, instead of 10%, there is 12%. So almost 30% of our subjects need additional activities instead of these traditional guidelines. And to be short, what is problems? Challenges, it's high out-of-pocket cost because insurance doesn't cover the service. We don't know, it's a pilot project actually. We don't know optimal patient group. It's all more or less in my hand established. We don't have cost-effective analysis. And what is surprising for me, or actually was not surprise also, this is user resistance. Because over 90% of these subjects are my patients. Even my colleague in andrology clinic hesitant urologist oppose at the moment, clearly. And this is why, because I checked my first publication in the area of genetics was published in 1997. And I have over 150 articles about some aspects of genetics in andrology. So this is familiar for me, but our education in Estonia, at least my generation doctors, we don't understand actually genetics. This is a problem. So we should train, and then maybe later on these barriers will break out. Yeah, and at the same time, as you see the numbers, there is actually, this is not 100%, this is 400, because there are a lot of patients with high-risk patients which are directly sent by Antegenes to our management, and some of my patients who are donors of genome projects actually was sent also to Antegenes. So I expect that there is over 100 patients actually investigated during 1 year. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Margus, for sharing this experience and story. Are there any questions? Jaanus, yeah. There's one.
So, I would ask, what do you think, what could be the next steps? So how quickly you think it could be rolled out, or do you see any major obstacles that it couldn't be actually taken as a next or a program for the health insurance be reimbursed programs?
I'm quite sure that we can move faster than these breast cancer projects, because this is already, the problems are solved, and we have already pilot project. We should analyze it properly. We should analyze financial sides. I think there is 1-2 years to work actually. But in European level, there is already almost consensus. We should start prostate cancer screening also in Europe. So we will follow, and it's dependent of our decision. Should we start it modern or old-fashioned style?
Because if you take the 200,000, there is certainly a group of men who could actually be offered and taken this, just not the new lab test, but just to take the data from the existing data in the biobank and just do in silico screening.
Yes, it's quite easy actually.
Yeah.
Yes, we planned the next step. We started a cost efficiency analysis, and we should put together a new pathway. I don't know if exactly like Margus presented, but quite the same, I think, and discuss it over with other colleagues. And I think we have plans and we move on.
So I hope to get soon email from the biobank that should I just come to the further investigation or not as being a gene donor.
Yeah. Me too. I hope you will get. Thank you, Margus. And now another Margus, Professor Margus Viigimaa. Now I have to read it because it's this affiliations is quite long. Research Chief of the Center of Cardiology at North Estonia Medical Center, Professor, Head of Center of Cardiovascular Medicine at Tallinn University of Technology. And I would like to add that it has been always a great pleasure to work with Margus. He's always positive. He's connecting people interested of new things, and he's very convincing in the area, which is really demanding more attention, cardiovascular diseases. So, floor is yours.
Thank you, Krista. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for this opportunity to share with you cardiovascular personalized prevention in Estonia. First, of course, Estonian Biobank. The people belonging to the Estonian Biobank, they are much more richer, I would say. We as doctors can use much more knowledge based on the biobank additional data. For example, for cardiovascular prevention, of course, predisposition, PRG to coronary artery disease, but also for type 2 diabetes, but also pharmacogenetic reports. So it's very important. Now, coming to the PRS, we know very well, based on biobank data, that both males and females, if they are top 10 or top 20 polygenic risk score, they have very high risk. Now, on the last studies showing that top 20 polygenic risk score means even more for cardiovascular disease risk compared to the smoking, which is very, very surprising. So, and all the people belonging to the biobank, they can easily see where they stand concerning cardiovascular risk, polygenic cardiovascular risk. I remember very well on the Heart Weeks, I think it was 2 years ago, very famous TV man was in our hospital with myocardial infarction, and later on I called him and asked, do you belong to the Estonian Biobank? Yes, I do. Do you know your genetic risk? No, I don't. And the risk was 97%, can you imagine? And he was 50 years of age. Very famous Estonian. Maybe later did, and he told that, okay, I am ready to, it's so important, please invite me to any TV program, to any newspaper, any journal. So it's how it goes. But first we have to get information about all other Estonian middle-aged people, which is very, very important to know this high risk in younger age group. This is a pharmacogenomic report of myself. So you see my name is there, and this is concerning rosuvastatin. We have now all the statins, antidepressants, different other drugs we are using in the medicine. And rosuvastatin is one of the leading lipid-lowering agents in the world and in Estonia. And you can see that my risk of myopathy is in the usual range. So if I would need rosuvastatin in my treatment, the normal dosage can be used. But in some patients we can use, for example, atorvastatin instead of rosuvastatin. So it's very, very important. Now, Estonian nationwide health information system, this is, I think it's still the only one nationwide. We are improving the system all the time. It's already dating back 2008, and it's really the basis of preventive medicine. All the family doctors, the big hospitals, pharmacies, for example, this driving license, for example, drug international database, which was very important. It's very easy to use, and it's very important for doctors. And really, personalized medicine is there. Sometimes I have been, this is how for example, I'm and all of our doctors are practicing the medicine, and if we know more about the patient, we can practice better preventive medicine or treatable medicine. And sometimes our colleagues from other countries are a bit suspicious about genetic information. Maybe it's too much. Maybe also this information system. What is the security of this system? It's better, some German colleagues tell me, I can call to my colleague and ask this information and something like this, but it's developing in all the world, and I am happy that Estonia is in front line concerning this. This is our first personalized prevention clinical project, and Krista was the manager of our project. So we did good work. 500 subjects in placebo group and control group, and one in intervention group. And finally we used the CardioCompass, the device, the tool which is developed by University of Helsinki, and it's very, very, very easy to see what the risk of the particular person is, and how the risk can be changed if the person is quitting smoking or decreasing cholesterol level. This is in the middle. Myself and the next much more important guy is Samuli Ripati, and he is from Helsinki University, and he is the main developer of this CardioCompass and other activities. And I was happy opponent on the defense in University of Helsinki. This is a happy moment again. 2 years ago, European Congress of Cardiology which starts tomorrow. This year, Congress in Munich. I'm going tomorrow morning there. But 2 years ago, on the preventive cardiology session, professor from UK has demonstrated our slide, our study slide made in Estonia. And she told that this is one of the few papers published where polygenic risk score has been taken into account in a clinical practice. And we were so happy to see. That was, very important. Sometimes we do something in Estonia which is very important, but we do not recognize how important it really is. Now, the next study was made together Helsinki University, Tartu University, some other partners in Europe. It's called Intervene study. The two groups again, but much younger patients, 20 to 44 years. One group of patients subjects were intervention group where polygenic risk score was taken into account, and the idea was whether this will influence lifestyle and health behavior. And we saw, unfortunately, in a younger group that this was not the case with the smoking, alcohol consumption, the physical activity. So even knowing that they have higher or very high polygenic risk score, still the difference between, this is the metabolic equivalent, the physical activity, nothing very serious was seen in this. That was somehow surprising, but we are moving on. And this study, which started last year in March, is extremely important. First time in worldwide, I would say, and in this large scale, we are examining whether to use rosuvastatin 20 milligram in all the subjects with top 20% of polygenic risk score. What will happen in 5 years? This is absolutely first time large-scale study. As you see, 2,500 patients. The power of the study has been calculated, and we were happy that we had enough subjects in our genome bank. This is a primary outcome, which is a hard outcome. It's really MACE-based study. We do hope that we can get a good result on the study, and as I told, follow up 5 years. Let's see, hope. Now study is going well. People are, half of them taking rosuvastatin. Even those people not having high cholesterol level, any subject of them. What we know already is in a secondary prevention, using cholesterol lowering with a novel injectable medication, evolocumab and alirocumab, large studies in a secondary prevention, post-myocardial infarction. Those patients having a high polygenic risk score, they get much more benefit compared to those with the average or low polygenic risk. What will be in the primary prevention, we will see. And we do hope that this gives much information, much more additional power to primary prevention, personalized primary prevention. And these are the clinical principal investigators here. There's a very large project. Mainly, I'm from Tallinn University of Technology, but I have very good cooperation with Tartu University Hospital. But all the Estonian power is used also in this study, and we did our best to recruit so many people, because it wasn't easy, as they do not have high cholesterol, but they have to start suddenly to start rosuvastatin. Very few words about monogenic disorder, familial hypercholesterolemia, which is also very important. Those patients have 20 times higher risk of myocardial infarction compared to the average person. And the number of those patients is increasing. Based on the Estonian Biobank, it's 1 to 217, but it's something like 1 to 200, 250 in different European countries. This heterozygous and the homozygous is something like one patient per 500,000 inhabitants. This is a guidance we did some years ago. North Estonia Medical Center, Tartu University Hospital, East Tallinn Central Hospital, and also Tallinn Children's Hospital. Colleagues were in this initiative group, and we did the guidance for Estonian doctors. And I am very happy that after this guidance, family physician started to refer patients, many patients, much more than before, with LDL cholesterol higher than 5.0 millimoles per liter, which is quite high. And also the second prerequisition was that they should have a Dutch lipid score, familial hypercholesterolemia score, more than 6. And this is how this score is calculated, and we published it not only in the Journal of Estonian Physician, but also we have done a lot of publication in Family Physician, in different other medical journals and publications. And this patient is my patient, first homozygous familial hypercholesterolemia patient. We are very happy that we can diagnose quite well. Estonian Health Insurance Fund is fully reimbursing, which is quite expensive genetic test, but we are selecting those very high risk patients. And this patient, he came to me, he was something like 30, a bit less than 30 years of age, but his first myocardial infarction was in age of 24 years. Several coronary procedures, balloon dilatations, and he has extremely high cholesterol levels. And we see here this ApoB gene, homozygous. Familial hypercholesterolemia was detected. And he's doing quite well. He's getting evolocumab, he's getting maximal dose of rosuvastatin, ezetimibe, and he's clinically doing very well, having children. All his family relatives, they all have been heterozygous. Many of them came to my clinic, some maybe in some other places, but we found a lot of heterozygous, which is 20 times higher risk of myocardial infarction. But this man has maybe 100 times. I don't know exactly, but it's very high risk. And ending with a positive note, this is cardiovascular mortality aged less than 65 years in Estonia. You can see nice decrease starting 1994, and we are continuing our efforts, and personalized prevention is one key element to prevent cardiovascular disease in Estonia. Thank you very much. Do we have?
Yes.
Yeah. Can we try? Krista asked me to show, to demonstrate one avatar we are using in our clinical trial. We're starting to use, starting 1st of January next year. The avatar. Yeah, this is, you see there are some questionnaires, how the path, it's a myocardial infarction. It's developed by North Estonia Medical Center, my colleagues, and Tallinn University of Technology, and I'm the chair of this project. Please, if you go to the DigiVisit, yeah? And please go to language, English. It was very difficult to start Estonian. English is very easy. Russian is unfortunately also very easy, but because it's very widely used. But we developed, and 2 weeks ago, Estonian version was ready, but I switched to the English version here. Please, if we go to the new visit, yes? And start the session, yeah. Let's try. It works very well in my computer, but I don't.
Hello, it's good to have you here. Let's take a little time together to look back at how your past week went. First of all, how are you feeling right now?
Yes. I'm feeling quite well. Thank you very much. Stopka.
I'm glad to hear you're feeling well. That's really good to know. Looking at this past week, I noticed that none of your medications were marked as taken, and 4 doses show up as missed. Did you actually not take them, or did you perhaps just forget to mark them in the app?
Yes, you're right. I just forgot to mark them.
That's a relief to hear. Thank you for letting me know. Remembering to mark them is something we can work on together over time. While we're talking about your medicines, have you noticed any side effects lately, like dizziness, tiredness, a cough, or swelling in your legs?
So thank you very much. Just, I think in the preventive medicine, hypertension, hypercholesterolemia, it works as well and even better. It's post-myocardial infarction. It's also good, but it's a bit too late. So we have to practice personalized prevention of cardiovascular disease. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Margus. Is there any questions? Peter, please.
Yeah, Markus, thank you very much for this nice overview. Such one simple question is why your avatar makes this printing, why it's not recording. But more serious question is that we, in previous session about financing personalized medicine, and we discussed that there should be also this side that all if possible, new developments should be commercialized and also like export services. And now you showed a research project and developments here. Do you have also plan how to commercialize or make products also for personalized medicine export, for example, from Estonia?
Thank you very much, Peter. No, first of all, Avatar needs some time, you know, to answer them. And we have shortened the time very much, but still we are working on it because the study starts 1st of January next year. So we're still improving it. Concerning the use of polygenic CRISPR in the real practice. The question is that the new guidelines, I was also among those experts to produce new guidelines of the prevention of the European Society of Cardiology. But unfortunately, the evidence is not yet good enough. So we need more studies, and this is our study is one of those. There are other studies going on. So we have to really prove, and it looks very promising, but unfortunately we need some more time, and the research is going on, and Estonia is on the front line of this research.
Yeah, thank you. And another question is that cardiovascular disease is leading cause of death, and really very serious problem, and it's in large amount preventable. And there are no systematic screening, detection programs, prevention programs. I think activities are not so systematic, and therefore I have understood that our Ministry of Social Affairs has ordered such development of the model for risk-based prevention for cardiovascular disease also. But I looked at that this call document missed genetic risks. Can you comment, is this currently included also? Of course, as you said, international guidelines are not yet including this polygenic risk scores, but can you comment that new possible service in Estonia, is this planned already including genetic risk estimations also, or not?
Yeah, thank you. Really, I'm so happy that Estonian Health Insurance Fund is preparing. We are consulting this service, but genetic risk is not yet there. And what I can tell you is, if I'm talking to my patients, they are very interested. They are not Biobank members, and they are very interested. Where can I do this test? So many of my patients have done it in some foreign laboratories somewhere. But as I told, to be reimbursed and to be really the part of, I fully understand. I was supporting very much, but unfortunately I was in a slight minority on these European guidelines. But it really, it's a very, very heavy debate.
I have simply such comment that we had previous session where Elizabeth Jennings said that actually we should not look for that what is today or tomorrow, but we should think about things which are over tomorrow, already now. So this is simply comment for this risk.
I agree with you. I agree.
What are the arguments from the critics? Is it only financial, or are there other concerns why you should not make it, or why they do not include in the recommendation?
Yeah, very good question. Very good question. I was invited later on the EuroPrevent. There is the yearly preventive cardiology meeting. I was invited to talk about personalized prevention in Estonia, something like I did today, and also the question was, is it very expensive? Everybody understood, or the expectation was that it's very expensive. It's not very expensive, and the arguments were just which is the level of evidence. And the level of evidence, we have some evidence, but it's not the level to be as hard recommendation. That was yeah, but it's coming.
But again, it's already in American guidelines. It's already there.
It's developing, and I think it's coming. And Estonia, I agree with Peter. Estonia should be on the front line. We shouldn't wait until everybody understands that it is important.
I think we are not waiting, but we are not there yet. But we are developing, and then as we started working with this risk-based like health, cardiovascular diseases prevention, then if we have already genetic data in the system, then it's much easier to add it to cardiovascular disease prevention as well. So we keep collaboration and we move on. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you all for this session.
One question, just curiosity, is it, if you mentioned that in US recommendations it's already in, is it similar attitude like I understand American recommendations for blood pressure, hypertensive blood pressure is that it's 130 and Europe 140, that they are more like inventive or innovation?
New European 120 is a normal blood pressure. 120 over 70, which is maybe... Yeah. But epidemiologically it's correct, but in practical terms it maybe not. I agree with you, as the European and American guidelines differ somehow. American were always much more aggressive in the previous years. Now, and the European ones were maybe a bit more evidence-based. But now American guidelines became very much economically oriented, and if to see they are coming much closer to each of the European and American. They are coming closer, and some also, as we see FDA or European agency, how they accept drugs. Yeah, also there are some differences still, and it's very good that it's already there, and I think it's also helping to us to get it in Europe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jaanus, would you like to wrap up?
Yes. So thank you very much. And it has been a long day, and I would say that it has been extremely useful discussions. The personalized prevention has been a topic more under the personalized medicine as such in Estonia. And I'm not sure that it has reached to the level that every household or every person actually knows what this means. And especially now when we are talking about the need to be more efficient, and I think more and more people, not speaking about the government, but in laymen, start to understand that in order to keep the level of healthcare services what they receive today, you need to do something. One sort of view is that our healthcare, health insurance fund ability to cover the costs and pay for the services is deteriorating, that in the bolster what we actually accumulated through the years when we started this system has been now depleted, and that in nearest future, in a couple of years, there will be already clearly no reserve funds available for the emergency, for the situations like COVID or the bigger problems in the economic field. So I think we need to continue, persuade and to discuss this, because as healthcare and doctors and medicine is more conservative, we need to collect evidence, and this type of activities and sort of events, I think, will serve this. So if anybody has any ideas what should be discussed and in which forms should it be taken forward, we welcome this, and please feel free to contact me or Biotechnology Park, Sven. We can actually accommodate in our future plans. But I can assure you that these 2 days in together have been already very productive. If you bring people together, then always you can expect something new will emerge. And we have already some agreements for next steps with our Latvian colleagues and our German colleagues here, which you will certainly hear when we are more actually in a phase that we can actually announce next steps, which are common activities in the field of European health data space, as well in the personalized medicine and personalized prevention. So with this, I would like to thank all speakers for today, and the people have been actually stayed with us here in the room and online, and we are doing all our best that we could actually continue to organize Estonian Health Tech Week next year. Then one of the next events will be in conjunction of Medical Informatics Europe conference, which will take place in April, last week in April in Tallinn, which is like close to 1,000 participants are expected. And we have already agreed that at least one day will be organized by Tartu Biotechnology Park and ScanBalt in the format of the Estonian Health Tech Week, so the visit to Tartu on Monday during this conference. So if you have any interest, you could actually join the Estonian Association of Medical Informatics. So Gunnar Piho, who was here yesterday, and of course Lars Linschfeld, they are happy to include new members, but also if you represent any organization or company, you are welcome to sponsor the event next year. So, thank you very much with this, and I hope it was worthwhile to spend here these days. Thank you. And one thing more. My special thanks, of course, to the people who have been behind this, especially Trine, who has been bringing us together and organizing this, and also Marianne, who is obviously not here, and Gerda, and Sven, who is, thanks.